Chapter 11. Shillelagh Time. Ken went first, swirling his arms like he was in a kung fu movie, trying to gather his chi. A fireball formed in front of him, and the more he swirled, the bigger it became. Finally, when it was about 3 feet wide, he flung his hands at Sandy and sent it on its way. It shot across the ring and slammed into her charm shield. Her shield remained intact, although it forced her back a step. Ken then assumed a fancy kung fu pose that looked like it would have one of those names like Praying Mantis Spanks Monkey. He was obviously waiting for her to attack. "What the hell is going on?" I asked Annabeth softly. "I thought they were going to fight."
"I think he wants to do some sort of polite fighting," she whispered back. "Maybe it's like the old days when they would just take turns shooting at each other."
I shrugged and went back to watching the fight. Sandy stepped forward and bowed to Ken, acknowledging his hit. Then she casually formed a fireball of her own and sent it back to him. She didn't do his whole arm swirly thing, but she did make the ball of fire a bit denser than his. It smacked against his shield and knocked him back 2 steps. Ken's performance looked better, but Sandy's had more impact. I'd seen her fight, so I knew she wasn't even really trying. Ken bowed, acknowledging her hit, then swirled his arms and tried again. This time the fireball he made was smaller and denser. I paid close attention to his movements to see if they actually helped his magic form into being, but it didn't look like it. It was impressive, and I'm sure it made him feel better, but that seemed to be the extent of it. Sandy's shield took the hit, but this time she didn't budge. She bowed and then hit back. This time her fireball was only about the size of a baseball, but it looked intense. It smacked into his charm shield and knocked him all the way back to the wall. Ken didn't look happy about that as he walked forward and resumed his spot. This time he really swirled his arms, and it looked like he was trying to summon the heavens and the earth. A fireball formed in front of him that was about the size of a basketball. He kept swirling and adding to its power. Then his movements got smaller, and the size of the fireball shrank a bit. It still wasn't baseball-sized, but it was close. Ken was given a great performance, and it seemed like he threw everything he had into his creation. Finally, he launched the ball at Sandy. It hit her shield, and it looked like it knocked her back into the wall as well. We were behind her, though, so I could see she'd already started stepping back as soon as his fireball got close.
"She's letting him save face," Annabeth whispered.
"Agreed," I nodded. "This old tit-for-tat sort of thing seems strange, but it's not bad. Sandy's letting him set the pace of the fight, and in exchange, she can better control how much power she uses. She should be able to win, but still let him have his moment to shine." Sandy put her hands behind her, stepped forward, and gave a deep bow. She looked like one of those wise, mystical monks you see in the movies. I think Ken thought he'd really shown her how it was done, as he got a big smile and bowed deeply in return. Sandy then looked at the floor, and a small round rock levitated into the air. It was slightly smaller than a pea, and if she hadn't been looking at it, it's likely nobody would have noticed. I grabbed Annabeth's hand and squeezed it in excitement. Shit was about to get real. Still not moving, she looked at Ken, smiled, and then the tiny rock flew across the room and smacked into his shield. It hit with a loud thwack, and for a moment, Ken just looked confused. Then Sandy burned the rock, and even through the walls of the ring, it felt like she'd opened the doors to a blast furnace. It only lasted a second, as the rock wasn't very big, but it was enough to fry the crap out of him. His clothes started smoking, and for a moment, I thought they were going to catch fire. The worst part was his hair. His eyebrows were now ashes, and the hair on the front of his head was singed. He looked at her in shock as curls of smoke wafted off the top of his head. He looked like something out of a Bugs Bunny cartoon, and I had to bite my lip hard to keep from laughing. Sandy bowed to him again, and then turned around to give him a moment to put himself back together. "Oops," she mouthed at us and grimaced.
"Someone should tell Ken that's what happens when you play with fire,"
Annabeth said. She looked like she was trying hard not to laugh. It took Ken a moment to make sure his clothes were okay and rub off the burnt hair. The smell was strong and bitter, but I'm sure it was much worse where he was. He looked sad and dismayed as he pulled off clumps of toasted hair, but the match wasn't over yet, so no one could enter the ring to help him. Finally, he got himself together, bowed at Sandy, and started another summoning. This time he created a force bolt, which I'm sure seemed like a much safer choice. He looked angry, and his bolt had lots of power as it zipped across the ring and smacked into Sandy's shield. This time, she wasn't playing as it knocked her back into the wall. Her charm shield held up, so she was fine. A bit shaken, but fine. I'd seen Sandy throw a heavy sand opponent out of the arena, so I knew she wasn't lacking in the force department either. I was very surprised, though, when she started drawing my old-fashioned force rune in the air. She went with the original version we'd found at Biddy's and didn't add any accent lines. This was new, and I was excited to see how it would turn out. Once it was done, Sandy paused in concentration and then smacked up through the rune, like she was trying to smack a ball into the air. In this case, her ball was Ken, and he shot off his feet and slammed into the ceiling high overhead. It happened so fast he barely had time to scream, but he did a lot of that on the way back down again. He crashed into the ground face first, and he would have been in for a world of hurt, except his charm shield took the brunt of his fall. That was the last thing it did, though. His shield popped, as his charm was now out of juice. It still stunned him a bit, though, and it took him a moment to get to his feet. Once again, Sandy looked back at us and mouthed, "Oops." "It looks like casting through a rune really works," Annabeth said. "Looks like it," I replied happily. I don't think Sandy expected that big of a reaction, but it just proves what Biddy told us is real. It takes a while to draw the rune, so I'm not sure that technique is useful in a real battle, but it's nice to know the concept is sound. Ken got back on his feet, and I guess he decided it was time to move to the weapons part of the match. He summoned his personal shield, and then summoned a staff. Both of them looked pretty good. They had a nice amount of detail and held a good amount of magic. I stopped, and then looked again. I realized I was getting a bit jaded, as his weapon and personal shield were more than just good. They were the best I'd seen today, by a lot. I had mentally compared him to the craftsman from the Gathering, but that wasn't really fair. While he was doing that, Sandy summoned her own weapons. She held out her hand, concentrated, and formed the skin of the shillelagh. It looked transparent, like she was forming a hologram, but then she slowly filled it up with magic, and it turned solid. She obviously needed to work on the speed at which she formed her weapons, but the results were fantastic. The shillelagh had all the real-world charm of the original, including the dings and dips of having been used in fights already. It had little knots from the wood, and you could even see the wood grain in spots. I was using my magic sight, so I could even see the little touch John had added. He'd carved a heart on the base of the handle and put SF plus LRM forever. Aww. The LRM threw me for a moment, but then I remembered John's birth name was Lane Rankin McCrae. Anyway, the shillelagh was fantastic and almost on par with the craftsman. It still wasn't perfect, though. That might have been because Sandy was working from a miniature charm, and something that small can only hold a certain amount of detail. It could also be that Sandy's magic worked best on a large scale, and at a micro level she was a bit fuzzy. Regardless, it was still a great weapon to fight with. Sandy gave it a critical look, decided it would work, and moved it over to her left hand. Then she slowly summoned another shillelagh for her right hand. Ken was already done summoning his staff and personal shield, but he waited patiently until Sandy finished. This whole polite fighting thing was a bit strange, but it was really working out for Sandy. She'd gotten to experiment with casting through a rune, and now her opponent had given her enough time to get her weapons ready. A real fight would have been far too fast-paced to allow for any of that. Ken seemed very surprised at how slow Sandy was at forming her weapon. I heard a few murmurs from his students, too. That would usually indicate that she had a very slow flow. From the fireballs in the force bolt, he knew that wasn't the case. Since he wouldn't know that she'd just put her first weapon together this morning, I'm sure he found the whole thing confusing. Once they were ready, they started attacking each other. The first moves were slow and careful, trying to get a feel for what the other person was capable of. Then they started picking up the pace. It soon became clear why Ken was ranked so highly. He was fantastic with the staff. His attacks were smooth, fast, and powerful. He worked all the angles, too, striking at her feet, her head, and coming in from the sides. Sandy had her hands full. Fortunately, she wasn't a novice at stick fighting. She kept her defense together and blocked almost everything he threw at her. Her charm shield still had juice, so it stopped anything she couldn't. They danced all around the ring, and this was Ken's time to shine. He looked confident, capable, and very much in his element. Sandy looked like she was struggling. Her defense was a reaction to what he was doing, and there wasn't any point where she went on the offensive. Or that's what a regular mage would see. I could see much better than that, and even on defense, Sandy's shillelaghs were wearing him down. Every clash between them knocked a tiny bit of magic out of her weapon, and a lot more magic out of his. It looked fantastic as his staff showered sparks when he clashed with her weapons. All that was wasted magic, though, and soon Ken started feeling it. Sandy's shillelaghs were just too good for his staff, and I could see the tempo of the fight change as he actively tried to avoid them. He started moving faster, trying to get a strike on her shield before her weapons arrived to block. He also started working the edges more, targeting her feet, legs, and elbows. He even got risky and tried targeting her hands. Sandy, for the first time, got in a bit of offense. But she didn't try to strike him. Instead, she tried to hit his staff. Ken poured more magic into his weapon, but it didn't have the detail to hold it, so the sparks just got worse. Then he tried to condense his magic and shrink his staff by a few inches on each end. That sorta helped, but now he had less reach, giving Sandy even more opportunity to go on the offensive. The tempo of the fight changed again as he started giving her obvious openings for her to strike. I guess he hoped that she would attack too hard and leave herself wide open for a counterattack, but that didn't happen. Instead, Sandy attacked methodically and ground down his defense. She hit him anywhere she could, his staff, his hands, his arms. She even whacked on his leg one time when he tried to sneak in a kick. He started getting more and more desperate, and then the fight really changed. Ken stayed in one spot too long, trying to figure out how to handle her. She hooked both ends of his staff with the crooks of her shillelaghs and ripped it right out of his hands. He looked shocked as all the magic he'd invested in his weapon dissipated into the air. Now he was weaponless. Sandy didn't give him time to summon another one. Instead, she kicked it into high gear and really started hammering him. He ran around the ring, trying to get away and gain some breathing room, but she chased him, hammering on his personal shield. The ending was inevitable, and it wasn't long before his shield fell with a loud pop. "Yield!" Ken hollered as he dropped to the ground, tapping the mat. And, just like that, the match was over. Sandy stopped, backed up, and then unsummoned her weapons. She gave him a bow, gave his students a bow, and then turned and gave us a big grin. House Louisville, despite only having 4 people, had taken every bout. John, who they'd thought was the main person they'd face, had only stepped into the ring as a second. If they'd been wondering if their loss in battle had been a fluke, we'd given them their answer. John swept Sandy up in his arms, twirled her around, and gave her a big kiss. Ken didn't get that treatment, but he did have several students run into the ring and help him to his feet. Annabeth, Tyler, and I gave Sandy big congratulatory hugs as well, and we talked for a few minutes about her shillelaghs and how they felt. And now that Tyler didn't have to appear neutral anymore, I got my own kiss and hug. He offered to pick me up and twirl me as well, but I said I was good. With all the fighting, however, I was fairly sure I'd collected some impurities. Maybe we could get our forge on and he could bang them out of me. He gave me another kiss as he assured me that watching me fight shirtless had made his forge plenty hot enough, and he would be sure to bang the heck out of me later. The event was basically over, but Ken brought it to a nice close with a brief speech. He thanked us for our time and hoped this event had been beneficial for us as well. He reiterated again that he hoped our two schools would grow closer together and begin to learn and grow from each other. He then offered the floor to Sandy for her to say a few words, but she said she'd rather leave them with something more than that. She'd need a few minutes, so why didn't we all enjoy the cold beer while she was gone? Everyone loved that idea, and the party started up again. Sandy grabbed John and took him with her, so this was a wonderful opportunity for the three of us remaining to mingle and get to know these people in a non-combat kind of way. I asked the house to play some background music, which helped to create a fun mood, and it wasn't long before we were being regaled with humorous stories. Oliver, their youngest mage and the first guy I'd fought, ended up being a great host and helped us meet everyone. It seemed like Sandy and John were gone a long time, but eventually they returned, and Ken got everyone's attention again. Sandy said our house appreciated their thoughtfulness, and we had certainly gained experience from the event. She also hoped our two schools could learn and grow from each other, and, to that end, she had a special gift for them. She presented a small jewelry box to Ken, and when he opened it, a tiny charm in the shape of an orchid rested inside. John had outdone himself with the details. The main part of the charm was made of white gold, and all the details in the edges of the petals were highlighted in yellow gold. It was valuable just as a piece of art, but when Ken picked it up and realized it was a healing charm, he almost dropped it. "Oh, my goodness," he said reverently as he triggered the charm, and then quickly turned it off again. "I felt you healing our people earlier, and I was blown away by how powerful you were. Now I know why. This charm is just amazing." Then he sadly put the charm back in the box and tried to give it back. "I can't accept this. It is just too valuable. This is a treasure like I haven't seen before. We have a few healing charms, of course, but nothing like this. When I held it, it was like I was holding sunshine." Sandy wouldn't take it back, so he opened the box and looked at it again. "And it's so beautiful, too. I can't believe how shiny it looks. It's almost like it's brand new." "It has almost no charge at the moment," Sandy warned, "so you'll have to recharge it. I'm hopeful that this will get your injured students back on their feet quickly." Their healer took the charm and started using what little charge it had on the students still on the ground. Nobody mentioned we'd been the ones to knock them down in the first place, so I guess the whole reconciliation part of this event was working. Sandy also didn't mention that she'd just made the charm with John, so Annabeth and I didn't say anything about that either. Everyone loved the charm and how it felt, and they soon formed an impromptu charging circle to give it more juice. It wasn't long before all the mages were conscious and at least sitting up. Most of them put on a brave front and got to their feet like nothing had happened. They moved slowly and carefully, though, and they sat down often, so I knew they were still feeling the effects of their battles. They held another charging circle and got even more people on their feet and ready to move. Finally, they held a third charging circle, and then Ken came over to Sandy to let her know they would be moving on shortly. That was nice, as I'd enjoyed the event, but it had taken up almost the whole day. Since they were technically in the house, we couldn't leave them on their own. We were also acting as the hosts, and we couldn't relax until they were all out of this space and on the buses again. "So, what's next for your school?" Sandy asked. "Well, we are also going to have a reconciliation with the Louisville Mages," Ken said. "But we aren't in any sort of shape to do that at the moment. I think we'll stay at a hotel for a few days, enjoy the city, and recover before we attempt anything like that." We were all looking at him in horror, so he stopped. What's the matter?" he asked. Sandy filled him in on the situation with the whole rotten mages thing, explaining that neither he nor his school should have anything to do with them. Ken looked shocked at the tale we were telling him, and I'm not sure he entirely believed us. Maybe he thought we were just spreading bad stories about our rivals. Regardless, we urged him to either not do it entirely or proceed with extreme caution. He promised to think about it and be very careful. Sandy told him about her friend Jennifer and what Isabel had said about draining her of her magic. She got really upset, remembering the whole thing, and had to walk away and recompose herself. John went with her. While they were gone, Annabeth and I told him our story about seeing Carl and Marius destroy Cassandra in the alley behind our house. Ken agreed that was terrible, but he still didn't seem to really get it. Tyler could see we were getting frustrated too, so he changed the topic and asked what their next big event was. Ken looked visibly relieved to talk about something else, and he became excited about a tournament that was coming up. It was a teams tournament for mages that were under 50 years old. As over half of his school fit that criteria, he was eager to participate and see if they could win any prizes. "There are basically two types of tournaments," Ken said in his teacher's voice. "One type of tournament is for profit. Everyone who enters pays a hefty fee, and all the prize money goes to the top 1% of finishers. This is a great format if you have pearls to burn and you're very confident in your skills. The other type of tournament is for promotion, and it usually has sponsors that kick in a lot of additional prizes. These tournaments are cheaper to enter, and the prizes go to a broader range of finishers. They also give prizes to the schools of the finishers too, which is extra nice. The MMTL is the second type of tournament, and it's the biggest one by a large margin." Seeing our blank looks, he clarified a bit more. "MMTL is the Midwest Magiga Turnier League. Their junior division happens every 5 years, and we already have a team that's qualified at Cincinnati's satellite tournament. Our school may enter a second team, though, as we have enough mages, and some of them are really good." Annabeth sounded interested and asked lots of questions. It seemed like the Magiga Turnier League was set up a lot like the World Series of Poker. Tournaments were held at the city level, and it gave teams a chance to practice their skills, earn a few prizes, and gain a paid entrance into the next level of competition. After that, there was the Midwest competition, which included 11 states from North Dakota to Ohio, including Kentucky. If the teams did well there, they got free entrance into the national tournament, and then the world tournament. Any team could enter the competition at any level, but it became much more expensive, and the competition got a lot harder as the levels went up. It was much better to enter at the city level and win your way up. Prizes at the city level were nice, but nothing special. Prizes at the regional level were fantastic, and that's what drew all the up-and-coming supernaturals like gay boys to glitter. Total prizes given out were 2 million pearls for the teams and another million for their schools. Ken didn't think they had any hope of placing first, but even the lower-level prizes were still nice. He would be perfectly happy bringing home 1,000 pearls for the school and 2,000 to split between the winning team. He seemed so hopeful over that amount, I wondered what he would think of winning over 600,000 pearls. It wasn't long before Sandy and John came back. She looked composed and ready to play host again. They got the last mage, Jeff, back on his feet and half-carried him out to the park. There was a general rush to the restrooms to get a last tinkle in, but we eventually got the stragglers out and closed the door behind us. When we did, the door sank into the ground. Eggy and the cats were still inside, but they went wherever they wished, so I wasn't worried about them. We followed the school across the park, made sure they got on their buses, and gave them lots of happy waves goodbye as they headed out. They weren't going that far, as they were staying at one of the downtown hotels. Finally, it was just us again, and we were mostly quiet as we walked home. This had been a long day. I was starving, as I hadn't eaten since breakfast. I was glad Sandy hadn't brought any snacks into the neutral gym, though. If Ken's school had gotten food, they might have stayed even longer. When we arrived back at the house, Annabeth noticed the new door for the first time. It had to be our new transfer room, as the door had a logo of an arrow with a circle around it. We all wanted to check it out, so she opened the door and we went inside. I didn't know what I was expecting, but there wasn't that much to it. There was a waiting room with comfortable chairs, end tables, and a few pieces of art. I felt like I was in the reception area for a successful investment firm. There were 3 more doors in the room. The first said Arrivals and had a green arrow pointing down. The second one said Departures and had a green arrow pointing up. I opened them to check it out, but they each just had a small empty room behind them. The third door had a box symbol and opened into a modestly sized room with shelving. Most importantly, it had 2 large boxes in it, one addressed to me and one to Sandy. And Elle's clothes were here. Annabeth wanted to see what we'd gotten, but she seemed hungry and tired, so I invited everyone up to my place for sandwiches. That got me some curious looks, as my kitchen was usually the least stocked out of everyone's. I promised her the sandwich of her dreams, and then refused to say any more about it. Tyler backed me up and said she might be able to make the best sandwich she'd ever eaten. Like, ever. That really got everyone's attention. Sandy said she didn't feel like making a full meal at the moment, so she was ready for something quick and easy too. The boxes were pretty big, so Tyler grabbed mine and John got Sandy's, and we headed out. We dropped Sandy's box off at her place, and then we all headed up to my apartment. As soon as we walked into my greeting room, Sandy and Annabeth gasped and looked around in awe.
Jason, is this your new living room?
Annabeth asked.
I thought we were going to work on this together.
She sounded slightly disappointed.
It looks beautiful, though, she quickly added.
I told her about getting up this morning and discovering the house had already changed everything for me. I'd forgotten the house was still set up to make whatever changes it wanted. John thought the greeting room was nice, but he got really excited with my theater room. We all climbed onto the giant sofa and watched a few clips on YouTube. Normally, showing a regular resolution video on a screen this big would have made it seem very pixelated and grainy. However, my new system took care of all that, and it still seemed like we were looking through a window at the events unfolding. I'd never had a curved screen before, but the difference was huge. I guess once you go curved, you never go back. That sounded naughty, and I chuckled internally, but then I caught John giving Sandy a saucy look as his hand caressed the back of my couch. Oh, hell no! I squeezed Tyler's shoulder and pointed with my eyes when he looked at me. He quickly took it in and then whispered indignantly, "Oh, no, they don't. We're breaking in this couch before anyone else." "For sure," I agreed softly. "And we're going to break it in good." "You know it," he purred, giving me a look that set my naughty bits on fire. Suddenly, I wanted everyone to leave. Now. Tyler knew the effect he was having on me, so he just snuggled in close and gave my cheek a demure kiss. Then he started playing with my nipple and set me on fire all over again. I quickly grabbed his hand, interlocked our fingers, and held it firmly. We had friends over, and we were all still hungry. Hanky-panky would have to wait. The clip ended, and I raised the lights. "It's time to eat," I hollered. Annabeth and Sandy cheered and crawled out of the middle of the sofa. John was much more reluctant to leave, as I think he could have stayed here and watched movies for hours. Tyler gave a happy look at my crotch, where he could clearly see the effect he was having on me. He then hopped over the side of the couch, but not before he slipped and accidentally rubbed his package on my face. OMG, my boyfriend was a tease. I followed him much more slowly, trying to keep the one-eyed monster tucked and presentable, when all it wanted to do was stand up and roar. There were times when being well hung was not an advantage. I made it, though, and when I looked up, John was giving me a knowing grin. Then he winked at Tyler, who winked back. Sandy caught the end of the exchange as she looked at Tyler, then me, then smacked John's arm on general principle. Annabeth seemed oblivious to everything, as she was on the hunt for food. My friends were just as amazed and blown away by my kitchen as I'd been. Annabeth was completely stunned at all the sandwich possibilities, but she got over her amazement pretty quickly and started making a monster sandwich. She layered on meats and cheeses and then lightly toasted it in my smallest oven. After that, she added mayo and some type of mustard and took a bite. The rapture on her face said it all. If this wasn't the best sandwich ever, it came pretty close. John zoomed into the beers, and it wasn't long before he'd identified a good dozen he wanted to try. He was already tasting his first one when he saw the pizzas in the refrigerator, and his eyes lit up. Sandy was just floored. There were so many choices and so much stuff, she was frozen with indecision. She just walked around in wonder, touching the packaging and exclaiming at how amazing it all was. I walked up beside her and put my arm around her. "You know what the best part of all this is?" I asked. She just shook her head. "It replenishes automatically," I said happily. "No more grocery shopping. Yeah, unless I want to, of course, but I can eat anything here, and when I need it again, it's already replaced and ready to go." I thought Sandy was going to cry at the wonder of it all. Instead, she gave me a giant hug, picked me up like she was John, and spun me around. I just laughed as I quickly turned off my magic sight. All the spinning would make me throw up, and right now I wanted to eat. She quickly set me down as she saw John with the pizza and realized he had no clue what he was doing. I turned on my magic sight again and had a seat at the counter as Sandy took over my kitchen. I didn't mind that at all. Sandy was a master in the kitchen, and she loved being there. If she could take my snacker-type kitchen to the next level, then she was more than welcome to do so. Sandy took the basic pizza, added more cheese and another round of toppings, and popped it into the largest oven. We couldn't wait that long, so she started taking sandwich orders and toasted them in the smaller oven. Crisp, warm bread and slightly melted cheese made them a whole other kind of delicious. I had a beer with the boys, then Annabeth found the wine. She picked out a white she said she wanted to try, so I had a glass with the girls. It was delicious, so we opened another bottle and sampled that one too. The pizza was ready, so we all chowed down and it was gone in less than 5 minutes. Fortunately, Sandy already had the next one ready to go, and it was baking while we were eating. We were all sitting at the counter on the stools, and Sandy was behind the counter doing her thing. She was a joy to watch, but I saw John watching her with a special look in his eye. He looked proud of his wife, fond of who she was for him, and madly and deeply in love with her. I tried to put my arm around his massive shoulders, but ended up hugging his big arm instead. "You got yourself a fine woman," I told him. "Aye, Jason, that I did," he rumbled. "I'm a lucky, lucky man." Sandy looked up, gave us both a beautiful smile filled with happiness, and continued what she was doing. "I'm so happy I could kiss you," John said dreamily. "Go ahead," Tyler said in a double dog dare you kind of voice. They shared a look like, "Don't think I won't," followed by, "Let's do it then," followed by Sandy smirking and rolling her eyes. That's how I got kissed by John. Full-on llama kissed. I'm not gonna lie, it was a heavenly experience. Somehow we ended up on the floor, and somehow my shirt got pulled up. I knew what was coming next, and I was already screaming no as Tyler jumped on me to hold me down. Then John blew raspberries all over my belly while his fingers tickled my sides. I shrieked and hollered like crazy, but it was no use. The two hottest men in the world held me down and had their way with me. I was so ticklish I hiccuped and snorted. I may have also peed a little. It felt like I was 5 years old again, and these were my big brothers. The love was real. Annabeth and Sandy just watched and drank their wine. I'm sure we amused them to no end. Once the next pizza was ready, Tyler and John rushed to grab a slice and left me breathless on the floor. Finally, I got up and sat by Annabeth, who gave me a kind hug and then poured me another glass of wine. They had moved on from white and were into reds now. This was already a great evening, and it just got better from there. We switched from serious foods to snack foods like popcorn and ice cream sundaes, and moved on to the gaming part of the space. Annabeth screamed when she saw Pac-Man and ran over right away to have a game. John screamed just as loud when he saw Spy Hunter, and it wasn't long before he was driving his car down the road, shooting the cars in front, and throwing out oil slicks for the baddies behind. One thing I'd noticed through all this was that Tyler and I had been showing off the kitchen together. It was like it was our kitchen, and we were the hosts. I like that. I like that a lot. Before the night went on too much further, I really wanted to put my box of clothes away, so I told everyone I would be back. Tyler came with me, but I didn't think we were going to be missed at all. Everyone was deep in the arcade games, and I wasn't sure they would even know we had left. We took the box into the walk-in closet, and the house had already provided a mannequin right inside the front entrance. We opened the box, took out the brown tuxedo and short shorts, and dressed it up. Then we took out the beautiful cape of beads I'd been honored with and set it over the top. It was so freaking pretty, and the detail work was just insane. Tyler whistled in admiration and took a few minutes to just take it all in. "You told me the story, but it just doesn't do it justice," Tyler said reverently. "This is a work of art." "And now I get to admire it every time I come in here," I agreed. Next, we pulled out the sapphire blue and emerald green suit. Tyler loved that, too. He wanted me to try it on, but I was feeling a bit sweaty and icky from all the fighting, so I told him I would model it for him later. After that, we hung up the frilly purple outfit I'd worn to the old-time dance. That seemed like so long ago, but I remembered how it had felt to wear the jacket and how slim and strong it made me look. There was one more outfit, but it wasn't from NL. It was the nice pants and shirt the Grand Matron had provided before our talk with her. They were nice, but they didn't have the memories like NL's clothes did. I felt like there should have been more, but the outfit NL had made for Sandy's discussion hadn't survived the fight with Eugene. When we'd gone to the tournament and the fair, I'd just worn regular clothes, and NL hadn't made any special outfits for those nights. Oh, still, 3 custom looks were a lot. I checked on my request from earlier, and it looked like the house had come through for me. I now had a selection of shirts, shorts, underwear, and pants in different colors. Tyler asked if I wanted to take a quick shower, but I was pretty sure a shower with Tyler wouldn't be quick at all. My heat-seeking missile had its one eye on Tyler, and if I turned it loose, it was going to explode. Since we had guests, I reluctantly turned him down. We went back to my new entertainment area, and the party got into full swing. We started playing a game of darts, where a person who threw a bullseye got to hand out shots. We all cheated outrageously, but it didn't matter, as John made us some killer rum shooters with lime and pineapple juice. Yummy. We threw the darts from clear across the room, but almost everyone made bullseyes anyway. My surfer dudes helped me out, Sandy and Annabeth used magic, and John and Tyler were just that good. John talked about playing darts when he was a kid, so that meant he'd been throwing for 300 years. No wonder he was amazing at it. Tyler talked about our time with the jigsaw puzzle from earlier, and that really intrigued Annabeth. She decided to start a puzzle, and we all joined her. This time we did a 2,000-piece puzzle, which gave everyone plenty of time to experiment with their magic. Eggy joined us on his stand, and we all took a moment to toast his arrival and celebrate his flowers. Bermuda and Mr. Tubbles rolled in on their mobile beds and then were height-adjusted so they could see all the pieces. Sandy thought that was the neatest thing, and Annabeth laughed so hard she just about fell out of her chair. "You're so wasted," I laughed at her. Then I realized I was laughing way too much myself and was about ready to fall out of my own chair. Wow, those shots were powerful. John handed me a beer to help clear my head, and I was so far gone I thought that sounded like a good idea. The good news was that my magic was wide open, and I was seeing puzzle matches faster than I could put them together. I could see, hear, and feel the matches clearly. I even started to notice that some pieces had a smell related to which area of the puzzle they went to. It was fantastic. The same thing was happening with Annabeth. She wasn't getting all the senses like I was, but she could hear much better and was putting her side together quickly. Sandy substituted my beer for fruit juice, and soon I'd recovered enough that I wasn't going to fall out of my chair anymore. It took a little over an hour to finish the puzzle, and we all had a wonderful time. Annabeth was getting her second wind, and John and Sandy were still going strong. Tyler said they were welcome to stay, play games, and eat as much as they wanted. They just needed to make sure everyone got home all right. John assured Tyler that he would make sure everyone was safe, so Tyler slung me over his shoulder in a fireman's carry and whisked me off to the bedroom. I let him undress me and then caress my bare skin. I was too tipsy to do anything more, so I just put my arms around his neck and let him touch me anywhere he wanted. My one-eyed Willie was completely undeterred by all the alcohol in my system, and he was ready to tango. Tyler finally lifted me into bed and then settled on top of me. We made sloppy love, and it was just wonderful. This time it wasn't about technique or having a great moment. Instead, we just enjoyed melding with each other. We celebrated the ways our bodies fit together, the way our tongues danced, the way we touched. I told him he felt like warm bread, and we laughed that we were making pizza as his hips started kneading me. I was in a lovely space, and my magic was wide open as I started experiencing him on all levels, just like I had the jigsaw puzzle. I tasted his magic. I heard its lusty cry. I felt it caress me, and I smelled his lavender scent. Somehow, I owned him, and I let him own me. I felt his passion rising up in all the usual places, but this time I spread it out a bit. I took some of it for myself and felt a warm urgency spreading through my body. I took his urgency and pushed it throughout him, too. He gasped, and his eyes got wide, but he kept his slow, steady love rhythm going. Feeling his need and mine grow at the same time was fascinating and wonderful beyond measure. I kept robbing it of its big moment. Instead, I spread the love around, and Tyler started helping. Soon we were both moaning like a preacher's daughter in a haystack, but still we didn't come. Tyler slowed down, so he was barely moving, but our whole bodies were so sensitive that the sensation kept building. I became hyper-aware of him, how every muscle felt, how warm his breath was on my neck, how powerful he felt inside me. When the dam broke, it was juicy, and wonderful, and heavenly. I shook over and over and over again. I cried my love to the heavens, and I didn't care. I wanted more, and Tyler gave me more. We came again, and then, for some reason, I wanted to take a shower. I was still a little unsteady on my feet, so Tyler came along to help me. And by help me, I mean he took me again in my massive walk-through shower. Getting clean never felt so good. After that, we cuddled under the running water for the longest time. Somewhere in there, Tyler added soap to the mix, and then toweled me dry. I felt clean and satisfied in the best way possible. He carried me back to bed, and we curled up together. Bermuda hopped up on the bed and settled down on my pillow. Mr. Tubbles hopped up and settled down with Tyler. All was right with the world. I was warm, snuggled, and happy. I rubbed Bermuda's belly for as long as I could keep my eyes open. "I love you, baby," I told him, and he leaned over and licked my face. My giant fan rotated slowly, its breeze caressing my skin. I heard the waves on the beach outside my window. Tyler kissed the back of my neck. His arm around my chest flexed, pulling me even closer against his naked body. Bermuda started grooming, his rhythmic licks gently rocking the pillow. My last thought was one of gratitude as I gently fell asleep. Chapter 12. Zombie Scramble. I woke up to the blaring of the house alarm. My thoughts were murky, but I had enough presence to realize the alarm had been going off for a few minutes. Tyler was getting ready to walk out the door, but when he saw I was awake, he ran back and kissed my cheek. "I waited a bit, but I wasn't sure you were going to wake up," he said. "I'm going to go downstairs and see what's happening. Either stay here or take a moment to get yourself together. You had a fun night last night, and you need to make sure you're at 100% before you get into any sort of combat. He kissed me again, and then headed out. I sat up and looked around. I didn't feel like I was going to throw up, but I didn't feel clear-headed either. T, I called. How are we doing? You're at 73% good, he replied. You can function, but you shouldn't do any fighting. The house alarm is going off, I told him, so there's no guarantee of that. Can you speed up my recovery? Certainly, he said happily. Just drink a lot of water over the next few minutes. Thank you, T, I sent back. I stood up and headed towards the bathroom. Suddenly my heart started racing, and I began shivering like I was outside naked on a frosty morning. I was surprised, but wasn't alarmed. T had made me shiver like this to get the poison out of my system at the gathering. It had worked then, and it should work now. I checked the time. 3:26 a.m. Good God, that was early. What the hell was going on at this time of the morning? I staggered into the bathroom, peed, and drank some water. I started to head to the closet to get dressed, but I changed my mind and ran back and peed again. I drank more water, peed for a third time, started heading to the closet again, and then realized I needed to do a number 2. Damn. They never show all this prep in the movies. I sat on the pot and shivered as Bermuda wandered in and judged me with a look. If you're gonna party, then you're gonna have to pay, he seemed to say. Then he sauntered over and rubbed against my legs so I could love on him. Finally, my intestines seemed happy, and I left the bathroom and got dressed. Tea stopped my shivering, and although I didn't feel perfect, I felt a lot better. I ran back to the bathroom for one more round of liquid in, liquid out, and I was ready to go. I raced out of my apartment, down the stairs, and out the front door. There was no moon, so other than the lights in the park, the night was pitch black. My new eyes could see great in the dark, though, and I could see that Tyler and John were already out beyond the shield. I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing. It looked like they were being attacked by rabid zombies. What the heck? One zombie saw me and ran straight at the house, screaming like a banshee. He hit the shield with a meaty smack and staggered back. He quickly recovered and ran at the shield again. Jason! He screamed and pounded on the shield with his fists. How did he know my name? His face was covered in blood, but I took a closer look, and this time I recognized him. It was Oliver from Ken's school. What was he doing here? And why was he acting like this? I took another look at the other zombies, and now I knew what I was looking for. I recognized most of them, too. They were all students from Ken's school. Oliver! What the heck are you doing? I yelled at him. I'm sorry, he sobbed. I'm so sorry. I gave my oath. I want to live. Oliver, that doesn't make any sense, I shouted. What happened? I'm oath-bound, he said, like that explained it all. Then he started smashing his face into the shield. His nose broke and blood flew everywhere, but he didn't stop. He started losing teeth next, and it seemed like he was going to kill himself if I didn't do something. So I stepped outside the shield and punched him in the head. I didn't hold back, as he needed to be stopped. I was really afraid he was going to bust his own head open and kill himself. He was so rabid, he shook off my first punch and kept going. So I punched him again. That did the trick, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. This was crazy. I felt like I was in a horror movie as another screaming student ran up and attacked me. It was a smaller woman I'd fought just a few hours ago, but this time she was vicious and didn't hold back. She clawed at me and even bit me at one point. I quickly discovered there was a big difference between fighting a sane person with spells and fists and fighting an insane person who will do anything to tear you apart. In between her screams, she sobbed and told me she was sorry. She had to do this because of the man. I shifted into high gear, kicked her off of me, then punched her out too. This was beyond insane. I looked around wildly, but nobody was headed my way at the moment. Instead, they were drawn to John and Tyler, who were in the fight of their lives. It only took a moment, but I could see that both of them were trying to be as gentle as possible with the students. They were fighting to knock them out, not kill them. But the students weren't holding back in any way. They were howling, growling, and acting like they had rabies. This had to stop! I looked around again, as somebody had to be behind all of this, and that's when I saw him. Carl, the sociopath who had killed Cassandra behind our house, was standing in the shadows on the downtown side of the park, taking notes in a little notepad. "I think he's testing us," my analytical side said quickly. "He's probably noting how quickly the house responded and how many defenders showed up, and how willing we were to go outside the shield." "They must be sworn to him," I growled. "I believe so," my analytical side replied. "Also, these are just the first row mages. He's holding back the better fighters. If he got these guys to swear to him, it makes sense that he's taken the entire school." Carl saw me looking at him. He calmly gave me the finger, put his little notepad in his pocket, and turned to leave. Before I'd even thought about what I should do, I was running after him. It was instinct, more than anything. This guy was getting intel to hit our house again. I couldn't let him get away. Also, he now controlled all these mages and possibly Ken's whole school. He had to be stopped, just like Victor. "Tyler! John!" I hollered. There was no way I wanted to face Carl on my own. I was sure I could catch him, but I wanted them there to bring him down. I got a glance from John, but Tyler had enough of a break in his fight to give me a quick wave. "It's Carl!" I hollered again and pointed in the direction he was going. Tyler nodded, so I focused all my attention on Carl and picked up speed. He must have heard me coming as he looked over his shoulder and then took off running. He'd been jogging before, but now he gave it some gas. He was in better shape than I thought he'd be, and his long legs ate up the distance. But I was faster than him and gradually narrowed the gap between us. I'd almost caught him when he turned and ducked down an alley. It wasn't well lit, but that didn't bother me. He slowed down, and I thought he was going to turn and fight, but I reached him first and kicked his back leg out from under him. He hit the ground face first, and it would have messed him up for sure, except his shield charm kicked in. It kept the ground away from him, just like it was supposed to, but it had the interesting effect of making him float. There wasn't any friction to stop him, so he shot across the ground and slammed into the wall. His shield was still up, so he bounced off that wall, skimmed across the ground, and bounced off the opposite wall. He looked pissed, but I thought this was wonderful fun, so I kicked him again and kept him going. He started bouncing back and forth between the two walls like he was the puck in air hockey. I didn't know how far behind me Tyler and John were, so I needed to keep him entertained for as long as possible. In the meantime, I took the opportunity to make a quick flasher. He wasn't as fully detailed as I'd have liked, but he would do. I sent him way up in the air to shine out our location to my backup squad. I kicked Carl again to keep the air hockey going, but he got smart and shut off his shield charm. I was hoping the charm would run out of juice just as he slammed into a wall, but that didn't happen. Since he shut off the charm himself, he fell into a controlled roll and smoothly bounced back to his feet. I was also hoping he'd be rattled and upset. Instead, he seemed pretty calm. "I've caught the little canary," he said in a flat voice. "I'm going to enjoy making you sing for me." The whole thing was just weird. He wasn't acting like a normal person at all. Josette, the lady with the black aura, thought he was a psychopath. I was inclined to agree with her. "What do you mean?" I asked. If he wanted to talk, that was fine with me. "I can only get a limited amount of information from observation," he noted. "It will be much easier for me to question someone who lives in the house. After I break a few things, you'll be happy to tell me everything you know." While he was chatting, I started putting together a real flasher. I thought I'd have more time, though, as he paused and looked at my light in the sky. "That was smart," he said calmly. I was hoping to really enjoy myself here, but it looks like I'll have to move quickly." He started summoning his weapons, and I realized the fight was happening. Regretfully, I stopped working on the flasher and summoned my battle energy. The flow and stability of water filled my lower half, while the dodge ability of smoke filled my upper half. I took a breath and called the lightning as I pigeon-stepped towards him. Carl summoned the same weapons I'd seen him use the last time with Cassandra. He called a baton to his right hand and a ball of energy to his left. I was hoping to hit him before they were fully formed, but he made them way too quickly. He lashed out with his baton, and I just slap-blocked it out of the way. His eyes widened in surprise as I stopped his attack barehanded. He quickly struck again, then again, but I easily blocked it every time. Carl jumped back out of range and then paused. Little mouse has learned how to fight," he said. I wasn't sure if he was talking to me or himself. Either way, he seemed to be re-examining me in a whole new light. I was doing the same to him. I realized the last time I'd seen him fight, I'd been completely unfamiliar with mages creating their own weapon. He'd seemed powerful, unstoppable, like a force of nature. Now, I'd seen lots of mages fight with lots of different weapons. I'd trained a lot with sparkles, and I'd fought tons of battles in the arena on the beach. I'd also had real matches with mages many times my age, and now I had my own shield and battle gauntlets. I wasn't a little mouse anymore. I had experience, and I looked at what Carl was wielding with fresh eyes. His baton was really good. It wasn't at the level of the Craftsman or Sandy's Shillelaghs, but it was better than most. His defensive ball was really good too. I was wondering what he'd used for detail, but it looked like he'd made it out of interlocking swirls. If anything, it was better than the baton, as it wasn't trying to match anything in real life. "Where's his partner?" my analytical side said anxiously. "That's his power source. If Marius is here, he has way more magic than you, and you need to run." That was good thinking. I sent a quick image to my dudes, and they quickly flew around the area looking for Marius. Nothing. Unfortunately, they also didn't see any sign of John or Tyler. I knew knocking out rabid mages wasn't easy, but how long would it take? We just stood there looking at each other, waiting for the other one to make the first move, so I asked the dudes to expand their search radius. If Marius truly wasn't around, then we could stand here all night. I had backup arriving, and as far as I knew, he didn't. Carl must have realized the same thing, as suddenly he attacked. This time he wasn't trying to play with me. He just wanted to club me like a caveman and drag me back to his lair. Unfortunately for him, my pigeon step beat his caveman, and his powerful swings came up empty. I dodged, blocked, or deflected all his attacks. I even got in some punches of my own, although I was mainly targeting his arms and weapons. I didn't want to go all out on him, as the last thing I needed was for him to land a lucky blow. The scary thing about him was he didn't seem to be frustrated. Instead, he just tried harder. He made his swings shorter and faster. He tried from different angles, and even threw in some kicks. The skills Tyler had taught me handled him just fine. When we did clash, Red and his hex network dominated his baton. His baton was powerful, but the detail on my soul creations was exceptional. I lost a tiny bit of magic, but he lost a lot more. As we fought, I began to realize I could take him. Sure, Carl was tough and brimming with rotten magic, but I was faster and getting the better of him with every exchange. It might take a while, but I could wear him down and punch him out, just like I'd done with Eugene. I switched from dodging and deflecting to hard blocking. He was mainly attacking with his baton, and my change in tactic started making it shower sparks every time we clashed. It looked pretty, and it was wasting his power too. I also hard blocked his hand and forearm too, and he took a brief second to summon a personal shield. I'll say this for him, he got it up faster than anyone I'd seen at the tournament. He attacked me again, and I started picking up speed. I still felt sluggish from the drinking from the night before, but all this activity was certainly helping to clear my head. I threw more punches in with the blocks and started to take the fight to him. I didn't go crazy and try for any body blows yet. Instead, I focused on his forearms and weapons. I worked the angles and destroyed his shield. But as fast as I tore it apart, he put it back together. Some of that damage was getting through, though, and the grip on his baton grew weaker. Finally, I saw my chance. I grabbed his baton and ripped it away from him. I felt a moment of triumph as I just made him waste all that magic, and I expected him to be surprised or upset. Instead, he just continued to look calm and collected. Without missing a beat, he switched to his other weapon and slung his defensive ball at me. I guess he thought he'd surprise me with his ranged ability, but I'd already seen him use it this way in his fight with Cassandra. I just stepped out of its path, letting his ball fly right on by, and then I grabbed the cord that tethered it to him. He'd made his ball like a yo-yo, and the string of magic that connected it to him seemed small and fragile. "Red!" I called, and he went to work. His hex network dissipated the magic, just like it had when I was cutting through the Loggerell's hedges. With the cord cut, his ball of magic didn't return to him. Instead, it flew down the alley, losing cohesion the whole way. By the time it reached the street, it was just magic vapor that gradually dissipated in the air. I felt triumphant again, but I realized I'd lost focus as Carl turned and sprinted out of the alley. Damn, he was quick. Not only was he quick on his feet, he was reacting quicker to the flow of our fight. He didn't seem to experience the normal emotional highs and lows, and as a result, he could change his strategy at the drop of a hat. I made a mental note to remain aware of that as I chased him down, ready to smash his evil face into the ground. By reacting so rapidly, he'd gained a bit of a head start, but I was still faster on my feet. It took a couple of blocks, but I caught up to him again. He tried to weave and dodge, but I was lighter, so that worked more to my advantage than his. I kicked his feet out from under him again, but he switched on his shield charm before he hit the ground. Once again, he slid down the dark street like a hockey puck, but this time, I stayed on him. He switched off his shield charm and rolled to his feet, only for me to be right there, punching him. I didn't get to land a solid blow as he jumped into the air and used his magic to push off of me. The move was fantastic for him, as it not only pushed me back, it also made him fly through the air. He landed about 3 car lengths away, turned, and took off running again. Wow, Carl had some moves. I tore after him again, and this time I really gave it everything I had. I didn't want our chase to take me too far away from the house. My flasher was still in the air above, providing a beacon for Tyler and John to find us. As I got close to Carl again, I could hear him panting for air. This chase was certainly wearing him down, while it was just clearing my head, and I was feeling better all the time. I'd almost caught him when he glued my shoes to the ground. It was the same spell Isabel had used in the Battle of the Park to stop me when I'd been running away from her golem. The difference this time was that my shoes weren't on as tight. So instead of being bent in half and ruining my legs, I popped right out of my shoes and face-planted on the asphalt. Now it was my turn to slide down the road and crash into a parked car. Thank goodness it was the middle of the night and there wasn't any traffic, or I might have been run over. I lay there for a moment, stunned, before staggering to my feet. I expected to be badly skinned up with blood everywhere, but to my surprise, it looked like my shield had kicked in and kept me in one piece. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same about my clothes. The asphalt and grit on the road had torn them to shreds. Crap, another set of clothes ruined. I needed clothes made out of Kevlar. Oh well, this wasn't the first time I'd run around naked at night. At least there wasn't anyone around to see my bare ass racing away. Still, thank goodness for Red and his team. Sliding down the road on my face was not one of my top 10 things to do. I looked around, expecting Carl to be far ahead of me, or even out of sight. Instead, he was only about a block and a half away. His once graceful run was now in shambles, and he was holding his side like he was in pain. I shook my head to clear it and took off after him. I couldn't run as fast with bare feet, but I was still faster than him. He ducked down another alley, and I had to slow down a lot. There was glass, trash, and rocks everywhere. "Dudes," I called, "clear me a path!" And that's exactly what they did. They could only move small objects, but it was enough to get the glass and rocks out of my way, and I picked up speed again. I could hear Carl ahead of me, wheezing like a freight train. I caught up with him outside a small warehouse, and he spun to face me. He summoned his shield and weapons again, but he was tired and wasn't moving quickly anymore. I flowed around his weak strikes and began punching the shit out of him. I punched his arms, his side, his head, anywhere I could reach him. His shield fell, recovered, and fell again. The second time it fell, I got a solid body shot in, and I felt it break something. He got his shield back up, but then it flickered on his baton arm, and I was fast enough to break that, too. He screamed in rage as his magic picked me up and flung me through the air. I hit the other wall of the alley and fell to the ground. Once again, I was shaken, but not hurt. Carl used his remaining good arm to open the door of the warehouse, and he staggered inside. I got to my feet, got my breath back, and started across the alley after him. That's when I realized I knew this place. This was the warehouse where we'd rescued Sandy and fought Isabel. Had Carl been hiding out here the whole time? Carl was worn out, hurt, and low on magic. If I could hit him a few more times, this whole thing would be over. Our house wouldn't be in danger anymore, and Ken's school would be saved. Of course, this was also a place he was familiar with, so he might have set up traps or other defenses. The last time I'd been here, it had just been a simple warehouse, so maybe he was looking for a place to hide. Still, a little caution couldn't hurt. I was pretty sure Carl couldn't hide from me, but I didn't want to give him time to recover either. I needed to be quick, but careful. "Surfers, scout the building," I called. "Look for traps, weapons, people, or anything like that." They zoomed down and started to go through the half-open door, but there was some sort of ward on the building. I felt it with my hand, but I easily pushed through. It didn't seem to be any sort of shield to stop someone from entering. Instead, it just felt like a barrier to contain magic. And that made sense, as Isabel had used this place before. Even mundanes could sense magic to a small degree, and she probably didn't want her bad vibes to leak into the neighborhood. Or maybe Carl had set it up so other mages couldn't find him. Either way, it seemed fairly harmless and easy to bypass. "Go through my body and out my hand," I told my surfers. "That will get you through the shield." They did that, and then zoomed around the warehouse, looking for traps. Nothing. I checked the sky. My flasher was still shining brightly for Tyler and John to see. It was like the Bethlehem star, only not really like that at all. It had said, "Here be hope and joy to the world." My little star said, "Here be the lair of an asshole. Come, ye merry gentlemen, and lay some smack down." The coast was clear, so I stepped through the ward and quickly moved to the side. The place was dark as a tomb, with only a tiny bit of light coming from the doorway. I moved even farther to the side, so I wouldn't be backlit against the door as I moved through the space. My dark eyesight kicked in, and the warehouse lit up in shades of gray. It wasn't as good as it would have been with real light, but it was pretty close. The space seemed empty, but I took the time for a second look. At one point, our house had battled for its existence here. Now it just seemed abandoned and a little eerie. The circle that had contained Sandy was still etched in the floor. The concrete was still broken up, where John had finally caught Isabel and smashed her into the ground. The roof still had a hole in it, where Isabel's body had blasted into the sky, although it now had a tarp over it to keep out the rain. There was a door in the far wall that stood ajar. I could hear faint sounds of movement coming from that direction, so I figured that's where Carl had gone. "Scout it," I directed my surfers as I quickly but carefully crossed the empty warehouse. The door led to another section of the building that was obviously a lot older. The warehouse I'd just come from had steel beams, insulation, and modern finishes. This place had thick wood and old timbers. A brass plaque proudly stated that this used to be a small warehouse during Prohibition times. Now it held a desk and a few filing cabinets. There was a secret door across the room that probably had been well hidden back in the 1920s, but it wasn't very secret now, especially since I could see light around the edges. My servers had already scouted the office, flown through the cracks, and were now scouting the other side. They'd already relayed back that behind the door were steps leading down into a tunnel. It led into a large room, which looked like it had been part of a cave. And that made sense, as Louisville was built on a network of caves and had one of the largest underground storage areas in the world. Some enterprising person had probably found this small cave, built a warehouse over it, added a secret entrance, and then made a lot of money selling a safe space to have a sip of bourbon. Lovely history aside, it now appeared to be the lair for a rotten mage. The surfers reported that he was the only person in the space, and there were no other exits to be seen. The floor had some sort of magic circle in it, and there were a few other objects of power, but otherwise there didn't seem to be any traps. I carefully crossed the office, opened the secret door, and stepped through. There was actually a lot of room on the other side. The steps leading down were shallow and wide. I guess that made sense, as they'd had to get large bourbon barrels in and out of the place. The steps went down farther than I thought they would before the tunnel started to the left. Once again, it was bigger than I expected. Even John wouldn't have trouble moving through here. The place was well lit, with bare light bulbs fixed to the rocky ceiling. I could hear the sounds of movement, so I crept down the tunnel and carefully stepped into the underground room. It might have been a bar and warehouse at one point, but it really wasn't that big. Most of the walls and ceiling had the texture to look like a cave. The floor, however, looked smooth and flat, like it had been ground down and leveled out at one point. Part of one wall looked to be man-made, so that made me think the cave continued on further, but someone had blocked it off. There was a circle about 3 feet wide in the middle of the room, with runes and logical connections in it. It was etched into the floor, and it seemed like an open-faced charm. I recognized the design, as it was similar to the one I'd broken into to free Sandy. The surfers hadn't reported this, but there were crates stacked everywhere, and there was a folded cot to one side. I saw crumpled fast food bags and empty cans of food. Someone had clearly been eating and sleeping here. I paused for a brief sec and took it all in. I scanned everything with my magic sight, and then scanned it again. This was Carl's place, and I wanted to make sure he didn't have any surprises. Other than the circle on the floor and Carl himself, nothing seemed dangerous or out of the ordinary. Being cautious had taken a couple extra seconds, but it was well worth it in my opinion. Carl was to my right, bent over a crate, searching through it with his unbroken arm. He was still breathing hard and heavily, favoring his right side and arm. Whatever he was looking for, he wasn't going to have time to find it. I resummoned my battle energies, water, smoke, and lightning, settled into my pigeon stance, and stepped towards him. There was no need to issue threats or berate him for what he'd done. There wasn't any need to talk to him at all. I just needed to close the distance between us and punch him out before he came up with any tricks to stop me or escape. I wasn't making any noise, so he must have felt me somehow, as he stopped, rooting around in the crate, and spun to face me. He held up his left hand and opened it. Resting on his palm were 2 steel balls about the size of golf balls, and they were etched with what looked to be runes. They both glowed with power. Not a huge amount of power, but enough to set my teeth on edge. I hadn't stopped moving towards him, and we were close. I planned to step at an angle in case he launched the balls at me, and then step into him from the side. That would put me in punching range, and I could end this fight. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. The 2 metal spheres levitated off his hand and accelerated towards my chest at an amazing rate. I was able to partially dodge, and if they had been regular spheres, they would have hit a glancing blow and sailed on by. These weren't regular spheres, though. These suckers curved in the air and slammed into the middle of my chest, knocking me back several feet. Thank goodness I had red in the hex network for my shield. Otherwise, they might have broken something. The sphere split up. One went left, the other right. They got about 6 feet away, reversed directions, and slammed into me again. Over the next several moments, I got a painful lesson in just how much I still had to learn about fighting. Sure, I was good at punching and blocking a human, but these weren't human. Those steel balls had no arms, so it was almost impossible to block them like I would a regular punch. They weren't limited by human physics, so they could attack from any angle and target any part of my body. They could shoot along the floor and smash into my ankle, or fly up from the ground and try to shatter my chin. They were from hell, and I got my ass handed to me. The only thing that saved me was my new shield. It deflected the balls and slowed them down. When they did hit, the hex network spread the force over a larger area, saving me from broken bones and deep bruising. The fight went from bad to worse when the balls hit me on the side and spun me around like a top. My magic sight was great, but it made me very susceptible to vertigo, and suddenly the floor was heaving and bucking like I was on a boat at high sea. I staggered around the room, crashing into crates as the steel spheres crashed into me. I didn't have a plan. I was just surviving, and I wasn't sure how I was going to keep doing that until I got lucky. Somehow, I staggered into Carl and threw up all over him. Even as a psychopath, the ick factor must have been off the charts, as the balls stopped crashing into me for a moment. That gave my analytical side enough time to come up with a plan.
Grab onto him, he commanded quickly. He's controlling the spheres, so if you're close to him, that limits the angles they can attack from.
Even in my shaken state, that sounded like a good idea, so I grabbed Carl, wrapped myself around him, and held on for dear life. Somehow, I'd forgotten he had broken bones until he screamed in agony. Oh my god, I could hurt this asshole just by grappling with him. Punching had been my major weapon for so long, I'd forgotten there were other ways to attack. I knew all about broken ribs and just how much they hurt. So I hugged him like he was a teddy bear on a dark and stormy night. I felt his ribs grate together as we fell to the ground. I managed to roll so I was on the bottom, which limited how the steel spheres could hit me even more. Carl screamed even louder and activated what was left of his shield charm. That didn't work well for him, as it just covered the both of us. The sphere smacked into his own shield and ran out the juice on his shield charm. The spheres were erratic now, as he was having a hard time controlling them, trying to shake me and deal with his pain. Having thrown up, I was feeling better. So I mashed his ribs, pulled his broken arm, and waited for my chance. He was in such bad shape that there was a moment where the steel balls smacked into him rather than me. After that, they just floated in the air, not moving. This was my moment. I pushed him off of me, lunged for them, and wrapped myself around them.
Red, drain the magic out of them,
I cried, and he went to work. My body flared with light as the magic they contained was distributed around the hex network and safely vented.
No!
Carl screamed as he realized what was going on. He threw more of his magic into the balls and tried to levitate them away from me. I just hung on and drained his magic. Then he tried to force the two balls apart, probably hoping I could only hold on to one of them. I felt like I was being ripped apart, but I stubbornly kept a hold on both of them. He threw everything he had into the balls, but it was no use. Red kept taking their magic until finally there wasn't anything more to take. The light faded out as they just became regular round pieces of steel with weird etching on them. I unwrapped myself and let them fall to the ground. Carl's weapon was dead. Now it was time to take care of Carl. I looked around the room and realized Carl still hadn't given up. Somehow he'd gotten on his feet and was now staggering towards the exit tunnel. If he wasn't my enemy, I'd have to respect that level of tenacity. As it was, I just wanted him to give up and die. I staggered to my feet too and went after him. The room still swayed a bit, but I wasn't throwing up, and I could at least move in the right direction. I caught him at the entrance to the tunnel. I grabbed his arm, hauled him around, and punched his face. I was hoping to knock him out, but I was in crappy shape myself, and my battle energy was all messed up. I didn't have to be fancy or efficient, though. I just needed to get the job done. If I couldn't knock him out with one blow, I'd just keep hitting him until he was out. I hit him with my left fist, then my right, then my left again. Sparkles would have laughed at these punches, but Carl's face wasn't laughing at all. Instead, the room swayed, I punched, and a few hits later, I felt something give. I was almost there. Which is why I cried when a torrent of magic as thick as my leg shot down the tunnel and connected to him. Oh, fuck! My analytical side quivered. Marius must be here! In a blink, his personal shield was back, and this time it was thick as a mattress. Getting through that was going to be impossible. His jaw hung down at a weird angle, and one eye was swollen shut. The other eye, however, glared at me with pure hatred. Sly, he slurred as a thick ribbon of force slammed into me, picked me up, and pinned me against the back wall. I thought that was it, but even then, my soul creations were protecting me. The Hex Network took all that power, distributed it around my entire body, and vented it out as light and sound. I shone like the sun as a clear bell-like sound filled the room. I might get out of this after all. Diaz, Carl slurred again as his magic changed. Deep breath, my analytical side commanded urgently. Do what? I didn't understand, but I did it anyway. Suddenly, I was falling, and I splashed into what seemed to be water. That didn't make any sense. There wasn't any water in the room. A rope of energy followed me, pushing me under. Was he trying to drown me? That would really suck, as my body still needed air. I was trying to figure out if I should struggle or conserve my oxygen for a better moment when the force pushing me under suddenly withdrew. Good. Time to head for the surface. I tried to rotate and kick upward when the water left too. Only, it didn't exactly leave. It just converted back into stone again. I froze. I couldn't move. It took my mind a moment to catch up. What had just happened was just too sudden, too quick. The implication was unthinkable. There was no way this could be happening. And yet, somehow, this was real. I was buried alive. Chapter 13. Air. No. The rock was frozen solid. I couldn't move. I couldn't move at all. This wasn't like being tied up, where I could wiggle and squirm against the ropes. And it wasn't like being buried in a coffin where I would have air to breathe and a bit of space. The liquid rock had been all around me, flowing over me like water. When it turned solid, it was a perfect mold of my body. So when I say I couldn't move, I mean nothing could move. I couldn't move my hands, even the tiniest bit. I swallowed, and my Adam's apple fought to shift against the natural dip in the rock where it rested. My eyes were closed, but even my natural eye movements felt constrained. I was like a fly in amber, or one of those mammoths that had fallen into the tar pits. Snap out of it! My analytical side demanded. You have about a minute to fix this before you fall unconscious. I'm going to be a damn fossil, I wailed. This is literally life or death, my analytical side screamed at me. I'm buried alive, I screamed back. You're going to be buried dead real quick if you don't fix this, he screamed again. That was actually kind of funny, and I wanted to laugh hysterically. I wanted to tell Annabeth all about it over a nice cup of tea. I wanted to murmur the story to Tyler as we snuggled up in bed together. I wanted to kick back with John over a nice ale and hear him chuckle. Smack! My analytical side hauled back and let me have it. That was rude. I already wanted to shit myself with fear, and he was hitting me? Actually, that would be a terrible thing in my current situation. The shit wouldn't have anywhere to go. Either the fart gas would kill me, or I'd rupture something internally.
Wow, guys, look at this fossil. It looks like he shit himself and blew up. I've never seen that before,
said archaeologist number 1.
That's a crappy way to go,
laughed archaeologist number 2. They'd high-five each other over my calcified body.
Smack. Snap out of it,
my analytical side demanded again. Then his eyes lit up. He had an idea.
This is a puzzle,
he said quickly.
A life or death puzzle. A mage is buried in rock and he has a minute to live. What does he do?
I froze. I couldn't think. When I was a kid, my dad had sent me into the crawl space under the house. He had the brilliant idea that I was going to fix something with a pipe, but instead I'd gotten stuck. I could feel the spiders and bugs all over me. The darkness had felt like a physical thing pushing me down. I'd screamed over and over again. He'd pulled on the rope he'd tied to my leg, but I was really stuck and that didn't help. Instead, I thought he was going to pull my leg off. Mom had called 911 and a lot of people had shown up to rescue me. After that, I hated the dark and small spaces. I stayed in well-lit, open areas. Even the closet was too small and dark for me, and I'd pull all my clothes out into the room. When I'd gotten my magic sight, my fear of the darkness had faded. Now, even with my eyes closed, I could still see. My fear of tight spaces had faded too. As an adult, there wasn't a need to go into small areas. I'd almost forgotten I was claustrophobic. Until now. Now I was very aware of my fear. The little boy in me was back under the house again. There was no one to help me, no one to save me, and spiders and bugs were coming. I wanted to scream and scream and scream some more.
Smack! A mage is buried in rock. What does he do?
I don't know. What does he do? This is a puzzle. Seconds are ticking away. What does he do? Air. Air comes first. Air, shelter, water, food. That's the order of wilderness survival. I learned that on a camping trip. I learned a lot of things on that camping trip. Dad had drunk beer and gone mountain fishing with some of his friends. Meanwhile, one of the other sons had shown me a mountain of his own. I'd come away from that experience knowing the basic rules for survival. How to pitch a tent, and how to light the fire that all boys have in their pants.
Smack! A mage is buried in rock. What does he do?
It felt like the hardest thing I'd ever done, as I took my scared little self, my inner boy, and locked him away. I'd scream, cry, and wet the bed later. Right now, I needed to live. This was a puzzle. I was great at puzzles. Time to prove it. I needed air, which meant I needed air holes. Who makes holes? Miners do. I didn't get fancy, as time was of the essence. I created him as fast as possible. Boots, overalls, miner's hat, goggles, and a big mustache. I gave him a pickaxe of rock busting plus 20, slapped on as much detail as I could in 2 seconds, and filled him with magic. I forgot the damn duplicator ring, so I added that, plus the resize ring. Then I duplicated him and turned his first clone loose. He began hacking at the rock around my mouth and started the tunnel leading to the surface. He was going as fast as he could, but I could see at a glance it wasn't anywhere near fast enough. I duplicated a second miner and sent him down to help the first guy. Only, that wasn't going to work. They worked great side by side, and it made a bigger hole, but it didn't make a faster hole. I'm normally a begin at the beginning, finish at the end kind of guy, but that was going to get me dead. What I needed was a bunch of them working all along the length of the tunnel at the same time. Which is exactly what I could do. Duh! I think of my soul creations as little people, so they act that way. If I need them to go somewhere, they fly there, avoiding all the obstacles they can. But they are made up of magic, and magic can go anywhere. It takes longer for it to move through something dense like stone, but it can do it. I quickly figured out where I needed the air hole to be, duplicated my miner again, and started sending his fellow pickers through the rock. As soon as they arrived in the right place, they started hacking at the tunnel.
Don't make the air hole too big, my analytical side noted. Carl probably thinks you're dead. If he sees a big hole in the ground, he'll know you're alive and come after you.
That was good thinking. I needed to make a lot of air holes, and they probably needed to be scattered all over the room. That way, if one got blocked, the others would still work. Right now, though, I needed air. Any air, no matter how small, might be enough to keep me alive. I was starting to feel it. It wasn't bad yet, but I really wanted to breathe. My heart was racing, and I could feel the blood pounding in my head. My adrenaline was great when I was in a fight, but it was terrible in a situation like this. Wait a minute. This was a puzzle, and part of that puzzle was giving me enough time to come up with a solution.
T!
I called frantically.
I'm here,
He said quickly.
How can I help? Slow my body down, I commanded. I've read stories about kung fu monks that could go a very long time without breathing. I need that now. I just need to be able to think and do magic. Everything else can stop. I'll give you as long as I can, he said. He bowed and then went to work. Almost immediately, I felt my heart slowing down, and the need to breathe eased up. I kept duplicating miners and sending them all up and down the air tunnel. They were doing their best, but the rock was hard, and they had a lot of it to get through. Carl had made sure to bury me deep. I figured I had about 4 feet of stone that I needed to tunnel through. It's great the rock is breaking up, but how are you going to actually get it out of the tunnel? My analytical side asked. That was a great question. I needed all the rock chips out of there so the air could flow. I would normally use my ass blasters, but there wasn't anywhere for them to take the rock to. Also, they were kind of slow, and what I needed right now was speed. Help me! Somebody help me! My little boy surfaced for a moment, but I pushed him away again. Nobody was coming. Nobody could help me. Even if Tyler showed up right now, he wouldn't know I was buried in the ground. Even if he knew, he still couldn't get me out in time. The only person who could save me was myself. And that's what I was going to do. My heart rate slowed even more. I started feeling heavy, lethargic. That was excellent. As long as I could think and use magic, I was good. I continued duplicating miners as fast as I could, filling them with magic and sending them on their way. The lower part of the passage was finished, but the upper part hadn't even gotten started yet. It was taking the miners too long to pass through the rock. Tea slowed down my heart even further. My fingers and toes started tingling and then went numb. The first air hole was only going to be 1/8 of an inch wide. I'd kept it small so the miners could dig it quickly, but on its own, it wouldn't provide much air. I had lots of miners working the first tunnel, so I started a second one, and then a third. The real limit on speed was how fast they could move through the rock. The need to breathe was intense. My body wanted to panic, but T wouldn't let it. Instead, he slowed it down even more. I thought about what to do with the rock chips. I could leave them, and air would get around them, but it would be such a small amount, I wasn't sure it would keep me alive. I needed to clear them out somehow.
Just change them to air,
Benny suggested. I can do that? I asked.
You did it when you changed the color of the glass at Henry's shop,
she replied.
When you created Captain Clean, you made his cape red. You did it once, you can do it again.
The urge to panic reared its ugly head again. T took me down another level, though, and I held it together. I focused
on my lips. Then I focused on just one tiny chip of stone. "Be air," I commanded. Nothing happened. "Go!" Nothing. "Damn it! Just change already!" I was crying inside. My little boy took over and started kicking the walls of my cage. I raged at the rock and screamed to the heavens. I cussed, I clawed, I curled into a ball and wept. I wanted Tyler so badly. I wanted him here to hold me, to kiss me, to tell me everything was going to be okay. Instead, I was going to die alone, buried in the ground, and nobody would know what had happened to me. T took me down another level. I couldn't feel anything now. I was just thoughts, rage, and sorrow. Penny was with me, and she hugged me first. She felt more real, more present than I'd ever felt before. "Hush, my source," she said kindly. "Rest in the earth. Feel the pressure. I've spent most of my life in the ground, resting in one spot. Sometimes you run too much. This is good too." She wrapped me in love and shared images of heat and pressure and how wonderful that was. This wasn't scary at all. For her, this was coming home. Being in a rock was new for me, and change could be frightening, but this was her realm. She could feel all the different minerals and stones around her. They spoke to her and welcomed her. She looked at me like a goddess. I was with her. I was going to be okay. The miners were working on the last foot of the tunnel. I wasn't going to make it. But Penny was with me. I was at peace. There were worse ways to die. The mark of the deep earth hugged me next.
"Silly boy," it whispered. "Nothing dies. The earth is where you go to live. You are with me. You are a mineral in my ground. I love you. I will always love you. You can come to no harm in my home."
I felt molten lava caress my skin. I felt the tangy taste of minerals on my lips. I heard the voices of all the rocks around me, and I saw them as Penny saw them. Before, they'd been just stone. Now they were so much more. I saw all the colors of the rainbow, and I heard their voices. There were happy stones, melancholy stones, and everything in between. Some voices were tiny, and some were big. Some were all together, and some were scattered throughout the room and beyond. I felt like I rested in the stars. I was a constellation living in the night, and it was beautiful.
"My seedling,"
The mark of the Lagarelle spoke up next.
"be at peace. All seeds feel as you do when first they enter the ground."
I felt a timeless majesty sweep over me. It spoke with the wisdom of countless trees that had once shivered in the dark soil.
"The earth is your home. Don't be afraid of your home. You will reach the sky soon enough."
I felt what it was like for a seed to crack open, for roots to go down, for a shoot to rise up. A tree was the marriage between earth and sky. The mark of the Lagerelle embraced me, and I embraced it back. It wasn't afraid of the stone, as a seed can grow anywhere. It wasn't afraid of our time in the ground. This was just the normal and natural process. It was so full of life, I had to smile. I didn't need to be afraid. I was with friends. I looked up, and my miners broke through to the surface. It was time. I embraced the rock chips that were resting against my skin and changed them to air. It was easy. I simply believed with magic, and it happened. The result was explosive. The air kicked me in the face and vented all the pressure up the tunnel. Lots of chips blew out the top of the air hole like it was a volcano before falling back down again.
What the heck was that?
I asked my analytical side.
I think that was a difference in density, he said thoughtfully. Air is a lot less dense than rock, so when you transmuted it, the new air took up a lot more volume. Hence the small explosion that just happened. It was probably a very good thing that your earlier attempts at converting rock to air failed. If all that pressure hadn't had an outlet, you might have crushed yourself.
Damn, that'd have been a close call. I needed to be very careful with transmutation in the future. I had thought about creating a small space all around me with my new ability, but that didn't sound like such a good idea anymore. I'd stick to using miners for something like that. Meanwhile, I still needed to cover my tracks.
Surfers, I called. Take all the rock chips that just came out and make sure they are scattered around the room. Don't leave any by the hole.
I got a thumbs up as they got to work.
Penny, using my senses, can you see Carl and Marius? I asked.
Of course,
she replied.
Please keep an eye on them, I instructed her. I think they're probably too busy with Carl's injuries at the moment to notice my little eruption, but just in case, watch them from now on and let me know if they act suspicious.
Marius is helping Carl right now,
she reported.
I think you're right, and they didn't notice anything.
Good. Now I still needed to clear out the rest of my air hole. I didn't want to do another air transmutation volcano. I'd gotten away with one, but I wasn't sure I'd get away with a lot of them. I'd blown out the top foot of rock chips, which meant I still had 3 feet to clear out.
Dudes, I called, as soon as you are free, start taking chips out of the top of the tunnel. And do it as fast as you can.
They had the resize ability, so they could become small enough to fit into the tunnel. Even with their speed, it was still going to take a while to clear it out. I needed something else. I appreciated how comfortable and loved my marks had made me feel, but the simple fact remained, I needed air. Well, if I couldn't go bigger, maybe I could go smaller. I zoomed in on a rock chip on my lip. Before, it had just been a rock, but now I could see it was mostly dark blue, with a touch of light blue. It seemed easygoing, and wouldn't mind if it changed. That was nice, because I could also see it had a whole lot of space inside. I just reached in and took all the space out. The process was fast, and unlike the air transmutation, it didn't seem to take much magic. It was still the same stuff, only it fit into a much smaller area. This could work. I compressed a lot of chips and gained another foot of open space at the top of the air hole. I ran into a problem at that point, as the chips I needed to compact were getting farther and farther away from my skin. As such, it was costing me more magic. I solved that problem by breaking up the rock all over my chin and down my throat. I compressed them, which gave room for the dense chips by my lips to fall over. That let fresh chips fall down the tube, and I was back in business. The dudes continued to help, and in about a minute, I had air. Life-giving, beautiful air. Oh, I was sucking it through a tiny opening, but still, it was air. I started 2 more tunnels, and this time I made Ass Blaster 2000s to clean out the chips from all the tunnels. They would be slow, but they'd get the job done.
How we doing, T?
I asked. I appreciated being at this weird, meditative level, but I knew it couldn't last forever.
You are good right now,
he replied.
But I can't keep you suppressed like this for much longer. If I do, you're going to get damaged. I can't stop bringing you back to normal, though, as the air you're breathing is really stale. You have an air hole, but it's not doing everything you hoped it would.
I gave my analytical side a questioning look.
That makes sense, he said thoughtfully. We have a hole, but we don't have any airflow. When you breathe out, your stale air is filling up the small space by your mouth and then flowing up the tunnel. When you breathe in, you're pulling all that stale air back into your lungs again. I'm sure you're getting some fresh air every time, but it probably isn't much.
I checked the other air holes. They were being worked on, but they still weren't anywhere near ready yet.
There is also one more major problem,
T spoke up.
What would that be?
I asked. Air was a pretty big freaking problem. What could possibly be as important as that?
Your core body temperature is dropping,
he replied.
The stone is relatively cool, probably around 50 degrees or so, and it's leaching away your heat. Normally, I'd help you shiver and create warmth, but that is a very oxygen-intensive process. Right now, I've got you at the lowest heart rate possible, and all your voluntary muscles are completely relaxed. I've even slowed down your basic processes like digestion to keep your energy expenditure to a minimum. This is what you need to survive with almost no air at the moment, but it means you are completely vulnerable to the cold.
Air, shelter, water, food. That's the order of wilderness survival. Number 2, shelter, was sneaking up on me faster than I'd hoped. The rule of thumb was that you can last 3 minutes without air, 3 hours without shelter, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. What I needed to do was put on a jacket or wrap myself in a nice warm blanket. That wasn't going to happen. Instead, I had the opposite situation, as my tumble down the road had shredded all my clothes. The cold rock had access to every part of me and was slowly turning me into a cadaver.
I wouldn't suggest heating up the rock,
my analytical side said anxiously.
It would be far too easy to make it too warm, and you'd end up baking yourself. Cooked flesh is not a good look on you.
Don't worry, I gave him a big smile.
I wasn't planning on doing anything of the sort. So what are you going to do?
My analytical side asked warily. Apparently, he didn't trust me. In all fairness, he had good reason. Not all my ideas were good ones, and some would even say I was rash.
Red, I called, how would you like to gain a new power? Oh boy, he exclaimed. Yes, for sure. Let's do it. You don't even know what it is yet,
I teased him.
It doesn't matter.
He vibrated in excitement.
Bite me with a spider. Green me up with gamma rays. Slather me with some kryptonite.
That last one was so not right, but it got high marks for enthusiasm. I zoomed into his surface and checked him out. He had his vines going through his hexagon, which split his surface into 6 areas. The top area had a round shield, showing his role as my defense. It wasn't actually a rune, but intention was everything, and I liked it there. The bottom area had the coil, showing his ability to store magic, as well as power T in his grove. The upper right area contained his 4 eyes, 4 ears, and mouth that allowed him to sense and communicate with the world around me. My new force rune was in the lower left. That left 2 more areas for me to work with.
Red, I'm going to ask you and your fellow hexes to defend me again. This time, I need your protection from extreme temperatures.
He vibrated happily, but his 4 eyes looked a bit confused.
I'm a biological being, and we work very well when our body is in a certain temperature range. If we get too hot, we suffer things like sunburn and heat stroke. If we get really hot, we bake like a Thanksgiving turkey or even burst into flames. Lots of mages take advantage of this by throwing fireballs, or they go the creative route and try to roast me alive like Eugene did in our match. On the colder side, we don't do well either. We'll get frostbite and lose fingers and toes. If our body temperature drops too low, we freeze up and die. That's what's happening right now.
Red blinked all his eyes in understanding.
So, I'm going to give you the ability to keep me at the right temperature. Just work with T on what that should be. There will be times when I'm sleeping where I like it cooler, or I'm getting ready to work out and I like it warmer. Overall, though, it shouldn't change that much. This may not seem such a great power, but heat has already been used against me in a fight. And right now, you're going to save my life by keeping me nice and warm. I'm excited,
Red said happily.
Saving your life is a big deal. Let's do this.
I thought for a moment about what to add. I thought about an image of a blanket, but that would be hard to draw, and it leaned more towards keeping me warm, not keeping me cool. I thought about using a thermometer, but that seemed a little generic. Then I had it. Since this was so important right now, I chose the upper left part of Red to work with. He only had 2 free areas, so I didn't have a lot of choices. I started with a snowflake to represent his new cooling powers. I went with the classic 6-spoke design and added lots of crystal spikes to it, just like it was a real snowflake. Then I added wavy lines rising off it, like it was a cartoon figure baking in the sun. I paused and gave it an overall look. It had detail and personality, just the way I liked. It seemed like it wanted something more, though. Something was teasing at the back of my mind. I rested on the rock, letting the idea come to me. I couldn't wait too long, but I wanted to get it right. Then I got it. Snowflakes and heat made water. While I was here, it just made sense to have Red and his team be a water barrier as well. I made a wavy circle around what I'd made so far, and then added several water drops outside the circle. Now it seemed perfect.
Red, I added another power for you as well. We biological creatures also need to regulate our moisture. If we have too little, we die and look all shriveled up like a mummy. If we have too much water, we die and look like something they fished out of the ocean on those detective shows. That is excellent!
Red vibrated happily.
We'll keep you warm and dry, but not too warm and not too dry. Don't worry about anything. We got it from here.
I gave Red one more overall check, but he seemed fine. I gave him magic and pushed the changes out to his fellow hexes. They powered up their new ability and then passed it on. It took a minute and a lot more magic than I expected, but soon I was protected from unhealthy temperatures and moisture. Survival item number 2, shelter, was now taken care of. Check the box and call it done. I'd used up a lot of magic so far, and I was feeling pretty thin. So I reached out to Penny and got a refill. As magic flooded into me, I started feeling better. I hadn't realized just how low I'd gotten.
You handled that really well,
my analytical side said proudly. He gave me a look like I was a puppy that had just learned its first trick. I wasn't sure if I should be flattered or offended. Given the fact that I was buried in stone and dealing with low oxygen, I decided to be flattered.
Since you're using Red in new and unconventional ways, he continued, you might want to consider asking him to protect your nose and mouth from any rock dust or allergens. A sneeze or cough at the wrong time could alert Carl to your presence. Also, a runny nose right now might foul up your breathing and kill you.
I thought that was an excellent idea. I passed it on to Red, who was only too happy to protect me in yet another way. Now I had temperature, moisture, and dust under control. I went back to working on my air situation. The miners had busted through on the second tunnel, and now the ass blasters were sucking up rock chips and hauling them out. Waiting for that second air tunnel to clear out was like waiting for a pot to boil. It took forever. I just floated in my rock world, enjoyed the rock lights, and practiced my rock patience. Finally, all the rock chips were gone, and the tunnel was open for business. It helped my air situation, but not as much as I'd hoped. When I breathed out, my stale air vented down both tunnels now, and all the stale air still got sucked back in on my next inhale. I needed fresh air to flow down one tunnel and out the other one. What I needed were some fans. So, I made some. I didn't get fancy and give them personalities or anything. I just needed them to spin their little fan blades and push the air in a direction. I placed one inside the end of the first tunnel that pulled air in from the room. I placed the second one in the second tunnel and had it push air out. That fixed my stale air problem and made T very happy. He gradually brought my body back a bit out of its deepest meditative state. I didn't have anywhere near enough air to come back to full power, though. I was still living on what I could get through a hole only 1/8 of an inch wide. Trust me, that isn't a lot of air. My other air tunnels were being worked on, though, so while I waited, I took the time to plan out my breathing strategy. Carl and Marius would eventually start moving about the room, so it wouldn't do for me to pop up air tunnels anywhere on the floor. I wasn't worried about them noticing the holes, as I was going to keep them small, but a simple bit of dirt on the bottom of their shoe could shut off my air supply. I mapped out several air holes around the edges of the room, mostly behind crates. I told the miners and ass blasters the plan and gave them an order of importance. Thank goodness my little soul creations were self-directed. I couldn't imagine trying to manually create all these tunnels. The third air tunnel finished, and then the fourth. Individually, the tunnels were small, but together they were creating a decent bit of airflow. I breathed easier, and T brought me a little closer to normal. I was glad I was getting back to normal bodily functions, but it was also raising my anxiety level. I was no longer feeling all peaceful, trippy-dippy, look at the glowing rocks, wow. Yeah, the rocks still glowed, and I heard their music, but I was getting back in touch with the fact that I was buried alive. I needed to keep my mind busy, so I started planning for the future. Now I could breathe, I needed to start making room to move, and I needed to start planning my escape. I looked at all the rock around me and realized just how big a task that was going to be. I was going to have to tunnel through a huge amount of stone. For my escape, I couldn't just tunnel straight up. After being immobile for a long time, there was no way I was going to be able to burst out of the ground. I needed to come up on the side of the room and sneak out of this place. To clear all this out, I was going to need a large evacuation tunnel and a place to put all this stone. I couldn't just dump all my mined rock in the room, as it would certainly get noticed. The walls around the room were solid, except for part of the wall which was man-made. Behind that was a passage that I couldn't see the end of. I'd been thinking of just coming up on the side of the room, but it would be a lot easier to work my way out of the ground behind the man-made wall. Once I was up, I could see where the passage led to and maybe escape that way. If it was a dead end, I could at least have a moment to stretch my legs and get my mobility back. Then I could wait until both of them were gone, go through the man-made wall, and sneak out. I decided that was the best plan. However, I was buried at the back, and the passage was off to my left. Instead of only having to excavate about 8 feet over and a few feet up, I was going to have to mine through about 18 feet of rock. Damn, that was going to take a lot of magic. When I cleaned up the park, I'd use some of the magic I'd recovered to power the grannies and keep the cleaning going. In this case, the rock didn't have any magic, so all that power was going to have to come from me. I'd been feeling like I had plenty of magic to work with, but now I wasn't so sure. Okay, I now had a plan for the rest of my air holes and a plan for escape. But I still needed a good place to dump all the rock I was going to mine. I didn't see any great options until I looked down. About 10 feet under me was a whole other cavern. It had plenty of space to handle all my excavation, and best of all, it had water. Once I had a tunnel, I could have my dudes carry it up a swallow at a time. I now had all the basics covered, except for food. I decided to wait till later to worry about that. Carl and Marius had to eat, so maybe they'd leave food lying around and I could steal it. Or maybe I'd transmute some rock chips into dense food. Or I might be out of here soon and not have to worry about it at all.
So, have you given up on the idea of being rescued? My analytical side questioned. I haven't given up, I replied, but something has obviously gone wrong. They would have been here by now. The only thing I can control is what I do. So I'm going to work on getting out of here, and if I get rescued, that's just gravy. You know, you might have read Tyler's signal all wrong, he said thoughtfully. He waved at you, but that could have just meant, wait a minute, or go back in the house again. It didn't necessarily mean he understood and knew what you were doing. Come to think of it, neither he nor John knew what Carl looked like. You and Annabeth are the only people who've seen him and Marius. The night was dark, and he can't see like you can, so from his perspective, it might have just looked like you were running up the street for no reason. If he did see you chasing someone, he might have thought you were just chasing down a student.
Damn, he was right. I thought they were right behind me, but the crew might not know what happened to me at all.
Well then, thank goodness I was strong enough to survive our fight.
My analytical side gave me a very skeptical look.
What?
I said defensively.
I'm still alive, and I have a plan to get out of here. At least my magic isn't being sucked out of me right now.
He sighed and shook his head.
I'm very glad you're alive, and I'm very glad you're not in a worse predicament. But it's your abilities that got us into this mess in the first place. If you had the same level of abilities as when you'd first met Carl, you'd have stayed behind the house shield and let Tyler and John handle things. You wouldn't know where Carl was or what he was up to, but you'd be safe.
That is true, I agreed reluctantly.
Then you chased Carl, fought him, and did so well you ran into a warehouse after him. You had no idea what you were getting into, and the smartest thing to do would have been to just stay outside and wait for backup. Instead, your abilities led you to believe that you could handle him.
That is also true, I admitted. I wanted to argue, but he was right. I'd screwed up.
If this happens again, the best plan would be to surround the warehouse with surfer dudes. That way he can't escape unnoticed. Then wait for backup. In this case, it would have been even better, as you'd have seen Marius show up and could have fought him on his own. Marius seems to be a lover, not a fighter, so I'm sure you could have taken him. At that point, it still would have been best to wait for backup, as you didn't know what kind of weapons Carl would get his hands on. Even without Marius, those steel balls of his were intense. If you hadn't had your new shield, he would have killed you in a matter of seconds.
He gave me a steely look.
Yes, you've gotten a lot better at fighting. And yes, your magic has gotten stronger, but don't overestimate what you're capable of. What we want is people underestimating you because of your supernatural age. But if you think you're better than you really are, then you'll bring a whole new level of stupid to your fights.
He paused to let that sink in.
And stupid people end up buried in stone, looking at pretty lights and wondering how they're going to breathe. I got it,
I said softly.
You're right, and I got it.
I think he thought I was going to try and justify my actions as he continued to give me the whole parental, I'm so disappointed in you look. There wasn't anything to justify, though. Being buried in stone was proof enough I should have done better. Finally, he sighed and gave me a big hug.
They say the basis of good decisions is to first make bad ones. You should be a freaking Steve Jobs after all this is done.
He laughed wryly.
Anyway, enough about the past. Let's focus on what we have now. You have the start of a good plan to move forward. You're going to have a lot of time here, so start thinking about your magic and how you can improve. You'll need to be better than you are now to escape. What I'd suggest at this point is to upgrade your miners. You need to break up a lot of rock, so they need to be as efficient and powerful as possible. Also, you've done everything you need to in this physical space. I think it's time to move to your throne room.
My throne room? I'd completely forgotten about that. I mentally smacked my forehead. I felt like I was doing okay, but clearly the situation and the low oxygen meant I wasn't performing at my best. I'd found my throne room after getting beaten up by Isabel in the park. I'd used it as a place to finally get some sleep, but Sandy had told me it was the center of my power and could be used for all kinds of advanced magic. I'd faced down Thing 1 there, and Eggy had used it to tell me about Big Ugly and his gang, but it really wasn't on my list of useful places to visit. Maybe that needed to change, as it was sure going to be useful now. T already had me relaxed and in a light meditative state, so it was easy to feel my center and step inside. My throne room was much bigger than I remembered, which was super nice as I now had all this space to move around in. Before, my throne room had looked rather cozy and small, like it was part of a tiny but profitable kingdom. Now, it looked like my kingdom had grown. My golden throne had gotten a bit bigger and looked very comfortable. It still looked good with its red velvet, but it now had lots of padding. There was a red runner on the floor leading up to the throne, which had been upgraded with golden tassels on the sides. The banners showing my past battles were still on the walls, and they included the new editions of my matches with Eugene and the Centaur Guard. The ceiling was at least 20 feet overhead, supported by wide wooden beams. 3 large chandeliers hung over the beams and provided lots of nice, comfortable lighting. Other than that, the place was empty. When the room had been smaller, the throne, tapestries, runner, and lighting had been enough. Now it felt like it was waiting for the rest of the furniture to show up. Normally, I might have been disappointed, but with the current events, all this empty space felt amazing. I'd promised the little boy in me that he could let loose and have a shit fit, and now was the time. I screamed and jumped and punched the air. Then I threw out my arms and just ran. I cussed and raged and punched the air some more as I sprinted around and around the room. It felt wonderful, and I just gave myself over to the moment. Being able to move felt so freaking good. I promised myself I'd never take my physical freedom for granted again. I thought I would rage for a while, but instead, it quickly turned into a celebration of life. I called Penny and Eggy, and we turned it into a dance party. Eggy wanted his maracas again, and we got down to Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine for a while. I didn't know all the words to Congo, so we switched to Lady Gaga's Born This Way. We had a red runner, so it was only natural we switched to RuPaul next, and did a little sashay on the runway. Surprisingly, it was Eggy in his little metal soldier form that had the best walk. He had tons of attitude and just killed it. We didn't spend a long time, but a celebration was just what I needed. I got warm metal hugs from both of them, and then I spent a moment standing strong in my place of power, just accepting where I was and what had happened. Some things had gone very well. Some things had sucked. I was alive, though, and I was ready to move on. Now, it was time to make a kick-ass, highly detailed miner. I formed the miner in the space in front of me. It was nice because I didn't have to work with him on such a small scale. I gave him all the stuff I had before: overalls, goggles, a miner's helmet with a light, work boots, and a big mustache. I realized I hadn't added work gloves on my other miners, so I added those, as well as a ring of duplication and a ring for resizing. For his weapon, I gave him a titanium pickaxe of blasting plus 50. It could do explosive damage on impact, as well as layer on heat or cold damage, depending on what he was trying to get through. I added details like buttons, a bit of coal dust here and there, as well as a patch that said, "Pick us and we'll pick for you." And normally this is where I'd fill him with magic and use him as my template, but this time I needed more. Actually, I wanted more every time. "I wish there was a way to save you," I murmured thoughtfully.
What do you mean?
Eggy asked.
Well, I'm going to spend a lot of time on this miner, making him as good as I possibly can, but the next time I need him, I'll have to start all over. Actually, it's been that way with almost all of my creations. Tea and red are useful all the time and stick around, but what about when I need my other peeps?
You can always just summon them again, right?
Eggy asked, sounding confused. He didn't see the problem.
Yeah, I can, I nodded, but what about when I need them quickly? Take today's battle, for instance. If I'd been able to instantly summon my flashers, I could have shut Carl down a lot faster. When I was first trapped in stone, if I'd been able to instantly summon my miners and ass blasters, I'd have been able to get my air tunnels hollowed out a lot quicker.
Eggy nodded in understanding. He got it now.
Plus, I want to have a breakthrough in how much detail I put into these guys, I continued. Adding details takes time, so I need a way to save my work. If I could do that, I could spend a week making the most amazing flasher. Then, when I needed it for battle, I could have all that detail ready to light up in a second.
I see what you are hoping to do,
Iggy said.
This is a project worthy of contemplation. I'll sit and think about it for you.
Thank you,
I replied.
let me know as soon as you have a solution. Actually, I might be able to do what you're looking for.
Penny spoke up. Chapter 14. Minor Detail.
Really?
I asked hopefully.
What did you have in mind? I've been absorbing your magic and returning it to you since I was born,
She said.
You're making these templates out of your magic, so I should be able to just store the template and have it available when you need it. You'll still need to add your magic and soul to really wake it up, but I can get you started with the vessel. OMG! Penny, that would be amazing!
I bounced up and down in excitement. If she succeeded, it would be a huge upgrade.
Why don't you try it with this miner?
I suggested.
If it doesn't work, I can quickly recreate what I've done so far. I'd hate to really put some time into this template and have it get destroyed. Certainly.
She nodded and walked up to the miner. She put her hand on the miner's arm, and almost faster than I could follow, she sucked him all up. It kind of felt like she was an alien and she'd eaten him somehow, which was a bit disturbing. I had to remind myself that no harm had been done to the miner. It was just a magical construct. This was what normally happened when I sent one of my little creations to Penny, but now I was watching an in-depth view of the process. Penny stood completely still for a moment. I assumed she was processing the information somehow, and then, just as quickly, the template of the miner appeared again.
Is that what you needed?
She inquired with a smile.
I think so. Let me check,
I said, and then gave the miner a really good inspection. I was excited to see that all the details were there.
Penny, you did it!
I gave her a big smile and followed that up with an enthusiastic hug.
This is just wonderful! This is going to help me out so much!
I did my happy dance, and Penny and Eggy joined in. I was now feeling a lot better about enhancing the miner, but I still needed a good idea to work with. I went over the details one more time, looking for inspiration. There really was only so much detail I could give this guy if I stuck with being realistic. There is a lot of texture in real-life clothing, but it just isn't that exciting. I wanted something different. I needed a way to enhance not only this miner, but every other soul creation I made, regardless of how real life it was. What popped into my mind was my last fight with Carl. His baton had been based on real life, with all the dimples and dings you'd find in a real fighting stick, but his weird balloon thing had been even better. I remember it being made out of swirls. Maybe I could come up with a fancy pattern and apply that to all my creations? I felt like I was on the right track, but it wasn't quite the answer I needed. Fancy patterns were nice, but I wanted to be able to keep zooming in, adding more and more texture to a creation. That kinda sounded like a fractal. Fractals allowed you to zoom in, and they kept on providing more patterns, like a snowflake pattern inside a snowflake inside an even larger snowflake. That was the right idea, but it still wasn't what I wanted either. I knew the concept of fractals, but I wasn't a mathematician, and I wasn't really sure how to implement them. My current creation style was more cartoon-like, which was great for quickly making new creations. What I wanted now was more like a container. I needed a structure I could build on. What if I thought about this more like a computer game? Characters in 3D worlds were made up of triangles with a texture over the top. I'd always been fascinated with the CAD wireframe views of characters in World of Warcraft. What if I did the same sort of thing here? The nice thing about triangles was that I understood them, and it would be super easy to add more detail as needed. I could just take any triangle, draw a line through it, and split it in two. Then I could draw a couple more lines and split them into two again. It would be easy to keep that pattern going and end up with a template with an insane amount of detail. It felt right, so I got started. I put my first triangle on the miner's chest and filled it with the color of his overalls. Then I drew 3 triangles off of that one and made their colors a shade different. Then I made more triangles off of those and just kept going. I played around with a few shades, so the color of each triangle was slightly different from its neighbors. As I moved along, I got better at creating what I wanted, and the pace picked up. The overalls were easy, but as I worked on smaller parts like the buttons and the collar, I had to shrink the triangles down and use a lot more of them to preserve the details. The process was harder than I thought it would be, but kind of fun too. It reminded me a bit of putting together a jigsaw puzzle. Except now, I was the one making the pieces. As I moved around the miner, I realized I'd focused on him as one single creation. But now I was forced to focus on every part of him individually. It was a different mindset, and it certainly allowed me to discover him in a whole new way. Once I finally finished and stepped back to review my work, I felt connected to my soul creation on a much deeper level. By focusing on every part of him, I'd been able to add all sorts of additional personality. When I textured the bottom of his feet, I'd added thick rubber treads to his boots so he could grip the ground better. When I'd textured his hands, I'd added creases for his joints and given him calluses. When I'd triangled his pickaxe, I'd added mystical lines and symbols. It was a magical pickaxe after all, and it needed to look the part. Just by adding the first level of triangles, my miner was better in almost every way. This was an excellent start. Before I did my second pass, I had Penny save the template and tell me how many triangles I'd used.
You have 1,562 triangles, she said.
Holy cow, that seemed like a lot. How long had I been working on this miner? I didn't have any way to tell. It felt like at least an hour. I'd been hoping to do at least 10 passes of subdividing the triangles, but maybe that wasn't realistic. The process should go quicker now, as I wasn't having to lay down all the initial details. For these passes, I'd just take the triangles that were there and split them into 2. I started my first subdivision pass and quickly found out it was a bigger job than I'd thought it would be. I was able to go a lot quicker, but I was still adding another 1,500 triangles, and it was taking a lot of time. Plus, I was still shading both of the subdivided triangles slightly differently, and that slowed me down a bit. It was worth it, though, as the finished template of the miner looked stunning. Every part had fantastic texture, and he almost seemed to sparkle in the light. I felt like I'd taken another hour for this pass, so I gave up on the idea of doing 10 of them. I needed to get this miner finished and into production before too much longer. His template had about 3,000 triangles, so I decided to do one more pass and then see how he performed. I was about a quarter of the way finished when I realized just how big of a job this was. I was adding another 3,000 triangles, and that was taking a lot longer than I'd hoped. It wasn't hard to do, and the process was actually rather relaxing, but it sure soaked up the time. After what seemed like hours, I was finally done. I had Penny save the template, and I left my throne room to test it out. Being frozen in stone again seemed so jarring after being able to move around freely in my magical space. I felt my claustrophobia trying to overwhelm me again, but breathed through it and tried to let it go. My current miners and ass blasters had been hard at work the whole time, and progress had been made. Most of my tiny air tunnels were open for business, and I quickly added fans to provide even more airflow. The main exit pipe down to the cavern below had gotten started and was about a quarter finished. It was going to be big, about 3 inches in diameter, as it needed to be able to handle a lot of volume once I got all the excavation kicked into high gear.
Penny, I called, summon the miner template.
This was the moment of truth. She could form the template in my center of power, but could she summon it here, in stone? I needn't have worried, as a perfect miner with over 6,000 triangles appeared by my hand. I called a nearby first-generation miner over to compare the two. The difference was staggering. My first miner looked like he'd been copied from a low-budget Saturday morning cartoon. My new miner looked like he was from a brand new online game world produced by a AAA studio with a multi-million-dollar budget. As Blanche Devereaux from the Golden Girls would say, he looked mighty fine. When I filled him with magic, I could feel another difference. My new miner was holding about 3 times more magic than my old one. All of this was wonderful, but if he didn't do a better job breaking up the rock, then this was just time wasted. I turned him loose to chip at the rock around my hand and waited anxiously to see how he would do. Again, I needn't have worried. He started hacking the rock to pieces at a much faster pace. He was swinging his pickaxe faster, and each stroke was breaking off a much larger chip of rock. My new sparkly miner was exactly what I needed to tunnel through 18 feet of stone. I was going to absorb my previous miners and make new ones, but then I had another idea.
Penny, can you upgrade the miners that are here now? I asked. I've already given everyone directions on where to work, and I've set their priorities. I don't want to start over if I don't have to.
I think I can, she replied. Let's give it a try. I chose the miner I'd been using as a comparison and told Penny to give it a shot. I had to call him closer, so he was actually touching my skin, but as soon as he did, he froze, and then upgraded. The whole process only took about 2 seconds. I filled him full of magic and turned him loose. I was pleased to note that he also phased through the rock a lot faster than before. I called out to all the older miners and had them stop what they were doing for now. They slowly moved through the rock to the nearest part of me they could reach. Then they touched me and waited for their upgrade. Penny was so quick. She started upgrading them one at a time, but then she picked up the pace and was soon upgrading them like popcorn kernels exploding open in the microwave. My job was to fill them up with magic, and it wasn't long before I started running low on power. I tapped into Penny, filled myself back up again, and then went back to work, topping up the new miners again. I thought about asking Penny to both convert their template and fill them up with magic, but they were my soul creations, so it was probably best if they got their soul and magic directly from the source. I was locked in stone, so it wasn't like I had anything else to do. Once all the miners were upgraded and back to work, I gratefully went back to my throne room. Once again, I jumped, hollered, and ran around the room a few times. Being locked in stone gave me a bad case of the heebie-jeebies. My next project, of course, was to upgrade the ass blasters. When I had first made them for the rock golem in the park, I'd modeled them as a fat worm with back legs. The last few times I'd made them, though, I'd modeled them more like a caterpillar. I'd given them lots of legs to move around and a thick body to mold sand or carry rock chips. I really liked the idea of a cute caterpillar, so I went with that base and gave him a green body and lots of tummy room. I added a big bushy mustache to match the miners, goggles, a wide straw hat to keep him nice and cool when he was on the beach, and a badge that said, "Eat and toot, no job too small, no chips too big." For his many feet, I was going to give him work boots, but they would be heavy and hot when he played on the sand. Instead, I had an inspiration and went with the winged sandals of the Greek god Hermes. He was supposed to be fast as thought, and the ass blasters could use all the speed they could get. Now he could fly up and down the tunnels and have a wonderful time. He still needed a duplicator and a resizer, so I added those functions to his goggles. I finished him off with yellow dots and orange racing stripes. He looked snazzy. I stepped back to admire my new template. The little guy had tons of personality and was cute as could be. I had Penny store him as my starting template, and then got to work adding triangles. Once again, I got lost in the work, and my mind settled into a zen-like space. My thoughts drifted, and suddenly I realized I hadn't checked on Carl and Marius in a while.
Penny, what have Carl and Marius been up to? I asked.
Marius has been healing Carl almost this whole time, she reported. I'm thinking they both spend a lot of time here, as Marius set up 2 cots and helped Carl into one of them.
Did Marius say where he was during our fight?
Apparently he was dipping his wick? That's what Carl said, and he was very angry about it. Why Marius would be making candles when electric lighting is so much better is a mystery to me.
I laughed.
Marius wasn't making candles, Penny. He was having sex. He's a lover, not a fighter, so he was off doing what lovers do. If Carl wasn't with him, Marius would probably just be a harmless idiot. Continue to keep an eye on them and let me know if anything changes.
Penny acknowledged the request and went back to playing ping pong. Do what? I did a double take. I now had a ping pong table in my throne room, and Penny and Eggy were learning how to play. I guess they'd picked up the idea from the game area in my apartment. Go figure. As long as they were happy and not distracting me, they could play all they wanted. The sounds of the volleys, pop, clop, were rather soothing. I focused on the ass blaster again and got to work. His feet, with the wings and sandals, needed a lot of small triangles, and I kept that tight arrangement going as I did my first pass over his body. Once again, I got to know my soul creation in a whole new way. The racing stripes were nice at the larger level, but at the micro level, I started adding in other jewel green colors like jade, emerald, turquoise, and peridot. Once I was finished, I stepped back to admire the bigger picture. My ass blaster looked amazing. He was basically a flying dump truck and processing plant, but he looked expensive and high class. He sparkled like he'd been made by a jeweler, and his racing stripes gave him the high-end sports car look. Penny saved my first pass and gave me the triangle count, 3,102. I decided to just do one subdivision pass and bring his count up to around 6K. That way he would have about the same level of detail as the miners. I got to work, and a few hours later, my new soul creation was ready to go. I moved back to my physical space and upgraded all the ass blasters. Once again, I compared the two versions, and the new one looked so much better. That made sense, as I'd spent a lot more time on them, but it was still nice to visually see how much they'd improved. Carl and Marius were talking, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The sound was bouncing around through several tiny tunnels, and by the time it reached me, it was just a garbled mess. I hated being trapped like this. Penny seemed to understand what they were saying, so as soon as I'd upgraded the last ass blaster, I popped back into my throne room.
Penny, thank you for all your help with the upgrades, I said. I'm going to let them work for a while and see how they do. Meanwhile, do you know what Carl and Marius are talking about?
She nodded.
Carl is talking about your fight and how surprised he was at how well you fought. He thought he was getting close to being powerful enough to attack the house. You almost won, so he's reevaluating everything. He thought you and Annabeth were going to be easy. He has no idea how you got so good so quickly.
She paused, listening some more.
Carl's going to switch his strategy. Apparently, he was pushing all the stolen magic to Marius for him to hold, and then he was going to tap into that and magically assault the house. Now he's thinking about going more of a physical route.
So I was right. Marius is the battery and Carl is the caster, I said.
Yes,
she nodded.
Marius is very proud of his magical capacity, and he keeps finding ways to remind Carl just how special he is. That guy really loves to talk. Apparently, Isabel used him to store her stolen magic first. Then Carl figured out how much capacity he had and started using him as well. Marius said he was so big he could service both of them.
That was just wrong, but I had to laugh. I guess villains can be humorous too.
The whole two-person thing, where one mage drains the victim and one mage stores the magic, was originally pioneered by Isabel,
Penny continued.
Carl's just copied it and taken it to a whole other level. Apparently, the double process helps to limit the amount of contamination they receive. Carl's capacity is really low, so somehow that helps the process even more.
Is there any way to scan those two and figure out exactly what their capabilities are? I asked.
Not that I know of,
Penny replied.
I think you have to go through an evaluation, like you did with Sandy, to figure out what they're good at. I just know about their abilities because Marius keeps talking. I think he likes to hear the sound of his own voice.
Thank goodness for that, I said gratefully. Keep listening and see what else you can pick up. So, break it down for me. Based on what they've discussed, what are Marius's stats and what are Carl's stats?
Marius has a freakishly large magical capacity and a high magical regeneration, Penny said. The reason he isn't a super powerful mage is his magical flow is very low. It takes him a long time to push out enough magic to do anything. Carl is almost the exact opposite. His magical capacity is very small, and his regeneration is very low. On the other hand, his magical flow is freakishly high. Apparently, he's had to go through a lot of training to learn to control how much magic he uses.
It sounds like when both of them are together, their strengths cancel out their weaknesses, and they make one really powerful mage, I said.
Yes, Penny agreed. Although Marius seems to think he is doing more in their relationship, he likes to brag he has staying power, and he's told Carl that without him, Carl was one tug away from an empty nut. I'm not sure what that means, but Carl doesn't like it.
It just means that Carl has sex very quickly, I told her, and left it at that. I didn't want to get into the specifics of self-love and burping the worm with Penny. She already thought fleshy people were strange enough. If it got into the particulars of shaking hands with the milkman, she might give up on humanity entirely. Or she might be fascinated by it. Either way, I just didn't want to go there. Anyway, back to Carl's plan. What exactly is he going to do? I asked.
I'm not entirely sure, Penny replied. He said he's going to finish healing up, then he's going to internalize the magic and grow stronger. Exactly what that means, I don't know. He said it's a risk, but he's got to do it.
We talked a bit more, but I didn't learn anything new. I decided to keep an eye on the situation from the throne room without having to go back to my physical space. So I made a hologram of everything I could see with my magical sight. It wasn't very big, but it was nice to get an outside perspective of what was happening. I was surprised at how easily the hologram came together. I'd gotten used to working with glass and shaping things with my intention, so that certainly helped. Plus, I was in an imaginary place, so making imaginary tools was easy to do. Actually, I wasn't sure what my throne room was. Was it really all in my imagination? Was it a purely magical place? It had to have some reality to it, as Bermuda had been here. Thinking about my furry baby made me sad. I missed his purrs and loving looks. No matter how bad life got, he always made me feel better. I sighed and focused back on my hologram. Missing my kitten wasn't going to get me home any faster. Looking at the hologram made me realize I needed to explore a bit more. My surfers could phase through rock just like my miners. I could use them to explore outside the limits of my magic sight and see if there was another way out of this place. I got excited as I realized that the cavern below me might have a passage that led outside. I might be able to just dig down and avoid Carl entirely. I quickly gave my surfers directions, and they started exploring, and ran smack into the barrier around the warehouse. I had hoped the barrier was just on the surface, but instead it was a full box. It went up in the sky above the warehouse and deep into the ground. I was able to map the cavern below me, but I couldn't get past the barrier to see where it came from or where it went to. It was the same with the passage behind the man-made wall. I could see that the passage continued, but my surfers couldn't follow it. Damn. It hit me just how big of a lost opportunity this was. If I'd been able to get my creations out through the ground, I could have used a line of flashers to signal for help. This sucked. I really wished Bermuda were here. Now I had my immediate needs met, and my miners and ass blasters were upgraded and working hard. I was a bit at a loss. What should I do now? I felt down my connection to my baby. He wasn't here, but I could still touch his magic. The barrier around this place hadn't cut me off from Eggie, so I should still be able to reach Bermuda.
I touched his magic and felt him reaching out to me. He missed me and didn't like that I wasn't home. He'd gotten used to me being in the house, where he could find me and get some love whenever he wanted. I tried to tell him I'd be back as soon as I could when I felt him surge. Now he knew where I was, he jumped through our link and landed in my throne room. I was so happy I cried. I kissed him and he licked me back. He wiggled and gave me little headbutts as I picked him up and ran my fingers through his fur. His purrs were like manna from heaven as I told him how much I loved him. Then the magic price of moving him through that much space hit me, and I passed out. I woke up in a cat bed, like a real human-sized cat bed. Bermuda was snuggled up as close as he could get and was ready to continue our lovin'. I was only too happy to spend some time with him, and for a while we just snuggled together. I was sleepy and confused as to where I was. Why were Penny and Eggy studying a hologram, and who was screaming? Wait, why was someone screaming? That didn't sound good. I sat up abruptly as it all came back to me. The fight, getting buried in stone, being in my throne room. That still didn't explain the cat bed. I looked around, trying to gather my mushy thoughts. Oh, right, Bermuda had showed up, and I'd passed out. Since he had my magic, he could make stuff in here too. I guess he made a cat bed for me to sleep on. That was nice. So, who was making all the noise?
Penny, what's going on?
I asked.
Carl has started working on his plan,
She said.
He's brought in a few of Ken's students, and now he's sucking them dry.
I checked out the hologram. Sure enough, there were 3 people I recognized standing by the wall. One person was standing in the circle with the sucker rune, and as I watched, he crumpled to the ground. I was so shocked I didn't know what to do. I knew the containment circle on the floor was designed to suck out power, but it just hadn't occurred to me that it would actually be used. I'm not sure why. Carl was psychotic, and I'd already seen him take Cassandra's power. This felt different, though. Cassandra had the sucker rune tattooed on her, and she'd been one of the mages that had killed and stolen power from others. She was not an innocent person. These students, though, weren't bad people. They hadn't been so thirsty for power that they'd taken it from someone else. They were just normal mages on a mini vacation looking for reconciliation. They didn't deserve this.
Why aren't they running?
I snapped.
Why are they standing there?
They are oath-bound,
Penny replied sadly.
From what I gather, Carl fought and conquered their whole school. He demanded their unconditional oath, and they gave it. That saved their lives at the moment, but now he's taking them in the circle.
So how do we save them?
I demanded. Penny and Eggy exchanged glances.
We can't,
Eggy said firmly.
We've been analyzing the situation the whole time, and there just isn't anything we can do. The only way to free the students is to kill Carl. You tried that already, and he beat you. Now he's with Marius, he's got way more power than you can handle. Even if Marius left, there's no way you could come out of the floor and beat him in a fight.
Crap. There had to be something I could do. I went through my list of creations. Grannies, Belchers, Octa, Surfers, Flashers, Miners, Ass-Blasters. None of them would harm Carl. My Flashers and Belchers could distract him, but it wasn't like the students would run away. They'd just stand there like they were told to. I think he was right. Even if I could get out of the ground, I wasn't in any shape to take on Carl and win. The only thing I could do was make a successful escape and come back with the rest of my crew. Surely with the added power and skill of Sandy, John, Tyler, and Annabeth, we could take the 2 of them down. I wasn't going to be able to help these mages, though, and I continued to rack my brain, trying to come up with something that would work. I talked it over with Penny and Eggy, but they didn't have any new ideas either.
This is just the end result of actions that have already happened,
Eggy said gravely.
They were dead as soon as they surrendered to Carl. They were his to do with as he wanted, and now he wants their magic. Your opportunity to change their fate was lost when you couldn't take out Carl in your fight. Now, the only thing you can do is bear witness to their final moments.
The long minutes ticked by as Carl carefully pulled the student's magic out of him and passed it on to Marius. Finally, the student crumbled to dust. Then, Carl did something different. I thought he'd just go right to the next victim, but instead, he seemed to be pulling the magic back from Marius. I jumped out to the physical world to get a first-hand look. It didn't help very much, as I still couldn't see through Carl's aura. It looked like he was bringing in the stolen magic, compressing it, and packing it inside his body, somehow. Maybe this was similar to what Big Ugly had done? He'd gotten huge, though, and as I watched, Carl didn't seem to be growing. I waited for a while more, studying both Marius and Carl, but I couldn't pick up any more clues. Instead, what I noticed was how much more room I had. The stone wasn't hugging me tightly like it had before. I had about 4 inches of space all around, so I could actually move a bit. It still wasn't complete freedom, but it was good progress. The 3-inch wide shaft to the cavern below was completed and open for business. Miners were chipping at the rocks and slowly creating my escape. Ass blasters were eating the chips, flying over the evacuation shaft, and dumping their loads. The plan was working. Carl finished packing the magic into his body and directed the next mage to stand in the circle. This was the woman who'd been screaming when I woke up, but now she was just sobbing softly. She tried to fall over and crawl away, but her oath made her get back on her feet and step into the circle. She just stood there as Carl activated it and slowly began extracting her magic. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, they did. Marius seemed to flirt with everyone, and I could see one of the final 2 students flirting back. I guess she thought she could influence Marius and stay alive. It was a final Hail Mary attempt, and it was worth a try, even though I knew it wasn't going to succeed. Marius seemed bored, so I guess he decided to see just how far he could push it. He started out nice as he talked her out of her clothes, but then he started getting a bit rough. She just took it and kept coming back for more. What choice did she really have? It was either Marius or death. Finally, Marius got what he wanted, and they had sex. Marius liked to present himself as a suave lover, but actually he was terrible. He was completely selfish, totally dismissive of her experience or how she was feeling. I'm not a straight guy, but even I knew his technique wasn't up to par. I'd been thinking of Marius as someone who wasn't that bad. He'd seemed sort of harmless and a bit stupid. Now, I realized he was as bad as Carl in his own way. People were just toys to him. They were just warm bodies to abuse as he wanted and throw away when he was done. The remaining student standing at the wall was freaking out. Tears ran down his face as he watched Marius play and knew that he was the next to die. Carl, of course, wasn't bothered at all. He just kept up his slow, steady pull of magic as he stared off into space. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I jumped back to my throne room and started pacing. I think he was right. Actions had consequences, and this was the end result of previous choices. I still couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Maybe I couldn't help these victims, but I could do something about the future. Somehow, I was going to sabotage his damn sucking circle. Tea was still keeping me at a low level of function. I knew I probably wasn't thinking as clearly as I normally would, so I talked it over with Penny and Eggy to get their feedback.
That is an excellent idea,
Penny said.
and you might want to extend it beyond just the circle. You're in a unique position where they don't know you're around, and yet you can change their physical space. Maybe you could booby-trap the whole room. You're going to have to fight them at some point, so anything you can do to hurt them should be considered.
Agreed,
Eggy spoke up.
but you are going to have to be very careful how you do it. You can't just destroy the circle, as they will know something is up. Also, if it stops functioning, Carl will just make a new one, and it might not be anywhere you can see. I bet that with all his power, he could just burn another one upstairs in the warehouse and be back in business in an hour. You'd be much better off finding a way to reduce the circle's effectiveness. If it takes him twice as long to train someone, that means he'll be half as powerful and go through half as many people as he normally would, before you return with the cavalry and shut him down.
That sounded like an excellent plan. It would weaken Carl and save lives. Win-win. To make this work, I needed to be smart about the changes I made, so I created a second hologram in the air. This time it was the sucker circle, the rune, and all the logical connections inside it. I also included the direction of the magic flow in all the channels. I was almost done when the student crumbled to dust and the circle shut down. With the magic gone, I could see the circle even clearer, and I updated my model so it included the height of the channels and every bump and dip of the stone. I also summoned 20 new miners and sent them to wait under the circle. Once I had my plan together, they would be ready. The first thing I noticed was about half the channels weren't being used. Once again, there were a lot of logical connections that did nothing. I let them fade out in the model so they were barely visible. The next thing I noticed was the channels had clearly been burned by hand. They weren't completely straight, and the depth of the channels wavered slightly. They were smooth, but the flow of magic wouldn't be optimal. Now, I just needed to make it a lot less optimal. I liked to think of magic like water. So what would I do if this was a concrete aqueduct and I wanted to slow it down? I came up with two ideas. One was to create a series of dips in the channel, like holes in a stream. Maybe just disturbing the smooth walls with a whole series of speed dips would be enough. The other idea was to create a line of dips, but make them at an angle. So the magic would hit and ride up towards the right, then after that, I'd make the magic ride up towards the left. If it worked, the magic would slosh back and forth, picking up momentum and spill over the edge. And there were several main magic arteries, so I directed 10 miners to make the speed dip type changes to one, and the other 10 miners to make the slosh type changes to the other. The miners got to work, and I soon realized there was a problem. The sucker circle was basically an open-faced giant charm, which meant it had lots of magic embedded in the stone. When my miners went to change the charm, they were competing directly against the magic used to make it, and they started breaking down quickly. Actually, given the amount of power it probably took to make this thing, they did very well. I originally thought they would be able to mine the whole line and still have magic left over. Instead, both teams got about halfway finished before they ran out of juice and faded away. I was very glad I'd updated my miners, as my normal ones might not have been able to modify the sucker rune at all. I quickly made 20 more and sent them on their way. I didn't want to waste magic, but this was important. Marius finished up, and now he decided to mess with the woman in a whole new way. He wanted her to attack her fellow student, and that was clearly something she didn't want to do. I could see her strain to resist Marius's orders, but it did no good. She stumbled over to the remaining student and began hitting the guy. Marius made the male student stand there like a statue and take it. Then the woman screamed and totally lost it. She started attacking him for real. She kicked him, hit him, scratched him, and even bit him at one point. Marius giggled maniacally, egging her on the whole time. Carl ignored all the noise as he calmly pulled magic back from Marius and packed it into his body. When he was done, he asked Marius which one should go in the circle next. Marius got a big grin on his face as he told the woman to go and stand in the circle. She cried some more, but there wasn't anything she could do. Her feet led her over to the circle, it activated, and her magic started flowing to Carl. The final student just stood there, watching it all, and shaking like a leaf. I watched the student in the circle for a few minutes, a silent witness to the start of her final moments. Doing what Marius had wanted hadn't worked out for her, but at least she tried. If I got out of this place, I'd tell her friends that she'd fought to the bitter end. I still needed to see if any of my changes had made a difference, so I zoomed in for a closer look. The channel with the speed dips was causing a lot of ripples in the magic. I wasn't sure how much it was actually slowing it down, though. The dips weren't that deep, so maybe I could dig them out a bit more and see if that helped. I had to be somewhat careful, though, as deep dips in the channel, no matter how small, might get Carl's attention. Especially if I did this to all the channels in the circle. Before I made any plans, I checked out the slosh channel. It was a success too, but the results were a lot more noticeable. The dips caused the magic to flow up to the right, and it rode a bit high in the channel, but it didn't flow over the side. The magic then flowed to left, riding up higher. When it swung right again, the magic surged high enough that some of it jumped out of the channel. The channel was long enough for one more surge to the left, and this time it seemed like a lot of magic splashed over the side. This was perfect. Not only was the magic sloshing around and taking a longer path, but some of the magic was escaping into the air instead of going to Carl. That was the best possible outcome I could have hoped for. Now I just needed to do that on all the other active channels. I couldn't just keep sending over my miners the way they were, as I'd soon run out of magic. I needed them to be stronger and even more durable. It was time to go back to their template and subdivide their triangles even more. Chapter 15. Slosh Lines. I had Penny pull up a template for me to work on, and was about to get started when I decided to take a moment and see if there was anything I was missing. Each subdivision of the triangles was taking twice as long, so I was going to be working on the minor template for several hours. If I wanted to make any changes, it would be best to add them now. I looked over the minor again, and something seemed to tickle the back of my brain, but I couldn't quite figure out what it was.
Penny, you've seen me make these minors several times before. I feel like I'm missing something. Do you know what it is?
You've been focused on them moving through stone, Penny said. But if you need to sabotage the rest of the cave, it would be much better if they could just fly to where they needed to be.
OMG, I exclaimed. Jetpacks!
Yep,
Penny nodded.
you need to add a jetpack.
How on earth did I forget that? I wondered.
I think you are doing very well for a human,
Penny said helpfully.
especially as you aren't operating at full capacity.
Just how far below full capacity was I?
T,
I called.
I'm here,
He replied cheerfully.
How can I help? Penny says I'm not running at full capacity at the moment, but I feel fine. I'm not ready to jump up and run a marathon or anything, but I do feel normal. Are you still keeping my body sedated?
Oh, yes,
T replied.
you're out of the danger level, as you now have access to fresh air, but I'm still keeping all your systems heavily repressed. If I didn't, you'd be very hungry, desperate to pee, and full of energy. Since you can't move much, that will be a recipe for disaster.
Oh, I replied. I hadn't thought of that. He just nodded sagely.
You can still think and use magic, but you're not going to be as clear-headed or innovative as you usually are. That is an unfortunate byproduct of what I'm doing for you physically. At this point, keeping you alive and calm is more important than being creative. You might not come up with the best solution, but you seem to be doing well so far. As long as you keep working towards your freedom, you should be all right.
He was right. I felt physically calm, which was a lot better than going crazy. I also hadn't thought about peeing, but I'd need to work on that at some point. I wasn't hungry either, which was very unusual for me. I was always snacking on something. Sometimes I wondered if my stomach was a bottomless pit.
T, do you know why I'm hungry all the time? I asked.
I'd always thought it was a bit unusual, but I just figured it was part of this amazing body T had forged for me. It seemed like all supernaturals ate a lot, but I seemed to eat more than most.
It's the magic in your matrix,
he said, like that explained everything. Seeing my look of confusion, he continued with his explanation.
You've packed a lot of magic in your aura, but your body hasn't developed enough to support it. You haven't been a supernatural for very long, and your cells are mostly regular human cells with only a little magic in them. So, the magic in your matrix is affecting your physical body and forcing it to perform at the highest level. That burns out your cells a lot faster, and as a result, you're having to eat like a growing kitten to replace them.
Oh, well, that explains a lot, I said. So this will eventually go away?
I would think so,
T replied wisely.
Every new cell you're making can handle slightly more magic than before. Eventually, your body will catch up, and you'll be in balance again.
How long will that take? I wondered.
I do not know,
T said.
You've continued to increase the density of your matrix, so that just puts your body farther behind. But that isn't a bad thing, as it's forcing your physical being to improve much faster than a normal mage. You haven't been around a lot of naturals, but I would guess you are improving faster than a regular natural as well. I've compensated for this as much as I can by making sure you're in top shape and all your body functions are performing as perfectly as possible.
Well, that was interesting. The new matrix I'd made at the gathering was 21 times denser than my old matrix. I guess that meant I'd be eating like a pig for a long time. It also meant that I needed to fix my food situation at some point, or I was going to waste away. That was a problem for later. For now, I needed to get my miners upgraded.
Thank you so much, T, for all your help, I told him sincerely. You continue to amaze me with just how good you are.
It is my purpose,
he said, sweeping into a deep bow. He seemed calm, but I could tell by the way he smiled that he liked the acknowledgement. He swung away, and I turned my focus back to Penny and Eggy.
Okay, so I need to add a jetpack. Is there anything else we should include?
I have been thinking,
Eggy spoke up,
and I believe this would be an excellent time to add the Force Rune.
The Force Rune! Duh! I was breaking through rock. Doesn't get more forceful than that.
I'd suggest putting the speed version of the Force Rune on the jetpack,
Eggy continued,
and your attack version of the Force Rune on the pickaxe.
Eggy, I'm so glad you're my thinker, I exclaimed. That is an excellent idea.
I gave him a big hug as he buzzed at Penny in Stonespeak and hugged me back. Then I gave Penny a big hug too. Both of them were just awesome. And we couldn't think of anything else, so I went back to the template of the miner and got to work. Making a jetpack in full detail was fun. Heck, making a rocket in any form was always fun. I'd made a simple single-tube jetpack before, but this time I decided to add wings. My design was similar to Buzz Lightyear from Toy Story, but I made the jet part bigger and colored it red with white stripes. I added the speed version of the Force Rune as a logo, and then covered it in 2 layers of triangles. When I was done, it was just as dense with detail as the rest of the miner. I then stamped the attack version of the Force Rune to the base of his pickaxe. Finally, I gave the miner another patch on his chest with a basic version of the Force Rune on it. Surely, between the 3 of them, he should have all the force he needed. I made sure the new patch and stamp were triangled up, and then Penny saved what I had so far. Adding the rocket and the patches had brought me up to 7,192 triangles. Now it was time to split all those triangles in half again. There was no way I could do this in one shot, so I ended up taking little breaks. I ran around my throne room a few times and kept an eye on what was happening in the main room. Bermuda wanted to be near me as I worked, so I got in the habit of lounging in the cat bed and working on the template in the air above me. Sometimes he would lie on my chest, and sometimes he'd lie in the bed beside me. When I got frustrated with how long all this was taking, or upset at what was going on in the room above, Bermuda would start purring and giving me some gentle licks. He knew when I wasn't in a good emotional place, and in his own way, he told me he loved me and we were going to be all right. Penny and Eggy got in the habit of coming over and visiting us, and the cat bed turned into quite the cuddle puddle. I was very aware of how lucky I was to have this much support and encouragement. Carl finished draining the woman that Marius had messed with, and she crumbled into dust. Only one student remained, and he seemed resigned to his fate. Carl spent a long time packing magic into his body. It seemed like twice as long as before, and I thought he'd then start on draining the last guy. Instead, he had the guy do some housework. Carl made him clean the dust out of the circle, which I thought was especially cruel. It was sort of like making the guy dig his own grave. After that, Carl had him clean up the room and get rid of the trash. Then he sent the guy out for food, and the student soon came back with burgers, fries, and drinks. It was just 2 meals, though. I guess they figured there wasn't any reason to spend money on their last victim. After they ate, Carl opened one of the crates and pulled out a metal crest. It looked old, like it had been a family heirloom for a long time, and it glowed with a touch of magic. It wasn't a lot, but Carl put it on the sucker circle and drained its power anyway. I was surprised he hadn't moved on to the last mage, but I wondered if maybe he needed a break from stealing magic. Surely draining items was a lot easier than draining a person. Carl went through several crates of items and had the student clean up behind him. None of the items had much power, but he was gradually taking longer and longer to do whatever internal body enhancing he was attempting. Finally, Carl and Marius decided to call it a night and went to sleep on the cots. Carl told the student to stand in the corner and not move, so that is what he did for the whole time they were resting. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to just stand there, knowing at some point you're going to be sacrificed for your powers. I kept working on the miner, and finally finished it. Penny saved the new template, and reported it now had 14,384 triangles. Hopefully that level of detail will be enough to do the trick. I made 20 of them, filled them with magic, and sent them off. They had double the triangles, but only took about 20% more magic to fill. That was nice, as I was starting to worry about how much magic it would take to sabotage the circle. I don't know if it was the extra detail, the jetpacks, or the force room that made the difference, but they floated so easily through the stone. It was almost like they were fish swimming through water. It was certainly a far cry from the painfully slow phasing we'd started out with. The miners reached the sucker circle and got started. I had all of them tackle one channel and dig out the sloshing dips. It only took a minute, and then they were done. More importantly, they didn't take that much damage. I directed them to tackle the next channel, and while they were busy with that, I made 20 more miners. Soon I had 10 work crews adding slosh lines to the rune and all its logical connections. Carl and Marius were still sleeping, so I just kept going. I increased the number of work crews to 40, and then started calling the damaged miners back for repairs and refills. There were lots of channels, and it was a bigger job than I had anticipated, but I got finished just before Carl and Marius woke up. The student had been standing in the corner all night, so I'm sure he was exhausted, but they sent him out for breakfast anyway. When he got back, Carl and Marius ate their breakfast sandwiches and began their day by draining the last student. He started crying when Carl told him to get into the circle. The poor guy shook like a leaf, but he had to obey. Carl started the circle and sat back, staring off into space as usual. This time, though, all the magic didn't flow to him. Instead, a mist of magic lifted off the circle and started floating through the air. It seemed like a lot, and I was worried it was too much. My slosh lines were working, but maybe they were working too well. Much of the magic in the channels was flowing over the edges and turning into vapor. It almost looked like the last mage was standing in a patch of dry ice. Surely Carl would see all this magic and investigate. Was he going to figure out I was still alive? Was he going to blast through the rock and come for me? I waited, but nothing happened.
Carl kept staring off into space, and Marius kept playing a game on his phone. Surely someone was going to notice. Nobody did. Not even the mage that was losing his magic. I bore silent witness to his passing and memorized his face so I could tell his story. I had to get out of here. I was going to go crazy if I had to watch this play out over and over again. More importantly, I needed to get the rest of my crew come back here and put a stop to this. I called all the rest of the miners to me and upgraded them to the last template. This time I didn't even go out to my physical space. Instead, I did it all from my throne room. I was starting to get a handle on using my magic and my sight while in my special space. Carl and Marius left and returned shortly with 6 more students. The whole awful process repeated all over again. It seemed to be getting harder for Carl to pack the magic inside himself, so they only got through 3 students before going to sleep again. Marius played on his phone until he got bored, and then he played with their victims. He liked to get them to do what he wanted without having to command them. It was more of a challenge, I'm sure, and he liked to see how far he could push them. Sex, violence, just plain stupid stuff, nothing was off the table. He even coaxed one student into eating everyone's underwear. He made another woman stand on one leg the whole time. It was like they were dolls, and he was a depraved child playing with them. I began to hate him more than Carl. At least Carl didn't play with his tools. He only wanted one thing from them, their magic, and he killed them to get it. Other than that, he left them alone. Carl was psychotic, but it was Marius who was cruel. I did all I could. I memorized their faces and bore witness to their final moments. When I told their stories, I wasn't going to say anything about what they did for Marius. Instead, I was going to say they were brave and fought till the end. I kept working on my own efforts to escape. After updating all the miners, I spent time with the ass blasters. I added the speed version of the force rune to all their feet and gave them the generic version of the force rune as well. Then I did another subdivision on their triangles, bringing their triangle count up to 12,846. I upgraded all the working ass blasters, and then reviewed my progress. The speed of the evacuation had jumped a lot. If I focused on just one miner, it seemed like they were chewing through the rock at a good pace. If I zoomed out and focused on the full 18 feet of rock I needed to get through, it seemed like progress was barely happening. Even with all the upgrades, it was going to take days to escape. I just had to accept that and move on. Instead of focusing on the tragedy that was happening overhead, I needed to focus on what I could control. And one thing I really needed to control was a way to replenish my magic. I'd started this situation with a lot of magic in the tank. Both Penny and I had been full and ready to go. Every upgrade to my soul creations had taken more of our capacity, though, and I'd already borrowed from Penny several times. We still had a lot left, but all this mining was taking power, so I was worried how much magic I'd have when it came to finishing this tunnel. The good news was that there was now a bit of loose magic in the air, and that meant it was time for my granny godmothers to make an appearance. I wanted to sabotage the place even more, but first I needed to make sure my own escape was going well. I'd worked with my grannies for a long time, so they were very familiar to me. I created the template of a granny godmother in front of me and started filling in the details. I began with a plump female figure with gray hair worn in a bun in the back. She'd had a pink dress last time in honor of Annabeth, but this time I made it bright red. She was helping me go into battle against some nasty mages, so I needed her to have lots of fire and sass. I debated giving her something powerful, like a jetpack, instead of fairy wings, but I decided to stick with what worked. She'd mostly be moving through the air slowly, cleaning it up, so she really didn't need speed. I gave her apron a nice frilly edge and covered it in images of apple pie. In this place of rotten magic, she was going to need all the wholesome goodness she could get.
For her weapons, I stayed with the dual dustbusters and the fancy hip canisters, which had the vortex cleaning system and a chrome-plated exhaust. I didn't add the western holsters this time. Instead, I doubled the size and power of the canisters and gave her a clip on the side to hang her dustbusters when she wasn't using them. With all the stolen magic flying around, things were quickly going to get nasty, so I really wanted to design something that would protect her. I came up with the idea of a force field belt. I made it silver and gold, with a big gold sun on the front. It would project a force field of golden goodness all around her. I added my defensive force rune on the belt, included the speed version of the force rune on her wings, and then put the generic force rune on her dustbusters. I gave her a last go-over, then remembered to give her rubber gloves and a protective face mask. I also remembered to give her a duplicator ring and a resize ring. Did I need anything else? I finally added a feather duster, in case she needed to brush the bad dust off her outfit, as well as a cleaning rag and a squirt bottle of disinfectant. Oh, and sensible shoes. She was a fairy, but she was a worker too. Hopefully she was now good for every situation. Penny saved her basic form, and then I got to work on my first triangle pass. Once again, being that up close and personal with a template gave me all kinds of opportunities to add more details. On the chrome vortex canisters, I added scrollwork and gems to give them an extra kick. For her wings, I added all those little lines that make dragonfly wings so pretty. For her apple pie apron, I made sure all the apple pies looked fresh, hot, and ready to eat. When I was done, I was familiar with every part of my soul creation and had given her as much power and protection as I could. Penny saved her again and reported the triangle count was at 3,578. It seemed like these first passes of mine were getting a lot more detailed than before. I did my first subdivision pass, giving me 7,156 triangles, and then I summoned my head granny godmother.
Why, hello, she said brightly. I didn't expect to see you so soon. I didn't expect to need you so quickly, but things have changed. I hope you are rested and ready to go. I gave her a big smile. Of course, she replied. You know I'm always happy to help. Now, what are we dealing with this time?
My goodness, it was nice to have her back again. We'd always had an easy relationship, and it was wonderful to just tell her my story and let her know what was going on.
Well, you've certainly had quite the adventure, she said sympathetically. And it's not over yet. Cleaning the air is going to be a bit of a challenge, as all the stolen magic will be fresh. It's going to be upset and ready to lash out at someone or something. With the park, it had already turned rotten. It was slimy and acidic, but it wasn't actively upset. Still, this new upgrade you've given me is right spiffy. I'm certainly stronger than before. I guess we'll get started and see how we do.
I told her to let me know if she needed anything, and that she had at least one more upgrade coming. She nodded and flew off. My granny godmothers were sweet and easy to talk to, but they liked to be working if there was a job that needed doing. I summoned 10 more godmothers and sent them her way. I didn't bother giving them instructions, as the head granny godmother would fill them in and get them started. I took a moment to look around and see if anything was happening. Carl and Marius were sleeping. The 3 remaining students of the second batch were standing against the wall. Everything seemed quiet. So I decided to do one more pass on the grannies and get them up to the same level as the minors. Splitting the triangles to get 7,000 new ones took time, but I was getting used to it now. I varied the shades of color, and once again the final product just sparkled. She looked like a real fairy. Final triangle count, 14,312. I called all my working grannies back and upgraded them. Then I had a quick chat with the head godmother to see how it was going.
Oh, this magic is much worse to collect and clean compared to the magic in the park, she reported. Remember how it wanted to burn you when the rotten mage first exploded?
I nodded. That had been a nasty dash for freedom. I'd been carrying Annabeth's unconscious body with me, and the grannies had sacrificed themselves to clear a path for us to run through.
This magic is like that, only worse, she stated. It's a good thing we started our cleaning now, or this could have gotten really bad. You're in the floor, but you still have to breathe the same air as the rest of them. You can't get away, so the magic would have eventually eaten through your lungs.
Oh, that's why I'm very glad you're here, I told her warmly. Not only will you keep me safe from the air, but you'll keep Carl from realizing something's wrong.
Of course, dear,
she said with a smile.
Now, I think I'm going to need a few more fairies to keep up with what the circle is creating. I don't know if the mages he's sacrificing are getting stronger, or if the circle is getting more out of whack, but there is definitely more magic coming off of it.
I nodded and quickly doubled her workforce. This was magic well spent.
Oh, before I leave, I wanted to let you know I've been giving the cleaned magic directly to Penny. For the park cleanup, we gave the magic to Octa, as she needed to then pass on the magic to Sandy, Annabeth, Eggy, and the house. For you, we can just give the magic to Penny directly.
I thanked her for all her help, and then she flew away. I checked Penny's color saturation levels. They were good. If the grannies were giving her pure neutral magic, I needed to counter that with my soul colors and make sure Penny stayed in top shape. I checked back into the room. The evil duo was awake and training another mage. I memorized his face and bore silent witness for a moment. It was hard to look at, and it was hard to see the two remaining mages standing there, knowing they were next. At one point, Marius put down his phone and got up to start playing with them. I couldn't watch anymore, so I called Penny and Eggy together to have a planning session and figure out our next moves.
Okay, you both know what's going on, I said. I can breathe. Progress is being made on the escape tunnel, and we now have a source of neutral magic. Am I missing anything? Is there anything else I need to be working on at the moment?
Eggy and I have actually been discussing this already,
Penny spoke up.
You should check in with T more often and make sure you are getting the right amount of water, as well as taking care of any bathroom needs. Just because you're doing the whole comatose kung fu monk thing doesn't mean you don't have to take care of yourself. Your normal feelings of hunger and thirst are going to be messed up, so you need to check with T to make sure you stay healthy.
T, I called. Did you hear all that?
Yes, of course,
He replied.
I always pay attention to what you're doing. I never know when you're going to suddenly drink a highly potent magical cocktail and poison yourself.
I just laughed.
You got me there. That wasn't my finest hour. So what do you think about what Penny said? Am I doing okay?
You could do with both water and food. You don't need a lot, but you need some. Plus, you're going to need a pee and poop in the next several hours. I've been keeping your system sedated, but it's going to need to happen at some point.
Well, damn. I'd completely forgotten about that. This was not something I was looking forward to. I really, really wished I had a freshness charm that worked for me. That would make it so much easier. How the hell do I even begin to tackle this? Eggy cleared his throat to get my attention.
If I may,
He said. I nodded for him to continue.
I've been thinking about this, and I would like to suggest you use your throne room for these functions.
He leaned back like that explained everything. I just looked at him in confusion.
You want me to poop on the floor of my throne room?
I asked in disbelief.
Oh, good heavens, no!
He said with distaste.
This is your magic space, so use it as such. Just add a bathroom, add intention about what it does with your waste, and then go about your business.
Oh, I said thoughtfully.
Will that work?
It's worth a try,
Penny chimed in.
We already know you can reach out of this throne room and affect the physical world. You're doing it by charging up your creations, and you're doing it with your magic sight. So, why can't it help you with eating, drinking, and your restroom needs?
Well, that was certainly an intriguing idea. Going to the restroom here seemed much nicer than trying to figure out how to deal with it in the physical world. I won't go into all the details, as this is neither glamorous nor exciting, but I will say it worked. Using my intention, I transmuted number 1 into pure water. I wasn't going to drink it, so I had the dudes transport it up to the main room and sprinkle it on the crates. For number 2, I transmuted that into solid, very dense chips, and I had the dudes take that top side and put it onto Carl's and Marius's cots. They were both nasty people, so they could sleep on shit. The chips were hard, like rock, and they didn't smell, but it was the thought that counted. The best part was I didn't have to monitor any of this. Instead, I made a door in my throne room that led to a small but clean restroom, and I did my business there. Easy peasy. The potty thing worked out so well, I decided to tackle food and water next. Water was easy. I just called for a drink in my throne room, and my dudes airlifted it up to me from the cavern below. For food, I just transmuted rock chips into dense, highly nutritious bites of food. From the throne room perspective, I was eating a delicious sandwich. Once I had everything set up, I breathed a sigh of relief. I was finally in a good place. All my basic needs of air, shelter, water, and food were taken care of. I had a plan to escape and a source of magic to keep me going. Now it was finally time to get back to something I was very much looking forward to, sabotaging this place. To that end, I called a council of war. I'm sure it didn't look like a planning meeting, as I was snuggled up with Bermuda on the cat bed, and Penny and Eggy were all laid up with us. But this was my new favorite spot, and where we were going to plot the downfall of Carl and Marius.
Penny, you suggested this before, but now it's time. How are we going to sabotage this cave? I'm open to any suggestions, no matter how crazy. I'm sure you've already thought about this and have hundreds of ideas. So let's hear them. What you got?
Penny and Eggy looked at each other and buzzed in stone speak. Then they turned back to me, and Penny sighed.
We've discussed this a lot, as you've surmised, but the only workable thing we've come up with is to carve out a chunk of the ceiling and drop it on their heads.
I waited, expecting to hear more, but that was it. That was all they had.
Really? I prompted. Your only idea is to drop rocks on their heads. Even that isn't as easy as it sounds,
Eggy spoke up.
You've got to cut the rock so it's ready to fall but doesn't. Then you've got to get the timing just right, so at least one of them is below that portion of the ceiling when it falls. Then you have to hope it will hit them and do damage. Then you have to figure out what to do with the other mage that isn't injured yet.
I couldn't believe this.
I'll just cut out part of the ceiling and drop it on them, I said shortly. I mean, really, how hard can that be?
In my mind, it was so simple. Person walks under the sabotaged part of the ceiling falls on the person dies. End of story.
Oh, my sauce,
Eggy said, in the tone of voice that suggested I was being particularly dense.
Allow me to illustrate.
And illustrate he did. He formed a hologram in the air, and then showed all the different ways it could fail. Carl walks under the sabotage section. The miners can't dig through the part holding it attached fast enough, and Carl keeps going. The rock falls behind him, he finds me, and kills me. Carl goes to walk under the sabotage part, but it isn't attached well to the rest of the rock, so it falls early. He finds me and kills me. Carl goes to walk under the sabotage part, the rock doesn't fall straight, so it gets wedged in the ceiling. He finds me and kills me. Carl goes to walk under the sabotage part, and it falls mostly straight and hits him. But he's looking down at the time, so it only hits part of his head and shoulders. The angle of the blow knocks him to the side. He recovers, finds me, and kills me. Eggy went on with all the ways it could go wrong. I was totally shocked, as I could see all the problems he was talking about. In the movies, the character creates all these amazing ambushes, and they all work perfectly. If this was scripted, Carl and Marius would both stand under the spot together, smoking, and the rock would fall on them just right. Their heads would go splat, and, depending on the movie rating, we'd have brains and blood everywhere. That wasn't real life, though, as Eggy was demonstrating over and over again.
I always knew I liked him,
my analytical side said proudly.
He's doing such a wonderful job explaining just how naive you are. Be sure and take in as much as you can. He's thinking like an engineer. Maybe some of that brain power will rub off on you.
He spit on a tissue and made like he was going to rub my forehead. I guess so I could get better reception to Iggy's thoughts. I just growled and pushed him away.
I guess you've already got this all worked out then,
I asked.
Oh, no, sorry,
he shrugged.
You're the creative one. You'll have to figure this out.
Well, that wasn't much help at all. I mentally sighed and continued to watch Eggy run his scenarios. Once he finished, they both looked at me again.
Eggy, I certainly appreciate your thoughts, I told him, and you have certainly put a lot of time and effort into this. Penny, do you have anything to add?
I'm very sorry I got your hopes up,
she said sadly.
I know how much you were looking forward to getting your MacGyver on. I thought it would be simple to do something that would really hurt them and take them out. Eggy has been around a lot longer than I have, though, and has lots of experience to draw from. He's quickly educated me on the reality of traps, and it's certainly not as easy as it sounds. Most of the time, they don't work. And since you can't get away, whatever trap you come up with needs to destroy them. If it doesn't work, it will just alert them that you're still alive, and they'll come after you.
Thank you, both,
I said sincerely.
I've learned a lot just watching all the different ways this could fail. I know I'm not thinking at my best, but I'm good at puzzles. Let me percolate on this for a moment and see what I can come up with.
I'd really hoped to have something as awesome as the rolling ball of death in Indiana Jones. Or maybe spikes that shot out of the wall and impaled them? Or dungeon traps, like an RPG game? I already knew that Eggy would tear those ideas apart. There was no way to make a giant rolling ball. I didn't have any way to shoot spikes out of the wall, and the little bit of stone I tried to shoot at Big Ugly showed how inaccurate that was. As for dungeon traps, those actually just make a flash on the screen and take away health points. If I could take away Carl's health points, I'd have done that already. I sighed and just let that go. I wasn't going for epic, I was going for practical. I didn't get any points for style, so I needed to make something that would have a very good chance of seriously hurting or killing them. Dropping part of the ceiling on them was practical. I already knew I could mine through stone, and it just required gravity and weight to work. Cave rock was certainly heavy enough, and as far as I knew, gravity wasn't going anywhere. Most of the issues Eggy brought up involved timing and targeting. I let the puzzle pieces float around in my head, and it wasn't long before they started lining up. I wasn't the smartest guy in the world, but I sure enjoyed putting ideas together. One solution led to another, and soon I had a plan.
Okay, I got it,
I said confidently.
Eggy, all of your scenarios involved Carl walking under a certain part of the ceiling. But what if we don't try to hit him on the move? What if we hit him when he was stationary, and most importantly, not paying attention? And even better, what if Marius was in exactly the same position? That would simplify the trap a lot,
Eggy nodded.
Then all we need to do is hit them when they're sleeping,
I said simply.
Now, here's my specific plan.
I summoned a hologram of my own.
First, we set up a large part of the ceiling to drop on them.
I showed in glowing lines where the miners were going to chip out. I made the slabs so they were really large, about 3 feet wide by 8 feet long by 2 feet deep. It needed to be big so it would have a good chance of hitting them, even if the cots moved a bit.
That amount of rock should weigh about 8,000 pounds, so it should be wide enough and heavy enough to hold them in place for the second hit.
I outlined an even deeper block of stone. This was a few inches smaller on each side, so it could easily fall through where the first chunk had been, but this time I made it 6 feet deep. If my calculations were right, that should be about 18,000 pounds of rock, or about the weight of 5 large cars.
Next, we finish the tunnel, and I get out of the ground and behind the wall. Then we wait until they're sleeping.
I updated my hologram to keep up with my story.
At this point, all the miners are freed up, so they can chew through the last bit of rock easily. If it gets stuck somehow, we'll have lots of miners to unstick it. Priority will be to hit Carl first, as he is the fighter and reacts the fastest. Right behind that, we'll hit Marius.
I updated my hologram so the slab of rock fell from the ceiling and smashed into a sleeping Carl. A split second behind that, the second slab of rock fell and hit Marius.
If the first one is a success, we'll drop the second, larger set of slabs.
I updated my hologram so huge blocks of cave stone fell and smashed onto the first slab.
At this point, we wait to see what's going to happen. If that takes care of our two villains, then we just go through the man-made wall, exit the cave, and go home. If the rocks miss them for some reason, or they react quickly enough to get out of the way, or anything like that, then I don't go out into the room at all. Instead, I leave the man-made wall alone and head down the cave passage. Once I get beyond the magic barrier, I can use my surfer dudes to explore the rest of the cave system and hopefully find another tunnel to the surface.
I looked back at Penny and Eggy.
Thoughts?
It's simple, clean, and you have a plan if it doesn't work,
Eggy said happily.
I like it.
Penny thought it sounded wonderful too, and then we all talked about possible failure points and how to account for them. There weren't many of them, and soon Penny and Eggy got up like the meeting was over.
You know, there are many types of sabotage and traps,
I said with an evil grin.
Oh?
Eggy sounded intrigued, and they both sat down again.
Do tell.
Well, you've rightly pointed out all the different ways that physical traps could fail,
I said.
But these are mages, so what about if we break their tools? Mages are a lot less powerful if they don't have their charms.
That's an excellent idea.
Penny sounded excited.
Are you sure you can do that?
I think so,
I said.
I just modified a giant charm circle, so surely I can mess up a regular charm. I think it isn't normally attempted, as charms are valuable and the attacking mage is usually hoping to keep them himself. In this case, I just want Carl and Marius dead, and I'm happy to destroy all their charms to do it.
Carl's been around a long time, so I'm sure he's collected a bunch of charms to help him,
Penny continued.
Even if you only broke his shield charm, it would hurt his fighting chances. He recovered with a healing charm, so break that too. I'm sure he has a freshness charm. Break that and then sabotage the restroom in the warehouse. He won't be feeling very fresh anymore.
Penny was getting excited now.
You need to do it in such a way that it doesn't lead back to you,
Eggy cautioned.
If all his charms start breaking at once, he's going to know something is up.
You're right,
I said.
So I was thinking of messing with the part of the charm that holds the neutral magic. He's draining the magic out of people, so it could make sense if his charms got drained of their power too. He'd just think it was some sort of side effect of this new magic thing he's trying.
That is just plain devious,
Eggy laughed. Penny joined him, and soon all three of us were doing the whole Lemony Snicket mischievous chuckle. We weren't evil, but right now, it sure felt good to be a bit naughty. Penny and Eggy were still doing their rascally snickering as they got to their feet, thinking the meeting was over.
And, of course, what's a good sabotage without some balls?
I asked mysteriously.
Balls?
Eggy questioned as he sat back down again. I could already see the wheels turning in his head as he tried to figure out where I was going with that.
Balls,
Penny said playfully as she sat back down too.
Fleshy people love them. Men especially. They throw them, kick them, bounce them, and that's just their games. Personally, they scratch them, hold them, adjust them, squeeze them, and it's all very fascinating. Do you know they do something called teabagging, and it has nothing to do with tea?
Really?
Eggy said curiously.
That sounds intriguing.
All right, you two,
I said quickly before the conversation got out of hand.
Let's focus on sabotage, not strange things people do. Now, this next idea is something of an experimental one, but if it works, it could give us a huge advantage.
I paused dramatically.
I'm going to call this Marius Suckballs.
I love the name. Loved it. I got to diss Marius and use a pun at the same time. Win-win.
That is an excellent name,
Penny laughed.
Are you going to do something like a nut flick? I hear that is quite painful.
Penny had always been interested in stuff fleshy people did, but she seemed to be very well versed in testicular culture. Where'd she learned all this?
No, Penny, I laughed. It's nothing like that. What I'm thinking of doing is using the sucker rune to pull some of the magical capacity out of Marius. My idea is to use a little ball, which gradually inflates as it fills up with his magic, sort of like bubblegum. It keeps going until it pops, at which point the granny godmothers suck it up and convert it to neutral magic.
That sounds like an excellent idea,
Iggy said thoughtfully.
Are you sure you can do that? It's unlike anything you've attempted before.
This is the most experimental of the sabotages, I admitted, so I'm not 100% sure it will work. On the other hand, the reason this whole war started in the first place was because mages with the sucker runes could pull from each other with no limit. It sounds like the rune is always on, and they have no control over who taps into it. So it just makes sense that I could make sucker runes and tap into it as well.
The logic is sound,
Iggy nodded.
You called them Marius suck balls, so are you only going to pull from Marius? Why not target both of them?
Marius is the one holding all the magic, so he's the one I want to go after. He's used to Carl pulling and pushing magic into him all the time, so I don't think he'll notice any extra movement. Plus, he's into his game and playing with people. Carl, on the other hand, is used to controlling the flow and dominating other mages. I think he would quickly notice anything draining his small capacity.
We talked over the ideas a bit more, but nobody had anything new to add. So I called an end to the meeting and got to work. Chapter 16. Unexpected Find. Setting up the rock slabs to drop on their cots was the easiest sabotage to get started. I just created 100 more miners, gave them directions, and turned them loose. They would be done in plenty of time before I finished my exit tunnel. Next, I started messing with their charms. Every charm has a small round space that holds a neutral magic. So, I made another batch of miners, told them to attack the walls, and let all that power escape. The idea worked, but it was really rough on my miners. Marius wore his charms around his waist, so I had to fight his aura and the magic embedded in the charm in order to change it. I lost the magic in over 50 miners before I succeeded. When I was done, all of Marius's charms, including his shield charm, would no longer hold any power. Getting to Carl's charms was a lot harder. He stored them in a special pouch on the inside of his left thigh. Having them between his legs made it extra hard to get through his aura. Plus, his aura was a lot more powerful than Marius's and seemed to be constantly churning. I burned through another 50 miners, but all I could sabotage was his shield charm. I decided to wait and see how well the Marius suckballs were going to do before attempting anything more. The sucker rune was a lot more complex than anything I'd tackled yet. It sort of looked like circular rows of teeth leading to a drain in the middle. It looked nasty and mean, sort of like the Sarlacc pit in Star Wars. Or maybe the mouth of one of those weird fish that live in the bottom of the ocean that sucks your blood. Ugh. Whoever made the sucker circle had added extra decoy lines, but I could see they didn't have any flow, so I took them out. I also closely examined the sucker rune tattoos on Carl and Marius. They had a whole outside area, like lips around the teeth. However, their tattoos had a lot fewer teeth. I decided to put both runes together and hope for the best. Once I had the basic lines together, I went back and adjusted them to show the direction of the flow. I made the lines like I was using a calligraphy pen, and when I was done, it looked kind of pretty, in a deadly, I will suck your blood kind of way. From there, I made a ball and put the skull of the Day of the Dead, Dia de Muertos, on it. I decorated it with lampreys, ticks, mosquitoes, and leeches. It ended up looking really drab, so I went back and added pretty colors to all my bloodsuckers. For the left eye socket, I used the sucker rune, and for the right eye socket, I used an image of Marius. I skinned the whole thing with 1,000 triangles, gave it directions, and turned it loose for its test run. The results were spectacular. It inhaled, sucking a thick rope of magic out of Marius in about a second. The whole thing grew about 10 times bigger before it popped and vented all his magic into the air. Marius and Carl didn't seem all that rotten, not compared to Big Ugly and his crew. But the magic the Marius suckball pulled out was just plain awful. It was nasty, slimy, and rotten to the core. I couldn't believe Marius could hold all that inside him without going nuts. The speed at which it happened was a problem, though. I needed more unnoticeable mosquito sipping and less vampire ripping your neck apart. I subdivided the triangles until it had about 8,000, made a new test ball, and turned it loose with new instructions. This time it pulled his magic slowly and steadily and grew about 50 times bigger before popping. That was perfect. I took one of the skull teeth and made it my duplicator, and one of the other teeth became my resizer. Penny saved the template, allowing me to easily duplicate a couple hundred of them. I chose one ball and made him the lead. I told him to have 3 sucker balls going all the time and to let me know when he was down to 20 balls left. 3 suck balls powered up and began pulling from Marius, but he didn't seem to notice a thing. I kept an eye on them for a while, but everything looked like it was working nicely. I wasn't the only one powering up. Carl seemed to be getting a better handle on his body magic stuffing and started picking up the pace. He went through the students from the middle row and then started on the back. As he moved along, I realized he didn't have everyone. The gay guy and some of the women that had flirted with me were missing. I could only hope they'd escaped. Jeff, the grappler, Paul, who'd been Annabeth's first back row fight, and Edward, who'd fought with axes, were all present, though. They all ended up as piles of dust on the ground. Seeing people I knew get the life sucked out of them made me sick. Sure, the back row had been mouthy, but they didn't deserve this. Not even a little. Marius got bored, so his games became more intense. He tried to get them to seriously maim and hurt each other for the privilege of being last in the circle. Jeff almost died from having the other guys stand on him, and Carl had to break it up. And not that Carl actually cared about Jeff. He just wanted him to be alive and full of magic when he stepped into the sucker circle. Carl had to step in again when Marius played the game Fingers for Life. He gave them knives and told them they'd get an extra hour of life for every finger they presented him. The fingers could be their own or from another student. Carl put an end to the game as the blood was causing a huge mess, and one of the students was in danger of bleeding out. After that, he told Marius he couldn't play games with knives anymore. Marius didn't appear upset at all. Instead, he seemed excited about coming up with new games that were just as bad but not as messy. Marius wasn't the only one interacting with the students. Carl had conversations with many of them, and it was always about House Louisville. He wanted to know about the original battle with the house, as well as our exchange of reconciliation. He especially zeroed in on everything they noticed or surmised about our abilities. If they came up with a new nugget of information, he wrote it down in his little notepad. He made it clear he hated our house and what we'd done to Isabel, so anything they could tell him would gain them a few more minutes of life. With this kind of incentive, they told him everything. They told him stuff they'd seen, stuff they'd figured out, and even stuff they made up. Carl cross-examined them, and he was pretty good at figuring out if they were lying. He dealt with that harshly and quickly brought the others in line. In addition to the students, Carl drained all the artifacts in the room. I was very glad I hadn't staked my escape on coming up behind a crate. Carl had the empty crates hauled away, and soon the room was looking pretty bare. Time passed. I snuggled with Bermuda, and his purrs and love kept me sane. Emotionally, I was all over the place. I was hopeful that everything would work out, sad at the loss of life above me, angry at Carl and Marius, and lonely from missing Tyler and the rest of the house. Through it all, Bermuda was my rock. He loved me unconditionally and accepted however I was at the moment. He gave me hope and determination, as there was no damn way I was going to die down here and take Bermuda with me. I also started working on my other soul creations while I waited. I redid my flashers and bashers and got them up over 15,000 triangles. Tina's Grove already had lots of detail in the wood and all his healing rune flowers, so I didn't need to add any triangles to him. Red was already full of detail, but I added some triangles to the background part of his hexagon. It didn't seem to make much difference overall, but it gave him some extra sparkle, which he seemed to like. My escape tunnel progressed, and soon I could lie down while I waited for it to finish. The biggest boost for my escape efforts came from the merriest suck balls. They created a lot more magic for the granny godmothers to harvest, which meant I had more magic to spend. I used my extra capacity to finish sabotaging the rest of Carl's charms. I made sure all my miners were in tip-top shape and full of magic before I started adding more. I had over 3,000 miners digging through the rock, and I was adding more all the time. I had no idea how long I'd been down here, but Carl and Marius finally finished up the last of the students and then sat down to have a long discussion. That was unusual, as both of them really didn't talk to each other that much. Marius whined and talked at Carl a lot, but that wasn't a discussion. Afterwards, Penny called a meeting of her own and filled us in on what she'd heard.
I've got bad news, and maybe good news, she said. What do you want to hear first?
Let's hear the bad news, I sighed.
The bad news is that Carl is completely obsessed with the house,
Penny said. I think we knew that already, I noted.
Yes, we did,
She nodded.
but we didn't realize how obsessed he was and how it affected his plans. He's been gathering information on everyone in the house, their strengths, possible weaknesses, and he's now formulated individual strategies to deal with them.
That's not good,
Iggy said.
It's one thing to show up on a battlefield and try to win against whoever shows up. It's another thing to know exactly who you're fighting against and arrive fully prepared for their best attacks. Carl just got a lot more dangerous to us.
I agree, I said. Penny, did he talk about what his plans were? How exactly he was going to fight us? Penny shook her head.
No, he didn't go into details. He knows that Annabeth is a sonic mage, though, and he's figured out that Sandy and John have merged their powers. He's aware of John's golem form, and he knows they will be bringing fire and earth against him.
Well, damn, I said. That's a lot of information to have. How did he get all that? I know he's talked to Ken's school, but I wouldn't have thought they'd known everything about us.
I'm not sure,
Penny shrugged.
I know he's found some videos where Sandy and John have fought before. They were older fights before the gathering, but they still show their powers in action. He's been studying them to see how they both react and just how powerful they are.
I would certainly classify that as bad news, I sighed. So, what's the other bad news?
Apparently, there are 2 other groups of rotten mages. They've both holed up here in Louisville, and there has been an uneasy truce between everyone. Oliver is the leader of the smaller group, and Perry leads the larger one. Apparently, they've both seen what taking too much magic can do to a mage, so they both put out the word that they are not attacking anyone at the moment. The truce has held a lot longer than Carl thought it would, and he's been wary of taking the fight to them. Up to this point, he's been worried about how much power it would take to break up their defenses versus how much power he'd get from them overall.
That explains why this whole Rotten Mages Battle Royale has been so quiet, I said. We'd figured something had to be up, or they would have killed each other already. So, I'm guessing the bad news is he's now ready to attack them.
Yep,
Penny replied.
He's eager to try out his new powers and see just how well they perform. He's going to attack Oliver's group first, as it's smaller and less risky. If it works, it's going to give him a lot more power. That's the bad news.
So, what's the maybe good news?
Iggy asked.
The maybe good news is he's attacking someone else. It's possible that Carl is wrong about what he's trying. Maybe he'll attack Oliver and it won't go well. Maybe Oliver ends up draining him. If so, we can get out of here and go home. We'll still have to deal with Oliver and Perry, but at least we can do it with the rest of our crew.
Or even better, Oliver and Carl knock each other out, and we don't have to deal with either one of them, I said, hopefully.
It could happen,
Penny agreed, but she didn't sound like she really thought it would. Carl and Marius had a meal, prepped for battle, and then headed out. Neither one of them had working shield charms, so I was hopeful that would be a nasty surprise for them. While they were gone, I found myself pacing the floor of my throne room. I was anxious, hopeful, and nervous. If Carl died, I was free. If he came back with even more power, that would suck. I finally settled down and started making a feather dot. I only gave it one triangle pass before letting Penny save the template and calling it done. The feather dot was just for Bermuda to chase, so it didn't need to be battle ready. I didn't want to forget Mr. Tubbles, so I started on a bedazzled dot next. I was almost done with it when Carl and Marius came back, and they didn't come back alone. They had 7 mages with them who were brimming with rotten magic. Damn, it looked like Carl had won. That was just rotten luck. And the worst part was that these mages were filled with stolen magic. Between them, they had the magic of at least 20 mages. All of them were twitchy, but 3 of them were starting to go crazy from too much power. This was so not good. Not good at all. It wasn't just the captured mages that were twitchy. Marius must have absorbed a lot of magic from the fight, because he was wound up and wouldn't calm down. Carl started pulling magic from him and packing it into his body, but Marius kept bouncing around the room and wouldn't stay still. He kept yelling stuff, but I couldn't understand him.
Apparently, the fight went very well,
Penny translated.
Carl made Oliver his bitch and totally spanked his ass. Then someone else got feisty and got their ass handed to them too. Now these hoe bags know their place, and Marius is going to do 'em until they...
Thank you, Penny,
I said, raising my hand in protest.
I think that's enough. I get the idea. Just let me know if you hear anything specific about the fight. Like how Carl used his powers to win.
Penny nodded and went back to listening. This just sucked. Like, sucked. The last thing I needed was Carl getting more powerful. Well, if Marius had too much energy, then I'd be happy to take more from him. I told my head Marius Suckball to double the number of balls sucking his energy. Marius still didn't seem to notice, so I doubled it again from 6 to 12. Between the extra magic the suckballs were pulling and the new rotten auras of the captured mages, the whole place was getting really rank. It was even getting nasty down where I was, so I doubled the number of granny godmothers and brought some of them down with me. Since I had even more magic, I made more miners and increased my tunneling speed. I dug through 12 feet of rock. Only 6 more to go. I was restless and getting a bad feeling about all this, but I forced myself to focus. I didn't want to blow it now. Instead, I went back and finished my bedazzle dot. Penny saved the template, and then I sat and just watched my godmothers, suckballs, and miners work for a while. I found it soothing to watch all that progress happening. I could see my godmothers were still taking a beating from all that rotten magic, so I went back and did another triangle pass. It seemed to take forever, but when I was done, they had over 28,000 triangles. They were now my most detailed creation, and they needed every bit of it. Carl hadn't been lounging around either. He'd stored the magic they had gained in the fight, and he'd slowly drained 3 more mages. All that power he was packing into his physical body was starting to show, too. He'd gained about 6 inches in height and lots of muscle mass. He wasn't at Hulk levels yet, but he was getting there. It was more than just his physicality. His aura was growing and becoming denser. It was developing a dark, oily look, and he was finally starting to smell like a rotten mage. Carl normally didn't show any emotions, but for the first time, he started looking restless. None of his old clothes fit him anymore, so he'd started wearing overalls. They would have been baggy on a regular person, but on him, they were skin tight, and the bottoms of his pants ended at his knees. He looked so powerful, and I realized I probably couldn't beat him in a fight anymore. My punches had rattled his old self, but now I wasn't sure they would even faze him. I hadn't been paying that much attention as I'd been working on my own stuff, but it seemed like the sucker circle hadn't been used recently. As he started on his 4th mage, I saw why. The rotten mages had the sucker tattoos already, so we could just pull from them directly, no circle needed. He talked to the mage first, and then all of his sucker tattoos lit up as they started battling for power. He had a tattoo on his right shoulder, which he used to connect to Marius, and that's the only thing he used it for. Then he had a big one on his chest, 2 on each arm, and 2 on the insides of both legs. All the rotten mages I'd seen, including Marius, only had 1 sucker tattoo on them, and it was usually on their chest. I figured that having multiple tattoos gave Carl an edge in his power battles. This whole thing seemed curious, though. Why was Carl even fighting this mage for power? The mage was oathbound to him, so he could have just told the mage to stand there and not resist. Carl seemed strangely eager. His face was flushed, his hands kept clenching, and his breathing was ragged. It was almost like he was panting. Then I realized he was excited. Very excited. And not in the, "Hey Mom, let's go get some ice cream" kind of way. His skin-tight overalls showed he was rock hard and bulging against the denim. His Johnson had grown along with the rest of his physique, and now it was massive. I felt like I was watching a train wreck. I didn't want to watch, but I couldn't look away either. I knew Carl could have won in seconds, but he let the mage struggle for a couple of minutes. As the mage became weaker, Carl gradually shut down some of his own sucker tattoos to keep the fight going. He turned off his chest tattoo, and then both arms. That just left the 2 on his legs. Or did it? I saw 3 strands of power. Then both his leg tattoos shut down, which left just 1 strand of power heading straight towards the base of his throbbing beef baton. His breathing deepened and grew more labored as the power cord connecting him and his victim grew stronger. His victim started moaning loudly, and that's when I realized he was excited too. Even though the life was being sucked out of him, he looked like he was having the most erotic moment of his life. Suddenly, it clicked. Isabel must have done this with Carl. Except it would have been reversed with her sucking the magic out of him. He must have been her good-time boy toy. For her, he'd probably been a regular booty call with a side of kink. For him, it was probably his whole world. He didn't seem to have many emotions, and he certainly didn't seem to feel things like normal people. When he'd talked about Isabel, it was in worshipful terms, like she was a goddess and he was her human lover. I didn't know this for sure, but all the pieces fit. No wonder he was insanely upset at her passing. She might have been the only person in his life that had rocked his world and made him feel something. Carl was already crazy, but she'd found a way to make it worse. Just when I thought I'd figured Isabel out, I discovered another diabolical layer of her evil. This whole thing was nuts. Carl groaned as his massive member pulsed and his overalls picked up a wet spot. It didn't end there, though, as his crotch cannon reloaded and fired again. The whole cringe-worthy process went on for another hour. I cast about desperately, looking for something, anything, to take my mind off of what was happening in the room above. Upgrading all my soul creations was a worthy endeavor, so I started a template for Octa and focused every bit of my attention on making her as beautiful as possible. I don't know how I'd missed the erotic death routine with Carl's first 3 victims, but now I really wished I could go back and unsee everything. Working on the triangles helped, and I didn't stop until I had added over 14,000 to her design. She sparkled and twirled and looked so beautiful. Next, I worked on my belchers. With a better template, they should be able to compress the air faster and to a higher degree. I carefully checked in upstairs. Carl was now naked, and Marius was cleaning his body in a worshipful way. Marius seemed hungry, excited, and incredibly intense. Like psycho cult killer, "Let me bathe in the awakened, master," intense. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I did not want to see this. I told Penny to keep an eye on them and let me know if anything dangerous happened. Then I switched off my magic sight. I felt blind, and the world suddenly seemed dark and small, but it was better than having to witness whatever weird shit was getting ready to go down. I shuddered and felt like I should take a bath. Instead, I called one of my surfer dudes into my throne room and had Penny save his pattern. He was made up of 6,045 grains of magic sand, which made sense, as he'd been my most versatile and powerful creation up to this point. I zoomed in and started with just one cube. There weren't going to be any triangles on this creation. Instead, I needed to break his grains down into even smaller cubes. I couldn't just cut the cube in half, as then I'd have two flat-looking grains. I wanted all the grains to remain a cube, which meant I needed to cut each grain along all three axes. This was going to be a heck of an upgrade, as each grain would turn into 8 smaller grains. It took more time splitting the grains down than doing triangles, but I didn't want to think about what was going on up above anyway. I got into my groove and just went to town on them. It wasn't until I'd done a couple 100 grains that I realized I could just spin the grain around and always cut the same way. That seemed to be faster. I did a couple 100 more grains before I realized I could use this method to cut 2 grains at once. That worked so well I started working with 9 at a time. I was flying along now. If I could do 9, why couldn't I do 100? Before I knew it, I was done. Penny saved the pattern and gave me a grain count. 48,360. Holy crap! That was an insane level of detail. And it had been so easy, too. Since I could do 100 at a time, I was tempted to keep going. My servitudes were amazingly versatile, so having high-powered versions of them would be wonderful.
Penny, what's going on in the room?
I asked trepidatiously.
Carl is training the last mage, and he's included Marius in his mating ritual.
Penny replied, matter-of-factly.
He's got Marius on his knees, and he's...
Stop!
I commanded quickly.
Just stop! I don't need to know anymore.
I took a few deep breaths to let it all go.
Just keep an eye on them. Let me know when Carl has his clothes back on and they aren't touching each other anymore. Sound good?
Penny nodded, and I decided to go back to working on my surfer dudes. I started the next level of subdivision, and this time I pushed it even more. I increased the number of grains I split at once to 200, then 300, then 500. That seemed to be the max I could do for now, but that was still a lot. I flew through the rest of the project, and Penny saved the new template. Total grains, 386,880. I didn't realize just how much that was until I tried filling my surfer up with magic. He just kept accepting more and more power, and I finally had to stop. My surfertudes were wonderful, but they weren't my most important peeps at the moment, as they weren't contributing to my escape and they weren't part of my sabotage. They would just have to wait until later to get fully filled. In the meantime, I upgraded all my dudes to the new cubes and gave them a bit more magic than they'd started with. Penny assured me I could turn on my magic sight again, which I did, only to see Carl and Marius heading out again.
Where are they going?
I asked.
Carl is feeling restless and powerful, so they are going out to take down Perry and the largest group of rotten mages,
Penny replied. I had about 4 feet of tunnel left to dig. I was getting close to my escape, but there was no way it was going to be done before they got back. Without Marius or any of the rotten mages powering the suckballs, the granny godmothers got a chance to catch up and really clean the whole place. All that neutral magic went into Penny, and I sprinkled her with my soul, making sure her colors were fully saturated and in top shape. I repaired and refilled all my creations, and then settled in to wait. I felt restless. A dark cloud of dread settled over me. I was no longer sure that my plan was going to work. Carl had gotten larger and more powerful than I'd thought possible in such a relatively short amount of time. I was afraid that after he'd won against Perry's group, he'd be so strong that dropping tons of rock on his head wouldn't stop him. He'd just crawl out and come after me, like he was a Terminator. I'd fought Big Ugly and won, but his physical growth had been wild and unconstrained. He'd basically been a huge mountain of flesh and fat. Carl, on the other hand, was directing his growth. He was aiming for massive strength and power, and he was achieving it. All this doom and gloom was getting to me, and I couldn't just sit still anymore. So I got up and started running around my throne room. Penny, Eggy, and even Bermuda joined in. It felt great to get up and move. We needed some fun, so I made a giant feather dot, and we had a blast chasing it. Bermuda caught it easily, of course, as he had 4 legs to our 2. I'd made the feather dot more for us than him, but he certainly enjoyed playing around with us. Bermuda was getting big, but he still had lots of kitten energy and was ready to run like crazy. I was shocked at how fast Penny and Eggy were. Then I realized they weren't really human, and this wasn't a real-world space, so they could be as fast as they wanted. Actually, I could be as fast as I wanted too. The only person limiting myself was me. After I realized that, I tried to let my human self go and just move. My speed doubled, then tripled, and I had to make another feather dot. This time I let it move at full speed, and catching it became a challenge. At some point, I realized I could fly. I was freaking Superman! Moving at those speeds made the room feel small. I tried to push the walls back, but the size of my throne room was fixed. Still, I was flying. How awesome was that? My throne room was such an amazing space. It was the ultimate place to retreat to when I was injured or trapped. I needed to use it for more than that, though. I could make any tools I wanted here, so this place could be the ultimate workshop. Actually, I might be able to change the room completely and escape to somewhere totally different. I pushed out my thoughts, and the room changed, so we were now underwater. I added coral and sand, and even a sunken shipwreck.
Are you turning this into a fish tank?
My analytical side spoke up.
Only for a little bit,
I laughed, and then kept going. I changed my legs to a tail and added fins on my arms. Every merboy should have beautiful long hair to flow out behind him, so I let my luscious locks grow. I added schools of brightly colored fish, and then spent a while just swimming through my new paradise. Even Bermuda got in the act as he swam by me, all 4 legs doing the dog paddle. Or, in this case, the cat paddle. I found the scene took effort to maintain. I wasn't really a merboy, and I didn't live underwater, so the details faded unless I really concentrated on them. In the end, it was just too much work, so I let the room revert back to its normal medieval trappings. The tapestries appeared on the walls, the red runner led up to the throne, and the chandeliers hung from the arched wooden ceiling. I read a lot of fantasy books, so this just felt comfortable for me. I found it interesting that my throne remained even when it was underwater. It changed, so it had coral and gems on it, but it was still very much a throne. I could still fly, though, so I spent a while just floating in the air. It was wonderfully relaxing, and I let my mind drift, just like my body. I realized I hadn't slept. I hadn't felt the need, so I just kept going. My body was in a sort of stasis, so I guess I was already sleeping. Maybe this whole thing was a dream? Nope. There was no way I'd dream of all this. I pinched myself anyway, but I didn't wake up. My mind drifted some more, and I thought about everything that had happened. As I did, I became more and more grateful. I was grateful for my unique style of magic. It wasn't flashy or overtly powerful, but it had kept me alive. I was grateful for my house and everyone in it. I was wonderfully lucky to have a safe place to escape to. I was grateful for Bermuda and the unconditional love and acceptance he gave me. I was grateful for Penny and Eggy, for their companionship, their ideas, and their power. I was grateful for Tyler.
How I'd attracted someone who was so practical and supportive and yet sexy as hell was a mystery to me. I was grateful for my marks. There were still seeds, but they had already lent me their strength and kept me calm. I was even grateful for being trapped in stone, because it had forced me to stop and work on my creations. I'd thought about doing that before, but life had moved too quickly. I floated there in a beautiful, serene state of mind and counted my blessings. Tyler was right. Even horrible situations became normal after a while, and you find a way to recover. I thought about Father Allroon. He'd probably already figured out all the probabilities of all the possibilities in this situation. If he were here, I'm sure he could tell me down to 1/1,000,000% what my odds were of getting out of this place alive. That led me to think about Mother Creation. She'd love me, regardless of how this turned out. And she'd be very practical and just tell me to do my best. As I floated there, I could feel her love, and it warmed my soul. I basked in that love and enjoyed my moment of peace. It was going to get nasty soon enough. I started spinning slowly in the air so the love could hit me from all sides. Then I flipped over to keep my love tan nice and even. It was sort of like I was in a microwave, and I had a humorous thought that I was a giant burrito. Nobody wants a burrito that's hot on top, soggy on the bottom, and still frozen in the middle. That led me to thoughts about my lovely new kitchen. I'd love to be there right now, having a real sandwich. I spun and daydreamed and basked in the love of Mother Creation. Wait a minute. I wasn't just thinking about her power. It was here. It was in this room. I hadn't noticed it before because I'd always been so busy. I kept floating, kept the good thoughts flowing, but now I actively drifted. I moved slowly but surely closer and closer to her power. Her power was up by the ceiling, so it made sense that I hadn't noticed it before. Who pays attention to the ceiling? I floated and drifted towards the center of the room, higher than the chandelier. That's where I found it. My spark of creation. It was about the size of an apple, and already it seemed sort of solid. It was perfectly round and milky white. I was very happy to note that there wasn't a trace of contamination on it. Excitement raced through me, but I tried to let it go and stay calm. I was afraid that if I lost my peaceful zen, the spark would vanish. "Hello, Spark," I said happily. "I'm glad I found you. I want to welcome you to my place. I hope you enjoy your time here, and I hope you grow up big and strong." Intentions were everything, so I projected thoughts of health and happiness and being home. It heard me. A ripple ran across its surface, and I felt its warmth increase slightly. Before I'd even thought it through, I'd touched it. Then I hoped I hadn't contaminated it somehow, but it seemed fine. It felt a bit like a water balloon. Or maybe a ball of jello. It wasn't liquid, but it wasn't hard either. Well, I guess that made sense, as I was just a new mage. After it got wrapped in layers of my magic, it would probably get hard. Or maybe it just took time. Maybe it was a seed right now, and it would get firm once it grew up. I seem to have a thing for collecting seeds. Either way, I was very happy to see it was round and white, like a baby pearl. I still felt bad about how guarded I'd been with my first seed, the mark of the Lagarelle, and I wanted to make sure my spark of creation felt fully welcomed and accepted. So, I talked to it and told it all about myself. I told it about all the things I was grateful for. I told it about my Waker moment, fighting Isabel in the park, and making my first matrix. I told it how happy I was sometimes, but also how angry and scared I got too. I told it about going to the gathering, and I told it all about the Lagarelle and how they had given me a seed of their power. As I talked, a tiny green dot of Lagarelle power formed in front of me. It was about the size of a pea, and when I finished my tale of the 3 mages, it floated over to my spark and merged with it. I probably should have been freaking out. I was messing with my spark of creation after all. This was the thing that gave me life. It was the source of my power. If I broke it or messed it up, my life as a mage was going to be very short. My spark seemed so happy, though, and it welcomed in the leafy green drop of Lagerel magic. I felt no danger, but I waited for several minutes anyway, just to be sure that nothing crazy was going to happen. I'd just breathed a sigh of relief and started to continue my story when the whole room changed. Nature, in all her glory, made her appearance in my throne room. Grass sprouted between the tiles on my floor. Moss grew up around the edges of the room, and lichen appeared on the stone on my walls. The biggest change was the tree that grew up the wall to the left of the throne. It was one of those tree types that is more vine than tree, and it grew up the wall and spread across part of the ceiling. The air suddenly felt fresh, like a spring morning, and I felt a faint breeze. I thought the changes were finished, but a spring bubbled up, and a stream flowed down the left wall and watered the roots of the tree. Leaves fell from the tree, and from the ground, flowers and longer grasses started to grow around a small pond in the stream. It was like a little park setting had grown up in my throne room, and I loved it. I was a bit concerned, as I only had a limited amount of space, but then I noticed the wall had moved back a bit. Most importantly, I could feel just how happy the Mark of the Lagerel was now. The barriers I'd erected when it had first arrived were gone. It had moved in. It was home. I breathed and felt and loved, and just took it all in for a long while. This was an unexpected but welcomed development. I could not only see my woodland area, I could feel it. And my world was better for it. Penny, Eggy, and Bermuda went over and began examining everything. Bermuda seemed excited because there were so many new smells and new places to lie on. He lapped up water from the stream as Penny and Eggy stepped into the pond. It wasn't very deep and seemed like a nice place for a soak. I don't think it was their cup of tea, though, as they soon got out and began checking out the flowers. Finally, I picked up my tale again. I told my spark about meeting the deep earth and how vast and powerful it was. As I talked, a pea-sized ball of lava formed in front of me. When I finished, it floated over and merged with my spark of creation. This time, the change was instantaneous. The entire right wall of my throne room burst into flame, and the rock changed to a dark, shiny black. This time I was aware of the wall moving back, making room for what was coming next. The flames died out, and this time I got a stream of lava. It flowed out of the cracks on the back part of the wall and flowed along the side before forming a small pool. An anvil made of some sort of midnight blue metal formed out of the ground by the pool. I didn't have to ask. I just knew I could make whatever I wanted on the anvil and I'd never get burned. I could take any metal in this place, dip it in the lava to soften it, and forge it into whatever shape I wanted. The lava was warm, but comfortable. It would never hurt Bermuda or anyone else I invited into this place. I heard a happy squee as Penny and Eggy ran across the room and climbed into the lava pool. They splashed around a bit like 2 kids and then settled in for a nice soak. It looked like this was their new hot tub. Bermuda wandered over to check it out, but he didn't seem anywhere near as impressed. He dipped his paw in the lava, sniffed it, then wandered back to the tree side. That made sense, as Penny and Eggy were made from the deep earth, so I'm sure this felt much more familiar and comfortable to them. It looked like changes were still happening on the nature side, as I now saw some bees and butterflies flying around. Bermuda flopped down on a patch of moss and started chewing on a long stem of grass. He seemed entertained and content, so all was well with the world. I looked back to my deep earth side, and changes had continued there too. Crystals were growing up all along the stream of lava, in addition to various types of metals.
I saw gold and silver. Those were easy to spot, but there were also different metals in shades of blue and green. Actually, I wasn't sure if they were gems or metals or what, but they were very pretty. The crystals were all sorts of colors too, and many of them glowed with their own light. The lava stream was now the mirror of the nature stream, with its colorful flowers and lovely grasses. I thought that would be it, but the changes continued. The shiny black wall of the deep earth changed into all the different rocks, metals, and minerals found in stone. Best of all, they all glowed with colors, just like they did from my magic site in the cave floor. Soon, the wall was dense with all these different textures, and the overall effect was just stunning. I even had precious stones like rubies, sapphires, and diamonds. It was like I had my own wall of stars and galaxies. Then I realized something else. This wall provided the materials for my forge. If I wanted to make a silver dagger with a ruby pommel, I could. I didn't know if I could actually take it out of my throne room, but it was fun to just create. I'd enjoyed making shapes with glass. I could only imagine what I could make with all this. I wished I could show my deep earth area to John. He would just freak. I was very happy with all my changes so far, and my spark of creation was now giving off a pleased purr, so I decided to keep going.
Penny, Eggy, can you both come up here, please?
I called. They reluctantly left their new lava hot tub and floated up to see me.
I wanted you both to meet my spark of creation,
I told them, gesturing to the little round seed.
I'm your source, and in a very real way, this is my source.
They both looked at it curiously.
Penny, I'd like you to meet my spark of creation. Spark, I'd like you to meet my wonderful, awake, and aware charm, Penny. She used to be a simple Penny, but now she's full of magic and can transform into anything she wants.
Penny gave it a deep bow, and the spark pulsed. Then Penny reached out and touched it lightly.
Oh, it's warm, and it tickles,
she giggled. I guess that was all the introduction she needed as she floated back, and I turned to Eggy.
Eggy, I'd like you to meet my spark of creation. Spark, I'd like you to meet my second awake and aware charm, Eggy. Eggy's original maker is no longer with us, although we still remember and honor his legacy. Eggy used the last of his magic to save my life, and now I'm his source. He's currently in the shape of a vase and travels around the house showing off his beautiful form and lovely flowers.
Eggy bowed deeply, and the spark pulsed again.
It is the greatest honor to meet you,
he said sincerely.
I've heard of creation cores in my travels, but I never thought I'd actually meet one. I know you are small and just starting to grow, but I want to let you know that you are part of an exceptional mage. Jason has been both kind and generous to me when he had every right to be neither. He's filled me with magic and allowed me to live my dream of being a non-martial charm.
He paused, like he wanted to say more, but wasn't sure what that would be. Instead, he reached out and gently ran his fingers over the spark.
Anyway, I hope you grow quickly and enjoy your time here with us.
He bowed again and floated back. I was touched by what he'd said. It had been welcoming and so supportive. It made me very glad Eggy was part of my magical crew. Bermuda had finally gotten curious about what we were up to, so he stopped by for a visit. I introduced him to the spark as well, but he didn't seem that impressed. He sniffed it and then gave me a look like, "It's a spark of creation. So what?" I just laughed and kissed his head. I guess if he couldn't eat it, play with it, or sleep on it, then it wasn't worth his time. He liked the kiss, so he rolled onto his back so I could love his belly. I ran my fingers through his soft fur and kissed and loved him some more. Penny and Eggy hung around for a bit and then went back to the lava hot tub. Bermuda left soon after to take a nap. I wasn't finished talking to my spark yet, so I told it about my little soul creations and how much they had helped me so far. Then I got the idea of talking about the runes I'd found and what they meant to me. I started with the healing rune, and I told it how I'd discovered just how much I liked being a healer. I talked about healing CL, NL, and many of the other centaurs. I also talked about the difference this rune would make for my friends in the house. Plus, I talked about how amazing it was to have my own fantastic body.
T, I called, would you mind donating one of your healing flowers to the spark?
Of course not,
he replied.
It would be my honor.
One of T's healing flowers formed in the air in front of me, and I gently nudged it towards the spark. It absorbed the flower, waited a moment, and then a large ripple flashed across its surface. Oh, it liked that. My throne room felt slightly different, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. I turned around, but I didn't see any new changes. Surely that big of a reaction would have produced some sort of change in the room. I looked again, and this time I saw the healing rune had been incorporated into my tree space. Little white healing flowers were growing up beside the stream and around the small pool. I liked it, but it seemed like such a small change for such a big reaction. I kept looking, and then I noticed the healing rune in the texture of the bark on the tree. It wasn't just in the nature area either, as I spotted the healing rune in the texture of some of the floor tiles, and then in the scrollwork on my throne. So, the rune was present, but it was subtle. I liked that. I thought about giving the spark the light rune, as that had been my very first rune, but decided against it. It didn't have any flow or accent lines yet, and I wanted to wait until I'd fully explored it. The only other rune I had with flow was the force rune, so I put together a little package for the spark. I called my surfer in and made an exact copy of his speed rune. Then I copied both my defense and attack force runes from red. Finally, I added the basic force rune with all the accent lines I discovered at Biddy's. I reviewed it all again to make sure it looked good, then I pushed the runes toward the spark. Once again, it waited for a moment, and then gave a big ripple. This time I knew to look for small subtle changes, and I found them everywhere, especially on the wall of the deep earth. I guess that made sense, as it's all about heat and pressure. The basic force rune was on the anvil, as well as reflected in the crystals and metals along the lava stream. The whole wall, with all its elements and colors, now reflected the force rune. Some of the tiles on the floor now had the force rune, and it was also included in the scrollwork on my throne. It was so neat, because the more I looked around, the more I saw the force rune or the healing rune subtly embedded into the throne room. It was kind of like looking for hidden Mickeys at Walt Disney World. Once you started looking, they seemed to pop up everywhere. I flew back down to the ground and looked around my transformed space. It was wonderful. When I'd first come here, I had felt like my throne room was ready for me to move in. Well, now I definitely moved in. I walked around the room, admiring everything. I ran my fingers over the bark on the tree, smelled the flowers, had a drink from the stream, carefully touched the lava, and admired my wall of rocks. One thing I was happy to see was that my banners were still here. They'd just relocated to the other two walls. I sat on my throne for a while. This was my throne room, after all, but I didn't feel any different, and I quickly became bored. So I walked back to my human-sized cat bed and curled up with Bermuda. Chapter 17. Breakout. My bliss was destroyed when Carl and Marius came back. I guess they didn't have the grace to die while attacking Perry and his rotten mages. Marius was buzzing with energy again, and Carl was even larger than when he'd left. Trailing behind them were 14 captured mages. Every one of them was stuffed full of magic and rotten to the core. I fired up the suck balls again, and the granny godmothers flew into action. It wasn't long before the air was filled with the lovely smell of rancid magic. The grannies cleared, and Penny continued to fill up with neutral magic. I had about 3 feet of tunnel left to dig, so my escape was getting close. I was back to being busy again as I repaired the soul creations that needed it, refilled the ones that were nearly empty, and made new ones to keep the balance. That was turning out to be quite the task, as I had about 1,000 granny godmothers, 1,000 ass blasters, and about 5,000 miners. Not to mention all the new suck balls I needed to create as the old ones pulled their magic and then expired.
T, I called. I'm getting close to getting out of here. Let's bring my body back to normal and get it ready for action.
That process is already started,
He reported.
Remember that you'll need to eat and drink a lot more.
Will do, I replied cheerfully. Carl got all the captured mages lined up on one wall, and then he sat on his cot and worked on packing in more magic from Marius. All the extra power seemed to be taking a toll. Carl could no longer just sit calmly and stare off into space. Now he fidgeted a lot, bouncing his knees up and down and shifting all the time. Several times he got up to pace the room. Marius couldn't sit still either, and was too twitchy to do his normal seduction routine. So he decided to have an orgy and bang as many of the rotten mages as he could. I don't know what had happened in their battle, but most of the mages were bursting with power and twitchy as well. They seemed to welcome the distraction, so the orgy was very vigorous and went on for quite some time. I felt like I was watching one of those old porn movies where all the actors just go at it in the last scene. I could see Carl visibly growing as he worked, and it only took a couple of hours before his overalls finally gave up and snapped. The seams ruptured, and Carl was left with pieces of denim hanging on him. He really did look like the Incredible Hulk. He was now as tall as John, about 7 feet, and bursting with muscles. I couldn't imagine how powerful he was going to be after he drained all the mages. Carl ripped off the rest of the denim and became naked, just like everyone else. He sat, twitched, paced, and even did some push-ups. At some point, Carl stopped pulling power from Marius, but he still couldn't seem to calm down. What he should have done was not pull any more magic until he'd fully processed what he had already. Instead, he slowly crotch-drained one of the rotten mages. I secretly hoped Carl would explode from the overdose of magic and energy, but he didn't. Carl hadn't joined in the orgy, and I was beginning to think that maybe he couldn't. Maybe he had to have this transfer of power before he got his rocks off. I didn't know for sure, and I didn't really care, because I was getting out of here soon. I guess the rotten mages were like potato chips, as Carl couldn't eat just one. After the first mage crumbled to dust, he paced for a while, then started on the next one. Then the next one, and the next. Before I knew it, he'd eaten them all. He was now 8.5 feet tall, and he'd probably make John look small if they stood side by side. I'd been digging the whole time, and I had less than a foot left to go. I'd eaten a lot of transmuted food to bring my energy back, and T had turned on the shivers for a while. I wasn't feeling 100%, but I could at least move. With all the snacks gone and the orgy over, Carl and Marius decided to lay down and get some sleep. I was ecstatic. This was it. This was working out perfectly. I'd finish the tunnel, crawl out, drop the stone slabs on their heads, and escape. I couldn't believe how well everything was going. Now the moment was almost here. Time seemed to slow down to a crawl. Carl and Marius both tossed and turned, unable to fall into a deep sleep. After a bit, Carl got up and paced for a while before going back to bed again. That made me nervous as hell. What if he decided to get up again just as I dropped the ceiling on him? That would ruin everything. I had about 6 inches of tunnel left to go when Carl and Marius both got out of bed. Damn! They both talked for a moment, and then Marius left. What was up?
They couldn't sleep, so they've decided to go ahead and launch their plan,
Penny said.
Plan? What plan?
I asked.
I know Carl has specific ideas for fighting everyone at the house, but I haven't heard of any sort of grand plan.
I haven't either,
Penny replied nervously.
I wish I knew what they were up to.
Me too,
I said anxiously.
Carl folded their cots and moved them up against the wall. Then he used his magic to gather up all the dust from the mages and swept that against the wall too. The place was pretty bare, but there was still a crate with food and candy bars in it. Carl picked up his denim rags and the little bit of trash there on the floor and stuffed that in the crate too. Then he moved it to the back corner. It was almost like he was cleaning up a bit, getting ready for company. I had 4 inches of tunnel left when Marius showed back up, trailing 4 mages behind him. They weren't rotten mages, and they didn't look powerful at all. If anything, they seemed like normal, anxious people. They were apprehensive coming in, but they really looked frightened when they saw Carl. Most of them started to back away, but Carl quickly put a stop to that. He made them come in and sit down on the floor by the side wall. He spoke to them for a moment, answered a few questions, and then went back to pacing the room again. Even though I was close to the surface, I still couldn't understand what he was saying, and Penny had to fill me in.
These are some of the Louisville mages,
Penny informed me.
They weren't part of Isabel's inner circle, and they seemed to be the closest thing to the leadership remaining. Marius invited them here under the pretext of rebuilding the Louisville group. Carl just informed them that he will be the new leader of the Louisville mages and will accept their oaths shortly.
So, these mages are not oath-bound already? I asked.
I don't think so,
Penny replied.
I think Carl wants them to vote him into office. I guess he thinks it makes it more official that way.
That doesn't make any sense,
I replied.
That isn't the democratic process. He's the only candidate, and I'm sure they're scared to death of him. Plus, he's going to extract some sort of oath anyway.
I think you're trying to apply logic to someone who doesn't share your view of the world,
Eggy said.
I think you'd be better thinking of this as a boy playing make-believe with his toys. He probably saw all the glory that came to Isabel as a leader, and now he wants that too. So they will have a vote, he will be leader, and then they will have to do what he says, just like good little toys. If they don't, then he will smash them and get new toys.
Eggy's assessment felt spot on. I'd been so focused on him wanting to destroy our house that I'd forgotten he also wanted to be the leader of the Louisville mages. Now it looked like his dream was going to come true. Nothing was actually happening, though, so I guess they were waiting for more people. I had about 2 inches of tunnel left when Ken showed up, leading Josette, the mage with the black aura. I didn't know who I was more shocked to see, Josette or Ken. Josette's puffy eyes and wet cheeks showed she'd been crying. But her head was up and shoulders were back. She looked like a strong maiden about to be sacrificed. It was like she knew this was the end, but was determined not to let them see her cry. My heart went out to her. I knew how scared she was of Carl, and she'd said she would never swear to him. Now that resolve was going to be tested. Ken, on the other hand, looked terrible. It looked like he hadn't slept, eaten, or bathed in days. His cheeks were gaunt, and he had a ratty-looking beard now. His eyes were the biggest change, though. Before, they had looked kind and commanding. Now, they were haunted, like he had seen and done things he could never forget. At Carl's command, he led Josette over to stand with the other 4 mages. I thought everything would get started, as Josette was the organizational mastermind of the Louisville mages, but instead, Carl spoke to Ken, and then waited.
Any idea what's going on now?
I asked Penny. She just shook her head. I waited. My miners dug. And then, Sandy stepped into the room. I almost couldn't believe my magic sight. Sandy was here. She moved forward a bit, and John moved into the room, followed by Tyler, followed by Annabeth. Oh my God, my crew was here, and I wasn't ready.
Go!
I commanded my miners.
Go, go, go! We have to break through. I have to get out of here.
I jumped into my physical space and crawled as close to the exit as possible.
I felt so many things, I wasn't sure how to react. On one hand, I felt relief. I was saved. My rescuers were here. Everything was going to be all right now. On the other hand, I felt so scared. If they had shown up a few days ago, I knew they could have kicked Carl's butt. But now he was 8.5 feet tall. He'd been cramming stolen magic into his body for days. He'd just successfully beaten 2 groups of powerful mages. I loved my home team, but I wasn't sure that what we had was going to be enough.
Penny, let me know exactly what they're saying,
I commanded. She nodded. For a moment, the two sides just looked at each other. I'm sure my team was trying to adjust to facing off against a huge naked Carl Hulk. This was Carl's moment to shine, so he just struck a pose and let them look. I think I'm overdressed, Sandy said lightly.
I didn't know we were attending a birthday suit party, Tyler continued. And here I thought the full moon wasn't until next week, John rumbled.
They all laughed, and then they looked at Annabeth. She just shrugged.
I got nothing,
she admitted.
You guys are the punny ones.
They spoke casually, but the way they stood showed they were ready to fight. This whole place could explode with action at any moment. Marius moved to the back corner with the food crate and the 5 Louisville mages huddled against the side wall. Carl backed up a bit until he stood beside the sucker circle. Then he looked around, centering himself in the room. We all know why you're here, Carl, Sandy continued. So let's clear the room, and then we can settle our differences. She motioned to the Louisville mages and indicated they should come to her.
Hold up there, Sandy, Carl commanded. These lovely mages are my guests, just as you are, and they will stay here until our business is concluded.
We're your guests? Sandy sounded surprised.
Of course, Carl nodded. It was easy to keep an eye on you. I know where you live, after all. It only made sense that Josette would ask for your help once the other mage groups fell. Josette and I have our differences, after all, and she's made no secret of how she feels about me. I'm sure the last thing she wanted was for me to win our little mage war.
Well then, since you invited us here, I'm claiming guest rights for myself, my house, and these mages. She gestured to the 5 mages cowering against the wall. According to the ancient traditions, that means we shed no blood and cause no harm while in your home. We can have a nice chat and then be on our way. Sandy stood, proud and firm, like she was noble-born. Then she looked around the mostly empty space. Now, where are the snacks? I could use something to nibble on. I thought Carl would give an evil laugh and come back with a witty response. Instead, he seemed a little lost. I guess he thought they would see his powerful body and cower in fear. Or maybe just attack immediately. It felt like the one thing he wasn't prepared for was a little banter.
I think you have misunderstood me, he said, finally. You're my guest the way a fly has lunch with a spider, or a cat has a mouse over for dinner.
Sandy and John exchanged glances. So, you're going to eat us? Sandy asked.
I'm going to eat them. He pointed at Tyler and Annabeth. You two, however, killed Isabel. For that, I'm not going to eat you right away. Instead, I'm going to play with you first.
He gave a weird little laugh.
And by play with you, I mean I'm going to torture both of you until you wish for death. Then I'm going to deny you your release. I'm going to heal you up and then torture you again.
He leaned forward in anticipation. This is what he wanted to talk about. He wanted Sandy and John to quake in fear. Instead, Sandy waved her hand at him like she'd heard all this already and wanted him to hurry up. Yes, that's what I figured. I'm sure you want to tell us all about it. You've been storing this up, so I'm sure it will take a while. Annabeth, why don't you take those nice mages out of here while we're having our discussion? This isn't really something they should be hearing. Good idea, Annabeth said brightly. She went over, grabbed Josette's arm as well as one of the other mages, and started leading them to the exit. That was a ballsy move on their part, as Carl had already said they couldn't leave. On the other hand, what was he going to do? Kill him? "Stop right there!" Carl snapped. But Annabeth kept walking, dragging the two mages with her. He started to move, like he was going to physically stop them, but John growled at him. Carl was suddenly faced with the choice of fighting right then, or having his big moment for a while longer. He decided he wanted to grandstand a bit more, so he settled back and let them go. Annabeth pushed them towards the exit and went back for the three remaining mages. "This will only take a moment," she said cheerfully. "Just keep talking. Don't mind us." Carl glared daggers at the departing Louisville mages, but he didn't say a word. "Just one more," Annabeth said after she made sure her charges were getting the hell out of the room. She headed towards Ken, who was staring longingly at the exit. "I want you to go with Annabeth," Carl said to Ken. Ken's face lit up. I guess he thought he was going to escape too. "Once you get out of the warehouse, I want you to break both of her legs so she can't escape. I'm sure she will resist, so use overwhelming force and take her down quickly. Just don't kill her." Ken's face fell and his shoulders slumped. Somehow he looked even more grungy and dirty than before. "I'm sure the other mages will run, so after you finish with Annabeth, hunt them down and bring them back to the warehouse. If they resist, break their legs too. Once you've gathered everyone, wait in the warehouse for me. I don't want you getting in the way of our fight down here. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master," he said, staring at the floor. "I understand." Annabeth seemed surprised to hear Ken call Carl Master, but she grabbed his arm and guided him towards the exit as well. Sandy moved to go with her, but Annabeth just waved for her to stay. "I got this," she said. "I'll be back in a minute. Don't have too much fun while I'm gone." They left, and now it was just Tyler, John, and Sandy facing off against Carl and Marius. I'd almost forgotten about Marius, as he had been quiet and still during the whole conversation. Clearly, he didn't want to do any actual fighting. That was Carl's job. Carl, on the other hand, soaked up all the attention. He was massive. At 8.5 feet tall, he really made John look small. I hadn't thought that was possible. He wasn't just standing there either. Instead, Carl was shifting from one foot to the other and kept rolling his shoulders. His hands clenched as he rotated his head from side to side like he was trying to loosen up his neck muscles. He looked like someone who'd taken way too much speed, which, in a way, he had. Sandy seemed to note all this and decided to stall for time. Maybe she thought Carl would do something stupid. Or maybe she thought his twitching would get worse and he'd have a heart attack or something. Regardless, she got the conversation going with a question. "We are here, Carl. You've obviously put a lot of thought and energy into this meeting, and this is important to you. So, what do you want to say?" "You killed her," Carl said. It was a flat delivery, like it was the opening statement to something much more. Instead, he twitched and spazzed in silence. "You killed her," he said again. This time there was anger behind it. "I loved her. She loved me." The words started pouring out. "I felt nothing before her. She raised me up. She gave me life. I mean, I had life before, but I didn't live it. She showed me how to live it. She touched me." He spazzed and twitched and gazed at them imploringly. It was like he was trying to make them understand by sheer force of will. This was a different Carl than I was used to. The Carl I fought a few days ago wouldn't have said anything. He would have just started the fight. Old Carl was practical and ruthless. He thought on his feet and fought hard. This new Carl was more emotional, and it seemed like it was harder for him to think. Hopefully, Sandy could exploit that. Carl was nowhere near as crazy as the rotten mage I'd fought in the park. That guy had been a drooling idiot. Carl was headed there, though. I think he thought that storing the magic in Marius would protect him from the effects of contamination. It had certainly helped, but it hadn't protected him from everything, and he'd taken in a lot of power from rotten mages recently. He now had so much freaking magic, though. Even fighting crazy, he was still a deadly opponent. He and Marius had won the War of the Rotten Mages, which meant they'd absorbed all their power. Sure, some of it had been lost along the way, but the two of them were probably holding all the power of over 100 mages. That was a lot.
She touched me!
Carl's voice gained in volume.
We were happy. You ruined it. You ruined all of it.
He was working himself into a rage.
Actually, we didn't ruin it,
John interjected, shaking his head sadly.
Yes, you did!
Carl hollered.
You killed her! Don't deny it! I know!
I'm sure you were happy,
John said softly.
But I wasn't the one to ruin your circle of happiness.
I think John was trying to lower the temperature of the conversation. It seemed to be working, as Carl's next response wasn't as loud.
What do you mean? Who did it? I'll make them pay.
You can't, John said softly. She's already gone.
Who?
Carl looked around, like someone was going to pop out of the ground.
It was Isabel, John said. She was the one that ruined your happiness.
What? Carl shook his head like it hurt.
What?
He said again.
Isabel had a good thing going,
John said, still keeping his voice quiet.
She was the head of an organization, which is something I'm sure she wanted. She had you as a close friend and lover. Life was good for both of you. You were happy. But she didn't know when to stop fighting. And she didn't know how to keep what she had. She kept pushing, even when it didn't make sense for her to do so. It was almost like she wanted someone to stop her. She didn't have to pick a fight with our house. She could have consolidated power and grown naturally. Instead, she killed one of our own and then besieged our house. She made it clear she was out to kill us, and in the end, that killed her. The thing is, even if she'd beat us and killed every one of us, she'd have then picked a fight with someone else. Eventually, she was going to run up against someone who would stop her. Eventually, your circle of happiness was going to fail. And all because she couldn't be happy with what she had.
Carl growled and twitched, but he was listening.
Now, you're doing the same thing she did. You're picking a fight with us when you don't have to. You could walk away right now and take all that power to a different city. You could start over. Revenge isn't a long-term reason to live. You need to find something else. Now you know you can love, so look for that again. Find a home. Find a hobby. Find your passion. Find something that will make you happy 1,000 years from now. That's how you win. That's not by ruining others' lives, or ruining your own. You already have a good friend with Marius, and you already have power. That's enough right there to build on. Work with that. You'll be much happier in the end.
Carl actually looked thoughtful. Was it possible for John to talk their way out of this? Carl shifted his feet, clenched his hands, and said nothing for a long moment.
You're right, he finally said. We've been kicked out before. Isabel was restless. She always wanted more. This time she died, though, and for that you will still have to pay. I've thought about you for a long time, John,
It is not right that you can take from me and still be happy. It isn't right that you still have love. It isn't right that you still have friends and a home. I'm going to take all that from you. I want you to live because I want you to know what you've lost. I'm going to keep you chained in a cell, and your power is going to fuel my passion. When my dick is feeling lonely, I'm going to come to you and drain your magic until it's satisfied. When I feel nothing for life, I'll come to your cell and beat you until I'm happy again. I will use you to remind myself just how good I have it. I'll pop out your eyes to remind me to be grateful I can see. I'll starve you to remind me to be grateful when I have food. When no one listens to me, I'll talk to you for hours and then cut off your ears. You'll be my lover, my friend, my whipping boy, all in one. I'll never feel lonely again because I'll have you. I will become your world and you will beg to please me. You will do all this willingly, and do you know why?
Tyler and Sandy looked horrified, but John just shook his head calmly.
Because I will have your little woman in a cell beside you. I will feed her, I will clothe her, I will keep her mostly healthy, all because you are a good friend. And if you are no longer my friend, I'll give her to Marius to play with. He's very creative and very good at playing with people. I'll make you watch as he plays with her. Any pieces of her that fall off, I'll put in your cell with you, so you can smell her flesh as it rots.
His voice was gaining in volume. He was working himself into a rage again.
You think you know about life? You know nothing.
Carl was screaming now.
You know nothing, John. Nothing! You don't know what it's like to be smothered in hot tar as it burns off your flesh, or beaten because you're hungry. I just wanted to eat, John. Was that so bad? When you're hungry enough, you'll eat anything. I ate his food. Even with its blood on it, I still ate it. I ate him. I lived, John. I lived.
Oh boy. He was going off the deep end, and I had no idea what he was talking about. Had he really eaten someone?
One day, an angel came to me. She fed me and clothed me and made me whole again. She showed me her breasts, and I worshipped them. I put my head on them and rested. I knew peace, John. For the first time, I felt peace.
Now he was starting to get weird and biblical. Carl sure was one messed up guy. The first miners were breaking through to the passage behind the man-made wall, and Carl was now talking about all the ways he'd pleasured Isabel. So this was a perfect time to regroup and see what I could do. I popped back to my throne room to have a quick council of war.
You guys know what's going on topside, I told Penny and Eggy. So the question is, how can we help?
I'm not sure,
Penny replied.
Most of what we've planned has been for you trying to escape on your own. Now the rest of the house is here, you need to be careful not to mess them up.
Indeed,
Eggy agreed.
They don't know you are here. So if you pop out from behind the wall, it's going to shock the hell out of them. Carl reacts quickly in battle situations, so he'd probably take advantage of that. You're right, I said. So let's go through the list of my creations and see what we can use. Flashers!
I looked at them questioningly. I was pretty sure what they would say, but I still probably wasn't thinking at full capacity yet. Maybe they would surprise me.
They will blind your team just as well as they'll blind Carl,
Eggy said.
They are useful, but only as a last resort. Ass blasters, I said.
They are great workers and shoot little pieces of rock, but they won't hit hard enough to injure Carl,
Penny said.
Miners,
I continued.
Keep them around,
Eggy replied.
You still may be able to drop the ceiling on Carl and Marius. If so, you'll need all your miners to chop through the supports and drop it quickly.
Granny Godmothers?
I can't think of any way to weaponize them,
Penny said thoughtfully.
Carl's going to be throwing around a lot of magic, so the air is going to get contaminated. It won't bother him, but it will affect our crew. Maybe have them clean the air during the fight?
Suckballs,
I said.
I'm not sure you can pull from Marius fast enough to make a difference,
Eggy said.
Plus, if you get enough rotten magic in the air, it's going to mess with your home team.
Surfer dudes.
Even as advanced as they are, I don't think they can live inside Carl's aura,
Penny said.
So I don't think they can crawl into his ear and mess with him that way.
They are fast, though, so they might be able to throw rock chips in his eyes,
Eggy suggested. Carl was back to talking about Isabel's breasts, so I took a moment and settled into my puzzle-solving mindset. I liked the idea of taking out his eyes, but overall there wasn't anything else I could do that wouldn't mess with Sandy and the rest of the crew. It seemed like the best thing I could do was stay out of the fight and hope they won. That didn't seem right somehow.
So I'm not going to fight at all?
I put the question to them.
I'm not sure you can really help,
Eggy said thoughtfully.
You aren't in the best shape physically, so you can't fight hand to hand. Any damage you could do, John or Tyler could do so much better. As for magic, this battle is suited more for Sandy's skill set.
Shouldn't we at least take care of Marius?
I asked.
Or at least tell them to take care of him?
Eggy and Penny buzzed in stone-speak for a moment, and then Penny turned to me.
I'm not sure taking out Marius is a good idea. He's crammed full of stolen magic. Killing him might be like shooting the gas tank in a car. In the movies, the car explodes and flies into the air. There's fire everywhere, and lots of people die.
In this case, I don't think it would be exactly like that.
Eggy picked up the discussion.
But he is holding a lot of magic, and at the very least, it would flood the room with rotten magic. I'm not sure Sandy and the team can fight in that kind of environment.
That all made sense. I didn't like it, but it made sense. For now, I was just going to sit tight and hope my team could win. Except for his eyes. I was going to take out Carl's eyes. Carl was still ranting when the miners hacked apart the last of the stone, and I crawled out of my tunnel. I was free. For the first time in what seemed like forever, I was actually above ground. I got to my feet and almost fell over again. My body had been sedated for a long time. Even with Dee's help, I was nowhere near fighting shape. I felt Bermuda getting restless, so I quickly sent soothing thoughts down our connection.
Not now, baby, I said. You don't want to be in the middle of this fight. Just hang in there. We'll be home soon.
He settled back down again, but sent me the impression that he would decide for himself when he would fight. He was the boss. I was fine with that, as long as he wasn't anywhere Carl could step on him.
Ass blasters, go to Penny,
I commanded. I didn't want to leave any part of my power behind, and they weren't going to be any help in the upcoming battle.
Miners, make a small hole in the wall. Then start making stone spears.
I sent out the image of a piece of stone about the size and shape of a toothpick. I had thousands of miners, so I got a pile of them pretty quickly.
Dudes, grab a spear each. Stick to the walls and ceiling so you won't be noticed, and get into position. When I give the signal, shoot towards Carl as fast as you can and stick them in his eyes. Then quickly get out of range, as his aura will eat you alive. If you're feeling capable, grab another spear and do it again. If he throws up a personal shield, just wait for an opportunity and hit him when you can.
The dudes gave a thumbs up, grabbed a spear, and surfed through the hole in the wall. Then I had an idea. I popped out a flasher, filled him with magic, and sent him through the wall. He flew over Carl's head, turned on just enough light to give off a small glow, and then started spelling out my name in the air. Marius was still looking at the ground, and Carl was into his story, so neither of them noticed anything. Tyler noticed, though, and he nudged John and whispered in his ear. Eggy was right in that bursting through the wall would let everyone know I was there. I'd probably shock the hell out of my team and put them at a disadvantage at the start of the fight. A little clue like this, though, shouldn't throw them off their game. And hopefully, it wouldn't alert our enemy. John nodded slightly, kept his game face on, and leaned over to talk to Sandy. She'd already seen the light, though, and had started nudging John. All three of them looked at each other with concealed excitement, and I switched the flasher so it spelled out alive. It did that a few times and then flew back to me. "All this is very fascinating," Sandy interrupted Carl, "and I can't wait to hear more about it, but I have a quick question for you." Carl didn't seem to understand sarcasm, so he looked happy that Sandy wanted to hear more. "Proceed," he instructed magnanimously. "Have you seen Jason recently?" she asked. "You seem to know everything about us, so I'm assuming you know who that is." "Ah, yes, Jason," Carl nodded. "I buried him back there." He gestured towards the stone floor at the rear of the room. Sandy looked at the floor, looked at John and Tyler, and then looked back at Carl in disbelief. "Are you sure?" she asked. "The stone looks solid, and the room looks normal. When Jason fights, there's usually a lot of collateral damage." "I'm very sure," Carl growled. "In fact, our fight is the reason I've gone this way with my magic advancement. He was much more challenging than I expected. I wanted to have the pleasure of presenting him to you as a broken slave, but that didn't work out. Instead, I buried him alive in liquid rock. It was a snap decision, so he didn't suffer the way I wanted, but at least his last few moments were horrible. I've never been buried alive myself, but I hear it's a rotten way to go." Carl sounded miffed, like I'd personally offended him. Well, screw that. He'd personally offended me. Sandy, John, and Tyler all looked at each other in shock, but they didn't get to process it any further as Annabeth came back. She looked good, not at all like she'd just been in a big fight. She wasn't limping, and her clothes weren't torn. Even her hair looked bouncy and happy. "All done," she said happily, giving everyone her trademark smile. "Are the Louisville Mages okay?" Sandy asked. Annabeth nodded. "Yep, they are all safe and sound." "And how is Ken doing?" "He's resting," Annabeth laughed. "I'm sure we'll be done here before he wakes up." "Annabeth, you're turning out to be a nuisance just like Jason." Carl sounded irritated now. "I'm going to enjoy dealing with you." "And I'm going to enjoy bringing Jason home," Sandy said. "He won't be participating in the fight, of course, but it will be nice to see him again." It sounded like Sandy was cluing me to what she wanted. Stay out of the battle. Annabeth looked around, confused, and Carl started shifting even more. Now she was back, there wasn't any further reason to delay the fight. "There is just one more question, Carl," Sandy said sweetly, holding 2 fingers in the air. Oh, this was it. Sandy and John had talked about their battle signals before. She'd said that, if possible, it was always best to begin a fight with a question. That way, your opponent is hopefully thinking of the answer rather than your attack. "How did you get so freaking big?" she asked. She dropped a finger, leaving only one. "Oh, I guess there's no harm in telling you," Carl said thoughtfully. "It's not like you can do anything." Sandy dropped her last finger, and Tyler attacked. He moved like the Flash as he closed the distance with Carl. His batons appeared in his hands, and he was already hitting Carl almost before I'd had a chance to process it. He started beating on Carl's right elbow, trying to shatter it, when John joined the fight. John's body was swirling in gray magic, and his fists hit like stone. He didn't get fancy. Instead, he stood in front of Carl and just hit him anywhere he could. I literally saw teeth flying, and I'm pretty sure he broke a few of Carl's ribs. A thrown stone from Sandy, about the size of a cue ball, hit him in the forehead. His head snapped back, but not before I got my damage in. "Go!" I commanded my 10 surfer dudes, and they snapped into action. Their stone spears slowed them down, but not by much. They charged out of the ceiling, and the stone lances skewered Carl right through his eyes. Carl's right elbow snapped, and I felt a moment of pure relief as Tyler switched to working on his right knee. With no sight and only one arm, surely Carl was going down. A heavy cable of power sprang up between him and Marius, and a personal shield as thick as a mattress formed around him. John and Tyler beat on his shield, but they couldn't get through. They'd already done a lot of damage, though, so hopefully that would be enough. A thick shield formed around Marius, too, but he stayed huddled in the corner, trying not to attract attention. Carl staggered back, and for a moment I thought he was going to fall over. He recovered, although he still looked a little addled. Everyone was still beating on his personal shield, trying to bring it down, so Carl pulled even more energy from Marius and doubled its thickness. Curiously, the one who seemed to be having the most effect was Annabeth. She was singing Freedom by George Michael.
I don't belong to you, and you don't belong to me,
she sang to his stolen magic, and it listened. I could see her pink magic settle on his shield, and whole chunks of it broke off from his control. If he hadn't kept recreating it with his incredible flow, the fight would have been over. They couldn't get through, though, and I saw something that filled me with despair. The stone spears were coming back out of his eyes. Crap! Carl was not only defending himself, he was healing, too. Mages normally can't heal themselves anywhere near this fast, but he'd grown 1.5 feet in a few hours, so I guess the normal rules didn't apply to him. Carl's body ejected all the stone spears, and his eyes grew back into place. The skin on his right elbow wiggled and shifted for a bit. Then he flexed his arm a few times, testing his new joint. It seemed to work well. His chest looked odd where John had punched him, but that shifted next, and soon everything looked normal. He even took the time to regrow his teeth. While he was doing that, my crew stepped up their attacks. Sandy threw heavier rocks to see if that would make a difference, and one of them even bounced off Carl and smacked into Marius. Even as a ricochet, it still had plenty of power, and it hit Marius's shield with a solid boom. Marius decided his corner was a bit too dangerous, so he quickly moved up the wall until he was beside the folded cots. Then he huddled by the wall again and tried to disappear. It would be a very unusual ricochet that hit now. Tyler tried to seduce Carl, which was a great idea, but his magic quickly withdrew when it touched Carl's rotten aura. It probably felt like trying to be sexy with an overflowing toilet. Ugh. Carl flexed a bit, testing his regenerated body, and then he favored everyone with a big smile.
Well, that was certainly invigorating. I commend you on your surprise attack. Now it's my turn.
His smile turned vicious as he gestured at Tyler, forming a huge ball of magic around him. Tyler could dodge and move, but that didn't do him much good. This ball was much bigger than him, so there was nowhere to escape to.
I've learned all I can about each of you, Carl said as he clenched his hand and the bubble shrunk.
When it touched Tyler, it stuck to him, and soon he was wrapped in Carl's magic, like he'd been encased in shrink wrap.
You're all good fighters, of course, but you have your weaknesses, too.
Carl gestured, and Tyler lifted into the air.
In your case, you're a pesky little bastard on the ground, but once you're in the air, you're pretty harmless.
He moved Tyler so he was now between him and John. John tried to get around, but Carl just moved Tyler so he stayed between them.
You had fun hitting me. Now it's time for me to return the favor.
Carl grabbed Tyler with a thick rope of power and slammed him against the ceiling. Then he slammed him against the floor. Then he slammed him against John. John backed up, trying not to do any damage to Tyler, but Carl just pulled Tyler back to get some momentum and hurled him at John again. Carl continued to batter John with Tyler's body, and John continued trying to dodge the attacks. John wasn't a skillful dodger, though, and many times they just smashed together. Carl was certainly having fun, but that wasn't his real plan, as we quickly found out. As soon as John moved back and out of the way, Carl sprinted towards Sandy and grabbed her by her hair. I wouldn't have thought a guy that big could move that fast, but he grabbed her and ran back to his side of the room before anyone could react. Sandy's default reflex was to struggle and pull back, but Carl was huge and momentum was on his side. She barely had time to scream before he threw her into the sucker circle and flooded it with magic to turn it on. Oh shit!
Does this feel familiar, Sandy? He leered at her. Your weakness is you're nothing without your magic.
Sandy screamed and began beating on the walls.
Don't worry, I won't kill you, he continued. By the time I let you out, you'll be a good girl. You'll learn to obey, and if you learn that well enough, I'll let you have some playtime with Marius. You'll like that.
He laughed again. Holy crap. This battle had really gone to shit. John roared, slapped both hands on the stone floor, and started transforming into his golem form. This wasn't new. When I'd seen him go golem before, he'd needed to eat rocks to start his transformation. Now it looked like he just needed to touch it. That was certainly faster and easier. Carl put his hand on the wall of the sucker circle, activated his sucker tattoo, and took a big pull. I didn't see any magic leaving the circle, and based on Carl's frustrated look, I don't think anything happened. Sandy had gotten over her surprise, and now she stood firm in the circle. Her stance was wide and powerful. She exuded determination and stubbornness. If Carl was going to take her magic, he was going to have to work for it. Carl grunted and pulled, but Sandy wasn't having it. I realized this was the first time Carl had really had anyone resist him. Ken's students had all been oath-bound, so there wasn't any real resistance there. The rotten mages had all been a little crazy, and Carl's 6 tattoos beat their 1 tattoo, so they hadn't been able to put up any real resistance to him. As for Sandy, the last time she'd been in a sucker circle, she'd been unconscious. This time she was awake and ready to show Carl what a strong-willed woman could do. John finished his transformation, and now, at 9 feet tall, he was bigger than Carl. With all that rock, he massively outweighed Carl, too.
Ah, the golem.
Carl didn't seem worried. John roared and charged. And Carl froze him solid. John froze so fast he didn't even get a chance to finish his stride. He hit the ground hard and slid a few feet.
Cold is your weakness,
Carl said smugly.
And you know what happens to stone when it gets really cold? It gets brittle.
Carl's link with Marius grew even thicker as he sucked in more magic. Then he spent a moment freezing John even more. John quickly became covered in frost. Then his frost became frosted. Soon he looked like a bag of food that had been left in the freezer for years. Carl wrapped him in magic and picked him up, although it wasn't easy. Carl started panting and almost fell to his knees. Then, with a powerful grunt, he threw John as hard as he could. John hit the wall by the entrance with a resounding crack and shattered into thousands of pieces.
No!
Sandy screamed as she looked at the pieces of John in despair. Then she went beyond determined. She became angry. The interior of the sucker circle filled with fire, and Sandy started turning the floor to lava. She was an ambassador of the deep earth and a fire mage. The rocky floor was hers to command. The floor also held the sucker rune and all its connections. This was Carl's domain, and he wasn't going to let it go without a fight. He flooded the sucker circle with his magic and attempted to keep control. Annabeth was playing a supporting role, but that didn't mean she was idle. She was already scooping up John's stones and putting them in a pile. I looked for John's human form, but didn't see it. The last time John had changed into a golem, his physical body had actually been encased by the stone. Once we'd been able to get all the rock off of him, he'd gone back to his regular fleshy self. This time, it looked like he had fully converted to stone. I wasn't sure if that was good or bad. Annabeth was also singing Chain of Fools, and this time she was targeting Tyler. Carl was so focused on Sandy that he'd left Tyler just dangling in the air. Her pink magic settled on the shrink wrap of rotten magic around Tyler and started peeling it away. As soon as Tyler got a bit of freedom, his hands changed to claws, and he started shredding the magic himself. His nails were long, sharp, and filled with his sky blue color. His batons were supposed to be the best at breaking shields, but based on how fast he was shredding Carl's control over him, I think his claws were better. Carl added more power to his hold over Tyler, but he was too distracted to really fight for control, and it wasn't long before Tyler and Annabeth won. Tyler ripped off the last of Carl's magic and dropped to the ground. Then he sprinted around Carl and ran to the far side of the sucker circle. He began slashing at the walls of the sucker circle, trying to shred its magic. Annabeth switched her focus to the sucker circle too. Now she was singing about Joshua and the Battle of Jericho. Except she switched out Sandy for Joshua, and she just mainly focused on the lyrics,
And the walls came tumbling down.
Carl fought back the three of them, and for a long moment, it looked like he was going to win. This was a battle of focus, though, and Carl was affected by all the magic he'd stolen. Even in the middle of the fight, he was still twitching. Sandy's power really won the day, though. Every time his attention wavered, even if it was for a moment, her lava ate a bit more of his rune. There wasn't any way for him to get his lines back, so the outcome was already predetermined. It seemed to take forever, and Carl fought to the bitter end, but finally, the wall of the sucker circle collapsed. Tyler grabbed Sandy and sprinted back toward their side of the room. Sandy let him carry her as she summoned a bunch of the rocks she'd thrown. She put them right up against Carl's shield, and then she burned them. The heat in the room quickly climbed to unbearable levels. Even behind my man-made wall, I felt like I was standing in front of an open oven. Marius squealed in fear, and Carl roared in pain as he smothered the rocks with his magic and wrenched them out of her control. Carl threw up walls of force, blocking Sandy and her crew from throwing anything more at him. He looked horrible. His skin bubbled and started falling off of him. The smell of rancid cooked meat filled the air. How he stayed on his feet, I didn't know, but he was still alive. Still capable of processing magic. His link with Marius became even wider, and his body started repairing itself at a rapid rate. This guy just would not die. Tyler set Sandy on the ground, but her eyes looked wild. She was ready to take down Carl's walls and keep going. But then she stopped and looked around, like she'd heard something. Carl hadn't been the only one affected by all the heat. John's rocks started shifting, and his golem form rebuilt itself. It wasn't long before John was whole again. The first thing he did was pick Sandy up and give her a big hug. He did it gently, as he didn't want to crush her, but the love was certainly there. Sandy kissed his rocky lips and hugged him back. It was a beautiful moment in the middle of a nasty battle. It was more than just the battle that was nasty. All that rotten magic in the air was starting to turn it acidic. Every time Carl used magic, and so far that had been a lot, the putrid power stayed in the air. The underground room was barely big enough to fight in, much less hold this much power. The magic was angry, and it wanted to tear down anything it touched. That could be skin, stone, or even other magic. I looked closer, and I could see it was already breaking down Carl's walls. It wasn't a huge amount, but the more magic Carl used, the harder it was going to be to fight in this place. John kissed Sandy back, his big, rocky lips covering half her face. Then he put her down on the ground again. Then they both turned to Carl. He wasn't fully recovered yet, and was starting to look a little less human. The skin that had grown back was gray in color, and it looked thick and rubbery. His forehead was bigger, and it was growing out over his eyes to give them more protection from blows. His nose had changed, and now was a solid sheet of bone with 2 holes in it. Even his teeth had retreated into his face to get more protection. The changes didn't stop at his head, either. His shoulders were wider to give him more physical power, and his arms were longer to give him more reach. John didn't look impressed.
Keep me warm, love,
he said to Sandy. Then he roared and charged. Chapter 18. Melting Pot. Carl roared and ran to meet him. The anger was real. It felt like a living, breathing thing to me, even in my hiding spot behind the wall. John broke through 2 of Carl's walls, and Carl broke through one of his own just so they could pound on each other. And pound on each other they certainly did. Carl blamed John for everything that had gone wrong with his life, and how the object of his hatred was right in front of him. There was no thought to defense. Carl just wanted to hurt John in the worst way possible. The savagery of Carl's attack was proof of all his pent-up rage. John wasn't to be counted out, though. He was a freaking force in nature as he popped Carl's personal shield over and over again, landing punch after punch in the face of Carl's furious attack. But even in spite of John's best offense, Carl's viciousness seemed to be winning the day. A particularly nasty punch from Carl knocked John backward, scattering stone and pieces of John everywhere. The action was so fast and so powerful, nobody wanted to get between them. Annabeth switched her sonic magic to Another One Bites the Dust. The beat fueled John, helping him hit even harder. Tyler worked the edges, darting in and raking his claws over Carl's flesh every time his shield fell. Even with Carl's rubbery skin, Tyler was still inflicting damage. And the cuts he was able to land didn't seem to heal quickly. Carl was recovering from broken bones in seconds now, but Tyler's claw marks were leaving open wounds. Sandy kept John nice and toasty as Carl kept trying to freeze him, and she set Carl on fire every time his shield fell. She also used her own force magic to try to trip Carl every time he moved, as well as deflect his punches.
Despite all this sound and fury, neither side is winning, my analytical side noted. Which means, eventually, we are going to lose.
He was right. Carl was healing the damage he took at an alarming rate. And it was more than that. He was slowly modifying his body to win this fight. His rubber skin became denser to withstand the punches better, as well as fireproof to block Sandy's attacks. His legs thickened to give him a stronger base and keep Sandy from knocking him off balance. His torso became wider and denser to better protect his heart and organs. The longer this fight went on, the more he was going to gain the advantage, both from the changes he was making to himself as well as the rot that was flooding the air. The corrosion was already too much for Sandy. She'd retreated back to the entrance by Annabeth and was working her magic from a distance. Tyler was still in the fight, but he was starting to look bad. His skin was covered in acid burns, and his hair was just about melted off. His eyes were closed to mere slits, and his breathing was ragged. He couldn't keep this up much longer.
Carl can only keep this up because of Marius, I replied. Without an endless supply of magic, he won't be able to heal, and then John can finally take him. We need to do what I said at the start of this fight. We need to get rid of Marius.
Agreed, my analytical side said.
I know what Penny and Eggy said in the beginning, but I don't think we can just sit tight anymore. It's clear our side is going to lose. Taking out Marius is going to release a crap ton of rotten magic, though. Remember when the Mage in the park exploded? That was strong enough to knock down a few trees. John might still be able to keep fighting, but the contamination will be too much for Tyler. So we need to figure out how to hurt Carl, too. I have an idea for that,
I said eagerly. We put our heads together and quickly came up with a plan. I started with the Marius suckball and turned it into a Carl suckball. Seeing Carl's face in the little Day of the Dead skull suited me just fine. Then I started duplicating them like crazy and sending them through the cave to the back of the room. It was slow going, but I wanted them to move through the rock, as I was afraid they'd break down in the toxic air. I needed them to be fresh and ready to go, not half-burnt and barely functioning.
Get in position!
I called to my miners, and thousands of my mustachioed creations started swimming up the wall and across the ceiling. I then took my little flasher from earlier, made sure he was at full health, and turned him loose. Hopefully he would last long enough to get the job done. Marius was still huddled on the side wall by the cots, still wrapped in his original shield and still staring at the ground. It was clear he hated all the fighting, so I was going to provide a little entertainment. The unlit flasher flew through the air and down to the ground in front of Marius. It gave a little flash of light, and Marius twitched. He saw it. The flasher moved over a few inches, then flashed again. Marius stopped looking so small, and his eyes tracked the light. He was interested. The flasher moved and twinkled, and Marius took a step away from the wall. It was almost an unconscious step, and then he took another. That was all, though. I needed him to take one more step, but he wasn't having it. He was curious, but he didn't want to leave the relative safety of the wall. I'd figured this would happen, so I made 5 more flashers and upped the ante. They flew into position and then started flying around, making an outline. They drew a familiar shape that could be found on the walls of bathroom stalls the world over. It was the classic outline of a dick and balls. On one hand, this was so stupid and juvenile. On the other hand, I thought it would be perfect for Marius. And sure enough, his face broke out in a grin, and he took that all-important final step. I almost couldn't believe this had worked. I'm sure regular Marius would have stayed by the wall and ignored the lights. Having just filtered the magic of 14 rotten mages, Marius was full of stolen magic, and thankfully, that had made him stupid.
Go!
I commanded my thousands of miners.
Go! Go! Go!
They swarmed the supports, still holding the rock slab in place, and it started to fall. The supports didn't release evenly, though, so it did exactly what Eggy had warned might happen. It started to fall at an angle and almost got stuck. The thousands of miners immediately swarmed the edges, though, and kept the rock slab moving. Marius wasn't looking up, so he didn't see it coming, and the battle was so loud he didn't hear it either. When the huge slab of rock fell on him, he was totally unprepared, and it smashed him to the ground.
Second round, go!
I commanded.
Go, go, go!
The miners swarmed a much bigger slab and cut its supports too. This second slab was massive. It was about 3 feet wide, 8 feet long, and 6 feet deep. It probably weighed as much as one of those big 18-wheeler trucks. And it fell perfectly straight and true. The first slab had popped Marius's shield and probably broken a lot of things as it smashed him against the floor. He wasn't dead, though, until the monster slab hit. Then it flattened him out like a human pancake. I've heard it said that humans are just skin bags filled with water. As Marius exploded out, I realized that was kind of true. I'd thought for sure his bones would stay intact, but even they were crushed into a powder. Marius, the cruel lover and magical battery, was no more. The main battle stopped as everyone turned to see what the heck was going on. What they saw was so unexpected that nobody reacted for a moment. After all, who would expect the ceiling to fall and splatter someone? I knew everyone felt the difference a moment later when a dark wave of rotten magic blasted through the room. It looked and felt like a nuclear bomb going off. It tore apart the man-made wall I was hiding behind and knocked me off my feet. Tyler flew across the room and didn't get back up. It rocked John and Carl and made them both stagger back. Annabeth and Sandy were the farthest away and had the most time to react.
Sandy threw up a fire shield and a force shield, which seemed to help, although the blast still smashed both of them against the wall.
All creations other than suckballs, come back to me,
I commanded.
Go through the rock and stay out of the room, but get here now. Grannies, clear the air around me,
I ordered.
Give me a small, clean space to work with. We got this,
The head granny godmother said as she directed her crew.
You just do what you need to do. Red, be prepared for lots of acidic action,
I told him.
Just keep me safe. You got it, Captain,
He called back.
The Hex Network's got your back. Miners, go to Penny. Your job here is done. I wish I had more time to thank you, but you've all been amazing.
I felt for my flashers, but they were gone. They'd been too close to the center of the blast and hadn't survived. Damn it. I should have told them to sink into the floor as soon as the first slab hit. They weren't really alive, and I could always summon more of them, but my little soul creations seemed like real people to me. I hated losing any of them. My surfers showed up, and I was shocked to see they had taken almost no damage. They really were a higher class than my other creations. I repaired what little damage they'd taken and told them to wait inside me. I'd known what was coming, so I'd reacted the quickest, but the rest of the room sprang into motion without too much delay. John ran to pick up Tyler and then hurried to get behind Sandy's shield. Annabeth got her breath back and started singing, "It's a Kind of Magic." I guess she was in a queen mood. Surprisingly, Carl took the longest to react. "No," he said softly, and took a halting step towards what was left of Marius. "No! No! No!" he cried in anguish as it started sinking in. Marius, his friend, was dead. I almost felt sorry for him. I didn't know how long they had been together, but Carl, Marius, and Isabel had been a team. Now, Marius was the second mage in their trio to bite the dust. Only Carl remained. I couldn't imagine what it must feel like. He shambled over to the fallen stone slabs and sank down beside them. "Damn it!" he cried. Then he punched the rock. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" He was screaming now as he got to his feet and kicked the 6-foot slab over and over again. To my surprise, it actually moved, and he finally pounded it enough to knock it off the smaller slab. "All that fucking work!" he cried. "Huh?" "All that damn work! I put up with your shit! Over and over again, I listened to your stupid chatter! You and your damn games!" "Oh, I thought they were friends." "Now you've wasted all the magic! All of it! The planning! The time! The soul-sucking process just to get it! All of it gone!" Oh my! Carl wasn't losing a friend, he was losing his battery. And that's the only thing he seemed to care about. "Oh, you are shit, Marius! Shit! Shit! Shit!" I'd thought Marius was a selfish, cruel little turd of a mage, and I guess Carl agreed with me. I thought Carl was going to cry himself out, until he threw himself down on the 2-foot rock slab laying on Marius and started growling. What the hell? Had he lost his mind? He scooted a little left, and then a bit higher, until he was lying exactly over the spot where Marius had been crushed. Then he growled again, and all his sucker runes lit up. To my complete surprise, they started pulling in dense cords of rotten magic. The last thing we needed was for Carl to get more power. I activated my Carl sucker balls and turned them loose. Almost 500 sucker balls came out of the back wall and started pulling from Carl. For a minute, everything was balanced. They were taking from Carl as much as he was pulling in. But then they filled up, popped, and Carl started gaining again. I started making more as fast as I could and sending them to the back wall. Carl gaining even more magic was not part of my plan. I had to stick with the back wall, as that was the farthest away from my friends.
They were holding their own against the acidic rot, but only because everyone was supporting Sandy's shield. Sandy's fire was burning the air, and that helped to purify it a bit. I also saw Annabeth's pink magic, Tyler's sky blue, and John's gray magic blended into her force shield. Tyler was now awake, and both he and John were singing with Annabeth. I think she was the real force behind blending all their magics together. For the moment, they were okay. Now I just needed to figure out what Carl was doing. I looked at Marius's body. It was smashed and gory, but it wasn't anything special. What was special was Marius's ghost that floated just above it. It actually wasn't really a ghost. It was just a human-shaped form of all of his compressed magic. I'd have thought the wave of magic that had swept the room was the extent of his power. It was just the tip of the iceberg. The bulk of his magic was floating in the 2-foot stone slab, and Carl was sucking it up like it was the world's best milkshake. I would have thought that Carl could no longer access Marius's power. The sucker tattoo had been part of Marius's body, which was now flat as a roadkill armadillo in Texas. Maybe it was because all that magic had first passed through Carl, or maybe it was because what Isabel had imprinted on him was more than a tattoo, but regardless of the reason, Carl was pulling in power faster than he ever had before and getting stronger by the second. I made 1,000 more sucker balls, but they weren't enough. Carl was gaining much more than he lost, and that became really obvious when he started glowing. The light came from inside him, and it shone through his skin. It looked like he had a nuclear reactor inside him, and it was going to explode. I guess Sandy felt like that too, because they started scooting along the wall, heading for the exit. Getting out of there seemed like an excellent idea. I decided to make sure they were safely gone, and then I was going to sneak away myself. I had no idea where this side passage went, but hopefully it was far away from here. Once I got out beyond the warehouse barrier, I could use my sight to figure out where I was and dig for the surface. It wasn't a great plan, but being anywhere else was better than being here. That idea came crashing down when Carl looked up and saw what they were doing.
"Oh, no, you don't,"
he snarled and gestured at the passage leaving the room. A beam of power as thick as a bourbon barrel shot out of his hand. I felt the passageway collapsing before I saw it as he destroyed the far end of the exit first. Then he worked his way back into the room, bringing down the ceiling and imploding the walls. He even sealed the rocks together just to be sure there was no way anyone could dig themselves out. Holy crap! That was a lot of power. He slowly got to his feet, and I was shocked at his appearance. Before, I thought he was turning into something like an ogre from World of Warcraft. Now, it looked like he was turning into more of a Lich King. He was the same height, but now he looked gaunt. His skin rotted and fell off him like wet mud, only to be regrown again. His muscles wriggled like maggots were crawling through them. His skeleton glowed like it was radioactive, and he leaked blood that dried and flaked away.
"Are you happy, John?"
he asked. Even his voice had changed. Now it sounded like worms in a blender.
"You've destroyed me, John. I've sacrificed everything. I can't come back from this." "You know very well I never wanted any of this," John replied. "If I had my wish, Isabel wouldn't have been so power-hungry and Jennifer would still be alive. Isabel would still be head of the Louisville Mages. You'd still be blissfully happy nestled in her bosom, and Marius would be doing whatever he liked to do. I'm sure the three of you would still be nasty people, but you'd be alive, and you wouldn't be hurting anyone else." "I don't care about people, John,"
Carl said dismissively.
"They are just sacks of magic, floating around this world like jellyfish, waiting for me to eat them. I take what I want, and they fall apart." You, however, you killed her. For that, you have my attention. And for that, I shall let you live. At least until I eat your woman.
He leered at Sandy, and a few of his teeth fell out.
And then I'll eat your friends.
He smirked at Annabeth, and a few more teeth fell out. Then some of the missing ones grew back in.
I'll eat you last, John, and then I'll rest in peace.
He laughed, and it sounded wet.
I'll take your precious spark of life, John, and I'll suck it through my teeth. Then I'll roll it over my tongue so I can truly savor your dreams. Everyone tastes different, John. Did you know that? I wonder what you'll taste like.
He licked his lips in anticipation. Part of his tongue fell off.
Get ready, my analytical side said. You've got to distract him before he hits them. His last shot was truly massive. Even John couldn't stand against that.
Well, crap. I've been hoping that it wouldn't come to this. We couldn't beat Carl physically or magically, so the only way I could think of to take him out was to embrace the essence of the sucker rune and drain Carl dry.
Surfer dudes, here is what I need you to do,
I said, and sent them an image. They could assume any shape, so it was easy for them to form the sucker rune and sit against my skin. I was going to put them all over me, but then I just rearranged them so they were just on my back.
Red, I want you to break off and stay inside me, I told him. The Hex Network is going to take a lot of damage, so I want you to build a second shield under my skin. Your job is to keep me alive.
You can count on me,
he said, sounding a lot more serious than he usually did.
Granny Godmothers, your job is to keep me as safe as possible, I told them. Even if you have to work from inside me and clear the air right by my skin. Just do the best you can. I'm going to need all the help I can get.
Of course, sweetie. We got you,
the head granny said staunchly. This was it. I was as ready as I was going to get. Let's hope it was enough. While I was prepping, John said something. I'm sure it was wise and wonderful, and I'm sure it was designed to diffuse the situation. Carl was having none of it.
John, my time is growing short,
Carl rasped.
Which means your time is up.
He raised his hands.
Say goodbye to your woman.
I felt my 10 surfer dudes on my skin. I felt the sucker runes calling to me. They were seductive. A siren's call for power. They wanted me to take, and take some more, and keep on taking until the world was mine. I was nervous as hell as I let them merge with me. I wanted power too. I wanted to grow. We had that in common at least, and I let that part of myself speak their language. However, I turned the sucker rune outward. I'm sure there was a place in this world for the sucker rune. I would remember it, and someday, in the right circumstance, there might be a way to use it for good. That wasn't today, though. Today, there was only one mage with a sucker rune, and he was filled with rotten magic. My spark was pure. There was no way I was going to willingly ingest even the tiniest bit of his crappy magic. I flexed my sucker runes, and pulled. I expected my runes to flare to life and bring Carl to his knees, but that wasn't what happened. Instead, I sorta connected with Carl, and I sorta pulled some magic. It was only a bit, though, nowhere near as much as I'd hoped. It was going to take me a minute to get the hang of this. Fortunately, I connected enough to get Carl's attention. He stopped his attack on Sandy and instead started looking around.
Who's there?
He demanded. I didn't bother answering, as I was too busy figuring out how I wanted to do my second attempt. The man-made wall had fallen, so it wasn't long before he spotted me.
"Little mouse,"
He exclaimed.
"you're still alive."
I thought I had figured out what I'd done wrong. I'd just pulled indiscriminately, like waving a vacuum cleaner around in the air. I needed to aim my runes. I picked just one of my surfer dude runes and aimed at the tattoo on his chest. This time I locked on, and the connection snapped into place. As I pulled, a steady stream of his magic flowed to me. The power wanted to go inside my body and merge with me, but I changed the rune so the power shot out behind me instead.
"Oh, you think you can take me?"
Carl laughed arrogantly.
"I've trained much better mages than you, little boy."
I ignored him and connected my second rune.
You probably need to talk to him,
My analytical side noted.
You want him to focus on the struggle for power, which you have a chance of winning. Otherwise, he might just decide to blast you.
Oh, right. That was good thinking. I didn't want Carl punching me either. Time to be a little sassy. You seem to have a tad too much power, I told Carl lightly. I just thought I'd take a bit off the top. I'm sure you won't miss it.
"Well, you are sure going to miss what I take out of you,"
Carl growled as his other tattoos lit up. They tried to connect to me, but I was only using the rune, not the whole charm, so they seemed confused. Let me help you with that, I told him, and quickly connected one of my runes to each of his tattoos. I got the two on each shoulder, the one in the back he used to connect to Marius, and the two on the inside of each thigh. Aren't we missing one? I said saucily, pointedly eyeballing his crotch.
"How do you know about that?"
He asked suspiciously. It just makes sense that Isabel would suck on your love muscle, I laughed. Then I licked my lips and gave him a come-hither look as I connected to his final tattoo. I needed him thinking about sex and sucking magic, not about blasting me into little pieces. He grunted, and his eyes got a faraway look. I'm sure this brought back memories. That's it, Carl, I mentally urged him. Just keep thinking about your glory days while I suck you dry. I realized I needed to save one surfer dude, as I wasn't sure what all this power draining was going to do to them. I touched my original dude and told him to get inside me and stay out of the fight. Then I duplicated my dudes until I had 20 sucker runes on my back. I connected 2 to each of his regular tattoos, and then the rest of them I connected to his crotch tattoo. If I was right, this is the one Isabel pulled from the most, so it should be his weakest link. Carl swayed back and forth with a sloppy grin on his face. Each of my sucker runes was pulling a substantial amount of magic out of him and venting it behind me. It was flowing out so fast, and the magic was so nasty, it sort of looked like I had smoky black wings. I was beginning to hope that this might be it. Maybe all I had to do was be the hose and empty the pool. As Carl lost magic, though, I could see his mind returning. He stopped swaying, and his eyes lost their vacant look. Instead, he started glaring at me and fighting back. His tattoos glowed even brighter, and his hands clenched as he leaned into me. The magic flow slowed down from a torrent to a stream, and then to a trickle. He still glowed, but his skin stopped falling off of him, and his teeth stopped falling out. He continued to heal, so soon he was looking a lot better. Well, damn. Taking some of his magic was actually helping him recover. That wasn't what I wanted at all.
"It's not that easy, is it?"
He smirked at me.
"Mages think all you need is a skin charm and you're in business. Pluck a little here, yank a little there, and the world is your oyster. Free magic and an easy ride to the big town. Now you're learning it takes more than that. It takes dedication, focus, and a stubborn ruthlessness."
His runes lit up even brighter.
Are you stubborn, little mouse? Do you have what it takes to be totally ruthless? I don't think you do.
I spared a quick glance at Sandy and the crew. The air had turned dark and smoky, so it was hard to see. Their shield was up and they were hanging on, but that was about it. I think you're wrong, I told him. I think you just learned how Isabel sucked magic and took it to the next level. I think there's another way, one that's respectful of life, one that's balanced with nature, one that's in harmony with all living things.
You're batshit crazy,
he snorted. I'm not the one that looks like a lich, I shot back. I have my way, you have yours. Let's see who wins. He got an eager grin on his face as he set his feet in a wide stance and hunched his shoulders. He was ready to battle his will against mine.
Excellent job, my analytical side applauded. You've got him totally focused on his sucker tattoos, and now it's time to win this. You guys ready?
I asked my dudes. They all gave me a twinkle. I settled into the magic of the sucker rune and pulled. This time I was connected to Carl, and this time it worked like I'd hoped. The cords connecting us revived and thickened. The power I was pulling from him turned back into a stream, then into a torrent. The lines of power connecting us became thicker and thicker as magic roared out of him. Carl groaned and pulled back, but he couldn't stop me. He set his feet even wider and pulled so hard he started panting. But he couldn't stop me. Finally, he screamed in frustration, and his body shook from the effort he was giving. But he still couldn't stop me. Now I knew how this worked. He wasn't going to beat me. I had simple mathematics on my side. He'd used his multiple tattoos to overpower so many mages, and now I had more runes than he did. It was more than that, though. His tattoo was just lines. My runes had flow. His tattoos used logical connections, and there were lots of dead ends and useless parts. My runes were the essence of what I wanted to happen, and I supplied all the intention myself. Beyond that, my surfer dudes were the ones making the runes. They were part of my soul. I couldn't get more connected than that. Plus, they had over 300,000 grains of detail to supply to their task. My other soul creations probably didn't have enough detail to handle this type of load. But my surfers did. In short, I had better tools, and more of them. That's why I was winning this battle. Carl tried and tried, but for once, he was on the losing end of a sucker fight. As I'd found out in our last battle, he wasn't one to give up easily. He tried running away and putting more distance between us. I think he thought that would slow the flow and give him a chance to regroup. To my surprise, distance was a factor, and the amount of magic I was taking from him slowed slightly. It wasn't a lot, though, and he couldn't reverse the trend. We were almost on opposite sides of the room when he remembered he could still blast me. He raised his hand and fired. I got ready to dodge, but only a small dribble of a spell came out and fell on the floor. He tried a few more times, but I was pulling too much magic for him to be able to successfully cast anything. Then he remembered the one option that filled me with trepidation. He could still smash me into the ground physically. He roared and charged across the room. Or, at least, he tried to. Losing all that magic was affecting him physically, too. Instead of a charge, he managed more of a fast shamble, but I was still worried. Carl had gone toe-to-toe with John, and even as a Lich King, he surely had a lot more physical might than I had. I'd been in my kung fu comatose state for a long time, so even with T's help, I was still in bad shape physically. I backed up, and when Carl reached me, he swung, and I dodged. It was a horrible dodge, and he clipped me a bit, but it actually knocked me away from him, and I took off running. Well, I wasn't really running. I was so stiff I was shambling myself. I wasn't fast, but I was slightly quicker than Carl, so together we played the slowest and most awkward game of cat and mouse in history. I felt like we were in one of those stupid horror movies where the Lich King monster chases the victim, but somehow he's just not fast enough to catch him. It wasn't totally like that, though. In the movies, the victim falls and then screams in helpless terror as the monster catches up. I wasn't that stupid. I didn't fall, and I didn't scream in helpless terror. We were in a room, though, which meant that sometimes Carl was going to catch me. I dodged as best as I could, but he still clipped me now and then. I just went with the flow, bounced off the walls, and kept running. One advantage of running away was all the nasty magic was flowing out behind me. So he got a full face of his own acidic rot. I didn't know how much it really hurt him, but I'd take any advantage I could get. Once I got used to moving and sucking, I bonded with the runes a bit more and pulled even harder. That took more of his magic and slowed him down even further. Marius had held an unbelievable amount of stolen magic, and now I was releasing it into the room. It was turning the air into a soupy septic tank. The rot was so thick I could no longer physically see more than a couple of feet in front of me. It was also starting to burn my magic sight. I could actually see, hear, smell, and taste everything around me, and it finally got to the point where I just couldn't handle it anymore. I had to turn it off. That meant I was running blind. My only guide was the cords of magic connecting me to Carl. Eventually, he stopped, so I dug deeper and pulled even harder. He still didn't move, so I carefully walked back towards him. This might be a trap, but I needed to see how he was doing. Visibility was only a few feet, so when I got close, Carl seemed like he suddenly appeared out of the mist. Carl looked terrible. He was no longer glowing internally, and he was no longer healing. Instead, he was slowly falling apart. The acidic air was eating him alive, and as I watched, a piece of skin on his chest melted loose and slowly slid off him. I just stood there, watching him decompose before my eyes.
The Hex Network is going to fail soon, Red called. We can't hold this off much longer.
Got it, I replied. Grannies, how are we doing?
This is getting to be more than we can handle, too,
the head godmother said worriedly.
You've been running around, so we haven't been that much help. If you move slowly, we can clean the air around you much better, giving you a bit more protection. We can also attempt to clear a bit of air in front of you, but you have to give us time to work.
Carl collapsed and hit the floor. I really wanted to stay and make sure the job was done, but I wanted to get out of here even more. I was afraid that if I didn't stick around and finish him, Carl would find a way to absorb some of this power. He'd heal himself back up and come after us again. That could not happen.
You can still drain him from across the room,
my analytical side noted.
Carl isn't coming after us, so now we need to get ready to get the hell out of here.
He was right. I also remembered the exit was closed. I wasn't sure how I was going to handle that, but at least I could hook up with the rest of my crew and we'd figure it out together. Now, what direction were they again? I switched on my magic sight briefly so I could find out where I was. When I did, I screamed in pure surprise and agony. When had the magic gotten this intense? Oh, the stolen magic was horrible. It was angry, bitter, and destructive. It tore at my senses and tried to pull me apart. Jason, Tyler called anxiously. Carl's down, headed your way. I felt raw, so I kept it short. Just sing, I'll find you. In my brief moment of vision, I'd seen them all huddled together, hiding behind as many shields as they could put up. The area right around them wasn't as dense with stolen magic, though, and the only thing I could think of that would do that was their singing. Annabeth's pink, cheerful magic must be mixing with their voices and making the stolen magic just a little less angry. I didn't know this for sure, but it was the only theory I could come up with at the moment. If so, it was helping them a lot, and it would help me if I could get close. I turned in the right direction, took a couple of steps, and my outer hex network fell.
For the first time, I really got to physically experience the corrosive effect of Carl's magic, and I screamed again. The agony was real. I felt 1,000 demons were cutting me with long knives and whipping me with bullwhips. I felt like 1,000 demons were cutting me with long knives and whipping me with bullwhips. I felt like tigers were ripping me apart with their claws. I felt like a giant had picked me up and was shredding me against a cheese grater. The pain became worse, if that was possible, and it took my breath away. I now understood why Carl was melting down. My only wonder was how he'd held together this long.
Fall down!
My analytical side directed. That was certainly easy to do, so I did that right away. The pain was so intense, I wasn't sure how I'd kept standing.
Hug the stone, he continued. Only let the rotten magic hit one side of you.
That was excellent thinking. And now I was down here, I could see the corrosion was so intense it was eating into the floor. Holy crap. My fleshy bits were a lot less sturdy than cave rock.
Now crawl, my analytical side demanded. Crawl as fast as you can towards Tyler.
Crawling was pure misery, but I did it. I wanted Tyler so badly right now. I wanted him to pick me up and hold me. I wanted him to tell me everything was all right. I really wanted to get the hell out of this place. I crawled for much less time than I expected before a shape loomed out of the mist. I'd made it. I'd thought it would take longer, but I was here. Surely Tyler or John would pull me through their shields at any moment. I felt so happy. Wait, why wasn't the singing louder? Why was the shape lying on the ground? I got closer and realized I'd crawled back to Carl. Damn! Somehow I'd gotten turned around and headed in the wrong direction. I'd heard this happened a lot when buildings caught on fire. People got lost in the smoke and got completely turned around. I'd always thought it couldn't be that bad. Surely people could figure out what direction they were headed. But now it had happened to me. I wanted to cry. I hurt so badly I whimpered in pain. I wanted to lie there and give up. This was hell. Like, literal hell. The skin had melted off Carl's face. Somehow he still had eyes, and somehow they managed to convey triumph.
Fuck you,
he slurred as he had no lips.
Yeah, die.
It was just what I needed to snap me out of my haze. Nobody tells me to die. I'd been blessed by Mother Creation and Father Allrune. I was a proud member of House Louisville. Sandy and John were the best leaders I could ask for. Annabeth was my best friend. Tyler was my lover and my boyfriend. I had lots and lots of living left to do. Today would not be the day of my death. I channeled Bianca Del Rio. Not today, Satan.
Granny Godmothers, defend me!
I commanded and poured my magic into them.
Red, get the outer shield back up!
I poured magic into him, too. He'd already been busy, as I had an inner shield protecting my inner squishy bits. The outside shield was mostly gone, but all my little hexes were fighting valiantly to bring it back. I flared my aura, as painful as it was, and pushed back the rot. I was just starting to turn around, hopefully to head in the correct direction, when Bermuda jumped out of me. I wanted to howl in frustration. This was the wrong time for him to appear. I'd been worried in the beginning he'd jump out and try to fight Carl directly. That would have been a disaster. Bermuda was wonderful and powerful in so many ways, but he wasn't set up to fight a huge ogre. The rotten magic rushed to consume him, but Bermuda growled and flared his aura. It backed off. Bermuda stalked over to Carl. Carl was too far gone to move his head, but his eyes followed him the whole time. Bermuda screamed the battle cry of his people. I felt his celestial rage. This creature had dared his human to die. So be it. Death walked the room tonight. Kill or be killed. The law of the jungle. I was the witness. The Lich King wished for death. He would have it. Bermuda found a good spot on Carl's face and bit down. Then he pulled. Carl tried to scream himself, but his throat collapsed and he was too far gone. Bermuda shook Carl's head, knocking off his flesh and just leaving the bone. Then he let go, found a better spot, bit down, and pulled again. Carl's head stubbornly stayed attached. He was still alive, as my sucker runes were still pulling magic. That seemed to piss Bermuda off. He growled and went wild. He shook and tugged and shook again. Suddenly, Carl's head came off. My sucker runes went quiet. This was it. The end of the rotten mages. Carl was finally dead. I wanted to celebrate like a munchkin. Ding dong, the wicked mage is dead. He'd even melted like in the story. I was being burned alive by acid magic, though, so it was time to go. Bermuda was still a cat, so he dragged his grisly trophy across the floor and left it in front of me. Then he looked at me proudly like, "Look, Daddy, look what I caught." Ugh. Still, I was very grateful that Carl was finally gone, as I could now get rid of my sucker runes and use my dudes for something else. "Cover me and protect me," I told them. "Help Red get my outer shield back together." They gratefully morphed out of their sucker runes shape and started forming thin sheets of protection over me. With the granny godmothers, the surfer dudes, and flaring my aura, I was finally pushing the rotten magic back. The dudes were doing so well, I doubled their number, then doubled it again. Bermuda looked at me like a tiny king of the jungle. The mist tried to close in on him again, but he growled and pushed it away. "Follow me," he commanded, and stalked away. I crawled after him. He paused often to let me catch up. Not only was my baby leading me in the right direction, he was also clearing the air in front of me. The singing grew louder.
Now I've heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord.
But my body started feeling numb. They all sounded really good together, like they'd been practicing for years, and the music was compelling me to keep going. But I could feel myself moving slower and slower.
"T, what's happening?"
I asked.
"You've taken a lot of damage,"
he reported.
"and your body wants to shut down. I'm keeping you alive right now, but you need help. Soon."
"Got it," I replied, and kept crawling. There wasn't anything else to do. Amazing Grace was next, which seemed appropriate, as I was literally crawling through the sins of theft and murder. I didn't know I'd stopped until Bermuda cried and started patting my face with his paw. Damn, how'd that happen? I kept going. I flared my aura as hard as I could to give my peeps space to recover. Most of my dudes had been torn apart, but their protection had allowed Red to rebuild a lot of the outer shield. The granny godmothers were working at a furious pace, but most of them were badly injured. I kept going. Jingle Bells was next. That seemed like an odd choice, but I'd love to be in a one-horse open sleigh right now. Had on some nice cool snow to soothe my burns, and I was sold. I repaired the godmothers. I duplicated more dudes. I gave Red more power. I pulled more power from Penny, and did it all over again. I kept going. The air got lighter. The singing gained in volume. It lifted me up, and I desperately wanted to go and jingle all the way. But instead, I stopped. I couldn't keep going. I had nothing left. I commanded my arms to move. They twitched a bit, but they could no longer pull me forward. I commanded my legs to move. Same problem. Bermuda tapped my face again. "Sorry, baby," I told him. "I can't move anymore." Bermuda wailed, a long, quivering cry. And then Tyler was there. He was in his true form, which I'd seen long ago. He was covered in scars, his hands were claws, his eyes were mere slits, and he had fangs. He was an apex predator, born in pain, but I didn't care. He was my man, and he was beautiful. He scooped me up and ran. He had no protection, and the acid was eating him up. He was fast, though, and we burst through what remained of Sandy's shield. Nobody was there. I should have been surprised and upset, but Tyler was there. Everything was going to be okay. The wall opened slightly, and a rocky hand reached out. Tyler grasped it, and we were pulled inside. Bermuda didn't need an invitation. He just walked into the wall on his own. I felt a ping as my mark of the deep earth connected with everyone else. Once again, I saw all the majesty of the stone around me, and I knew I was safe. I felt the power of our 2 deep earth ambassadors joined together. I was just a seed, so the stone was friendly to me, but they were on a whole other level. John and Sandy faced the room behind us and let loose. They melted the room so intensely I heard the stone bubble and snap. Angry acid met intense heat, and the heat won. Magic can't be destroyed, of course, but it calmed down a lot. It changed from furious, vengeful, acidic spite to more of a sorrowful, melancholy feeling. I carefully turned on my magic sight and breathed a sigh of relief as the room sprang into view. I could feel all the stolen magic, but it wasn't burning me anymore. Sandy and John turned up the heat even more, and the ceiling melted, and the side passage I'd hidden in collapsed. Carl and Marius's bodies turned to ash, then mixed into the molten rock. For sure, there was no coming back from this. The sucker rune melted even more than it already had, and faded away. The clothes, the cots, the crate, all flamed out and melted into the floor. Marius and his games were totally gone. Carl and his quest for vengeance were no more. There was a purity in the fire, and it burned the slate clean. Their evil was gone, and it wasn't coming back. Tears ran down my ruined face as the relief set in. Emotions overwhelmed me, and I would have sobbed my heart out, but I had no energy left.
"It's okay, baby," Tyler murmured in my ear. "I got you."
I nodded and rested in his strength. I loved that Tyler had a monster side. It made me feel safe. Annabeth sang on. Her magic united us.
Silent night, holy night.
Sandy and John kept going. They brought the purity of fire to the entrance tunnel and melted it down.
All is calm, all is bright.
They melted the stone stair.
Holy infant, so tender and mild.
The hidden door shattered in the heat. The old warehouse with its thick timbers became a raging inferno.
Sleep in heavenly peace.
The floor of the new warehouse buckled and melted. Sandy's original sucker rune was now gone forever.
Sleep in heavenly peace.
Sandy and John pulled us even closer together. Bermuda couldn't sit on me, so he jumped into Annabeth's arms and let her carry him. "Let's go home," Sandy said, and John smiled and nodded. Then he winked at Annabeth and started singing a sea shanty.
There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was the Billy O' The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down below, my bully boys blow.
Like the captain of a ship, he caught us up in his magic and pulled us forward. He was a mountain troll, a stone golem, and this was his world.
Soon may the whalemen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tugging is done, we'll take our leave and go.
It was so beautiful moving through the stone. All the different rocks and minerals glowed, and it was like we were moving through the stars. Galaxies and constellations flowed around us. They sang to us and welcomed us on our voyage.
Oh, the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her.
Goodbye, cave. Goodbye, floor. I'm headed home. I snuggled into Tyler a bit more as tears continued to flow. Everyone, except for me, was singing now as we journeyed away. We didn't move quickly. We were moving through stone, after all, but we stayed consistent, and that was all I could ask for. I wished I could have done this before. I'd have been out of the floor in no time. I wasn't an ambassador, though, and my mark of the deep earth was just a seed. It would grow, however. I was going to make sure of that. Maybe someday, many years from now, I would be able to do this on my own. It was a wonderful thought, and something to look forward to. We traveled, we sang, and we left the warehouse behind. Finally, John began bringing us to the surface, and we came out of the ground in the middle of the road. Sirens were wailing, and flames lit the night. We were at least 2 blocks away from the warehouse, so I guess we'd traveled farther than I'd thought. John and Sandy closed the hole in the road, although the asphalt now looked a bit weird. It looked like the road had melted and then solidified again, which, in a way, it had. Our group moved to the sidewalk and started home. We didn't get stopped, although I'm sure that was because of the fog of Jonah. Our crew looked anything but normal. We had a 9-foot rock golem, a monster-looking man with claws and fangs carrying a burn victim, a beautiful woman with long black hair, and a smaller woman carrying a black and white cat. Emergency vehicles raced by, but nobody seemed to give us a second look. The closer I got to our house, the more real it became that this was over. Carl was gone, which meant his oaths were broken. Ken could recover and go back to his school. Josette and at least some of the Louisville mages were alive. They were now free to rebuild their shattered school and grow again. We were finally free to have a normal life. Well, as normal as it got in the supernatural world. We reached the house, and Tyler carried me through the shield. As he carried me up the walkway, I felt the house reach out in love and acceptance.
Welcome home, Jason,
it whispered in my ear.
Welcome home.
Chapter 19. Monster Mash. The next 4 weeks were the best of times and the worst of times. They were the best because I finally was able to relax and spend lots of wonderful time with my friends. They were the worst because the acid had really done some damage. When we got back to the house, Sandy and John cleaned me up and then wrapped me in bandages from head to toe. I was in such bad shape, Annabeth and Tyler had to leave. They couldn't stand to look at me. I think Sandy wanted to leave too, but someone had to levitate me while John wrapped me up. For a huge rocky guy, he had a surprisingly light touch. Annabeth told me later that she was pretty sure she'd seen a lung through my ribs in the back. She'd changed dirty diapers, kissed scrapes and bruises, but even for a grandmother, that was just too much. I was badly burned all over, but my back and feet were the worst. My back was in such horrible shape because that's where I'd had the sucker wounds. Red had saved what he could, but he'd prioritized my bones and organs. My skin and a lot of muscle had simply melted away. As for my feet, they had been the farthest away from Bermuda as I'd crawled, so they'd been subjected to the corrosion the longest. John said I had chicken feet, all bone and a little gristle. For some reason, none of my injuries bothered him at all. I guess he'd gotten used to bad injuries over his long lifetime. Once I was bandaged head to toe, John started the mummy jokes right away.
What kind of music do mummies like the most? Rap music. What kind of underwear do mummies wear? Fruit of the tomb.
Sandy rolled her eyes and smacked him, but I knew it was just his way of showing he cared. And needless to say, with all those injuries, Anna Lickett came out to play. She tried to prank me, but there wasn't that much she could do. I spent most of my time resting. I could barely move, and I had to be carried everywhere because of my feet. Tyler might have left at first because he was grossed out, but the rest of the time he was the perfect caregiver. He made sure I was comfortable and entertained as much as possible. We watched lots of shows, played tons of Sudoku, and read several books. It was so nice to just relax and enjoy his company for a while. Life with the gathering, rotten mages, and training had been so hectic and full. It was so nice to just do the quiet, leisurely activities that restored my soul. For the first several days, I couldn't move my arms or hold a spoon, so Tyler and Annabeth took turns feeding me. Tina's Grove were on the ball, of course, and worked hard to get me back to full health. In order to do that, I needed energy, nutrients, and all the building blocks of body tissue. So, I ate a lot. Like, a lot. If my mouth was open, I was probably adding food. It was just insane how much I ate. For a regular person with injuries this deep, it would have taken at least a year to recover. It may be longer. They'd have to go through surgeries, tons of physical therapy, and probably still not get back all their motor skills. With T, though, I was moving my arms and hands on my own within a week. His healing spores were potent beyond belief and put me back together in record time. As John said, T literally had my back. Tina's Grove weren't doing all the healing alone. This time they had a bit of help from my spark. T told me that it now seemed like I had an affinity for healing. It was like my body was anxious to repair itself, and T's healing spores were doing more than even he anticipated. When I popped into my throne room, all the subtle healing runes woven into the design of the place were glowing. I checked out my spark, as I was very concerned about contamination, and sure enough, there were black spots on it. They hadn't gone into the spark, so they were easy to pick off, but I still freaked out a bit. My spark was pure, and I wanted it to stay that way. While I carefully cleaned it off, I told it the story of the big battle and just how much contamination there had been in the room. It seemed to enjoy the story and did a little twirl when I removed the last of the spots. My marks didn't want to be left out of the recovery either. The mark of the Lagarelle soothed my burns with its cool, minty touch and kept the pain down to a manageable level. It was also contributing to my new growth. I could see traces of its leafy green magic running through my skin and muscles. Its magic was densest in my new growth, but it was spreading through the rest of my body too. The mark of the deep earth was also doing something. Its lava magic was in my blood, as well as somewhere else. I couldn't figure out what it was until I started pulling up images of different body systems on Google. Then I realized it was attached to my nervous system. I told the others about it, and John quipped that I was getting nerves of steel. I wasn't the only one with injuries from the battle. Tyler had run out to rescue me, and he was paying the price for that. He could transform most of his body, so he was able to recover quickly from being tossed around like a ping-pong ball and smashed into John. What caused him long-term problems were all the bits of rotten magic he brought back with him. The stolen magic had become embedded in his skin, and it was so intense it kept him from transforming back into his usual self. His aura was powerful and gradually cleaned it up, but even a little cluster of rotten capsules took time. So I found myself magically picking at him all the time. I made him swear to open his aura to me, just like Annabeth had when I'd made her matrix. Then, when we were snuggling together, or I was bored, I searched for his little acid bombs and defused them. I kind of felt like I was one of those monkeys picking bugs out of another monkey's fur. It took over a week to get all the crap off Tyler, but I didn't mind. Regular Tyler was so perfect it made him a little intimidating, even to me. Having Monster Tyler around was actually rather nice. We both looked terrible, and it was kind of fun being hideous together. Since I was a mummy and Tyler was a monster, John teased us that we needed to figure out how to do the monster mash. I was in terrible pain for the first few days, so that didn't sound like fun at all. But by the end of the week, we'd figured it out. I hadn't had any Tyler time while I'd been buried in the cave, so even through all the injuries, my thunderstick was ready to make some noise. We had to get creative, as I couldn't move, and Tyler had fangs and claws, but he was very gentle and loving. I just laid there and let him take me to the moon and back. I was so happy to be alive and having Tyler love me that I teared up. Tyler thought he'd hurt me, so he quickly stopped and started apologizing profusely. I told him that under no circumstances should he stop making love to me until I told him to. My thunderstick shot lots of lightning, rained enough to fill a small pond, and finally turned into soft white clouds. It was heavenly. Tyler and I weren't the only monsters in the house. John was stuck in his golem form too. Apparently being frozen and then blasted into thousands of small bits could be quite painful. His troll side was having trouble letting go, so the whole transformation was a gradual process. As his magic shrank, he left bits of rock everywhere, and it became very easy to see when Golem John had been around. He was calling me Mummy and Tyler Monster, so we called him Pebbles. And we did lots of teasing of our own. What kind of music does John like? Hard rock! How did John find his way back from the gingerbread house? Because he left a trail of pebbles behind him. Why was Sandy sad? Because she hit his rock bottom. And the best was one that Tyler came up with. Since John was still in his rock form, he couldn't properly celebrate his victory with Sandy. So Tyler said he needed to get his rocks off so he could get his rocks off. We were drinking John's ale at the time, so it seemed way funnier than I'm sure it was. Tyler laughed so hard he fell over. I laughed just as hard, but nothing happened as I couldn't move yet. Sandy was fine physically, but mentally she was having PTSD over being in the sucker circle again. That was a real nightmare for her. Taking care of us helped keep her out of her head, though, so that was a nice silver lining. Annabeth was just fine. She was as happy and cheerful as ever, and totally enjoyed mothering us. She made most of my food the first week, as Tyler's claws kept getting in the way. She really got into preparing all kinds of sandwiches, and I got to try out lots of different breads, meats, and cheeses. I was so grateful for my new kitchen because it remained stocked with everything I wanted and needed to get healthy again. During week 2, John shed his rocky exterior, and he and Sandy finally got to have a proper celebration. Afterwards, Sandy looked much calmer, and she told me that now John was back to normal, she could finally start putting the battle behind her. Tyler shifted back to his usual handsome self, and the house immediately sent him away. At first I was upset, but then I realized that Tyler probably needed to do his incubus thing and get his power back. He was only gone for a day, so it wasn't too bad. At the end of week 2, Ken's school had a memorial service for all their fallen mages. We rented a van and a wheelchair, and Annabeth drove Tyler and me up to Cincinnati so we could attend. Sandy and John stayed back at the house for defense. During the trip, I finally heard what had happened the night I'd chased Carl. My analytical side was right. Tyler hadn't seen Carl, so he had no idea where I'd gone or why. Instead, taking care of that many rabid mages without hurting them too badly had been a much bigger task than I'd anticipated. The mages kept waking up and attacking again and again. John started tying them up while Tyler kept knocking them out. They contacted the main school in Cincinnati, and they drove down, picked up their fellow mages, and drove them home again. It had taken almost a full day to get it all sorted out. The mages were still rabid, so they'd had to buy everything they could from an S&M store to keep the mages locked down in a safe way. After that, they had searched all of Louisville to find me, but my little flasher had run out of juice at that point. They'd checked the warehouse, but it had looked abandoned, so they'd moved on. Everyone was worried, though, and as the days went by, their concern went through the roof. The house told Sandy I was still alive, but other than that, they had no idea what had happened or where I had gone. Some of that fear and concern was still there, as Tyler told me to never, ever run off like that again. His eyes welled up with tears, and for a while he couldn't talk. Annabeth took over at that point and scolded the crap out of me. She went full granny on my ass and told me I'd been irresponsible, selfish, and just plain stupid, and I was to never ever do that again. I was an adult now with adult responsibilities. Only children run off and get lost. I was part of the house and part of the team. I needed to act like it. When they were done, I felt like a total heel. I told both of them just how sorry I was and that I had certainly learned my lesson. Going solo like that would never happen again. At the memorial service, Annabeth and I were asked to speak. Annabeth talked about the exchange of reconciliation, and I talked as best as I could about what had happened in the cave. Most of the remaining students were mad and upset at how everything had turned out. They couldn't be mad at us, though. I was wrapped in bandages and sitting in a wheelchair, so it was very obvious it wasn't all rainbows and sunshine with us either. I was exhausted and hurting when I got home, but at least I'd said what I could about all the students that had died. Ken had been there, but he hadn't said much. He looked haunted, and it was probably going to take a lot longer than 2 weeks for him to recover. During the 3rd week, I started feeling a lot better. I also started feeling restless. I'd been in my space too much, so I had a few dates with my fellow housemates. I went to Annabeth's Tuscan-themed apartment and sat on the pillows in her courtyard. The sun felt wonderful as she talked about her Etsy shop and the happy charms she sold. Sandy and I went on a date to her workshop. She'd been in touch with Mop Top at the Tin Charm, and she was sending over a few healing charms for him to sell. He could only sell a few at a time, as he didn't want to draw the attention of the collections again. Still, this could turn into a nice little side hustle. John's date, of course, involved lots of drinking and making a charm for Annabeth. Now I had the mark of the deep earth, I could follow along with what he was doing. I couldn't do it myself yet, but I got excited that one day I could manipulate silver just as easily as I did glass. This time, he made a ladybug out of a flawed ruby and black zirconium. Once again, his attention to detail was impressive, and the final product was just marvelous. The ruby sparkled in the light, and it looked like a little creature from the land of fairies. Eggy and Bermuda followed me around on my dates. Eggy sported colorful flowers or special grasses that went well with the setting. Bermuda played or napped however he wanted. That was only a problem in Sandy's workshop, as Snowy and Biscuit joined Bermuda in racing over the work tables. Sandy's projects went flying, and she was not a happy camper. We both hollered at them, but that didn't do any good, so Sandy distracted them with cat treats. That worked much better. After their goodies, they decided it was nap time, so they all curled up together in a cute cuddle puddle. Mr. Tubbles hobbled in and joined them, and the cuteness factor went through the roof. We couldn't stay mad at them, of course, and all the fur babies got kisses and more treats at the end of our date. I had a date with Tyler, too, and he took me to the park. This wasn't our official date, but it was still very nice. We had to go early in the a.m., as I was still wrapped up like a roll of toilet paper. Being out in nature was so relaxing, and I felt it healing my soul. The stars overhead twinkled and smiled. The rocks on our path sang their songs and welcomed me into their world. The trees were especially lovely, and they touched me and asked for my help. The mark of the laurel flared to life, and it gave me the power to both prune and encourage growth. When Cephal had first given me the mark, I'd been nervous about using it someday on a real live plant. How would I know what a tree needed? What if I did something wrong and destroyed a forest? Now, I realized it was simple. I just needed to listen to the trees. I couldn't go wrong, as they would tell me what they needed. I didn't touch every tree in the park that night, but I made a start. Tyler carried me around, and I included him in on everything that I was thinking and feeling. He could feel the rocks for himself, of course, but not as well as I could. I just told him that being buried in stone had increased my sensitivity to all things hard. He laughed, teased me back, and then one thing led to another. We made love in the grass and howled our passion at the stars. Tyler was still being very careful, but for the first time, I started to feel like my old self. I also got my granny network going again. I couldn't go there yet myself, so I used my surfers to scout out where the warehouse used to be and check out where all the rotten magic had gone. Most of it had stayed underground, sinking into the rock and traveling through the cave system. The containment field was gone, so the magic was free to go wherever it wanted. Whatever had anchored the field was probably destroyed when Sandy and John had melted the place. Their fire had cleansed the rotten magic a bit, so it wasn't as bad as when we'd first fought. It still wasn't something that belonged near businesses, though, and I gave the head granny over 1,000 godmothers to contain and clean the magic that had escaped above ground. I intended to clean the caves too, but that was going to be a long-term project. I brought back Octa and her tangle to give the magic to the house and Eggy again. Eggy wasn't anywhere near full yet, and I could always use more Morphus points with the house. I also used some of the magic myself. I made sure Penny was back to full capacity, and I also filled up all 10 of my new surfer dudes. The bandages were removed in week 4. I had new muscles, new skin, and more energy than I knew what to do with. I started out doing simple things like walking and push-ups, but soon I was doing a lot more than that. I had to be careful, because my new skin was still fragile. I'd had my fill of watching shows and reading, though. Now I wanted to move. And move I did. I went to our beach gym and ran for miles along the coast. I did some punching and blocking, but I had to be careful not to re-injure myself. So instead of power, I focused on speed and technique. At the end of the 4th week, I finally decided I was healed enough and went all out. Red and the Hex Network were back, and I stepped into the arena for real. The first few matches didn't go so well, but I quickly got the hang of it again, and soon my level went back up. I finished the day at arena level 33. That was slightly higher than 31, which had been my pre-gathering level, but well shy of Annabeth's 66. That was okay. Now that I could train again, I'd catch up quickly. For now, I needed to get back to the house and clean up for supper. Sandy was having a victory celebration tonight. She'd been holding off until I was fully recovered, but tonight she was going all out. I wasn't sure what we were having, but knowing Sandy, it was going to be plentiful and delicious. Before I left, though, I paused on the beach and spent a moment being grateful. I was back home. All of my friends were safe and home as well. I was healthy and training again. I wasn't sure what the future was going to bring, but for right now, in this moment,
Life was good. Chapter 20. Epilogue. To my surprise and delight, Sandy had themed our celebration dinner upon the traditional Thanksgiving holiday. We were all grateful that we were safe and healthy, so it seemed like an excellent choice. She was using her new stasis trays, which kept the food fresh and hot. She told us multiple times how wonderful it was not to have to worry about scheduling the cooking, so everything was ready at the same time. Now she could just cook in whatever order she wanted. The only thing she had to worry about was John, who constantly picked at the food. She threatened him with a nasty rap upside the head with her wooden spoon. He tried to be good, but the aroma was so tantalizing, it wasn't long before he was stealing food once again. We all had the traditional Thanksgiving food: turkey, dressing, mashed potatoes, gravy, corn, green beans, sweet potato casserole, and cranberry sauce. She also prepared a few extras, like portobello mushrooms stuffed with cream cheese and some sort of grilled Brussels sprouts dish that had a bit of an Asian flair. She'd also made a pecan pie and a pumpkin pie. For a normal household of 5, that would have been way too much food. But we weren't normal. I was still eating like a bottomless pit as I was trying to get my weight back, and Tyler and John ate like heifers anyway. Even Annabeth could pack it away, and we didn't hold back. Sandy's regular cooking was insanely good, but when she went all out, it was like dining with the gods. Since we couldn't match her food, we showed up with drinks, and that got the party started right. John brought his famous ale, and Annabeth brought a bourbon she'd stashed away for a special occasion. I brought a selection of red and white wines from my kitchen, and Tyler brought a choice of sodas and rums. He said we could drink them straight if we wanted, but they were really there for us to mix together. Sandy was going to say a few words at the beginning of the meal, but John wasn't having it. He said that if she didn't start the celebration right now, he was going to eat her and nobody would blame him. I'm sure we all looked like we could pick her bones clean in seconds, so she just sighed, smiled, and invited us to get started. Hours later, when we were done, the turkey looked like it had been thrown into the Amazon River and devoured by piranhas. The pies had a bit of crust left on the bottom of the pan, but that was it. I ate every stuffed mushroom I could get my hands on. They were so juicy the melted cream cheese ran down my chin. John looked like he wanted to say something naughty about that, but he couldn't stop chewing on his own dinner long enough to get it out. The only things left were some mashed potatoes and gravy. Even the dressing was gone. If I included the gathering, this was one of the top 5 meals of my life. The food, the friends, the occasion, everything was perfect. Eggy wasn't eating, of course, but he didn't want to be left out either. He'd gotten into the Thanksgiving theme also, with a beautiful arrangement of fall colors. He sported lots of orange, yellow, and red flowers, and had arranged them like a turkey tail. John had even poured a little of his special ale into Eggy's vase to make sure he was included in the celebration. It was the thought that counted, and Eggy seemed very happy. We weren't the only ones in the room enjoying a feast. Bermuda and Mr. Tubbles joined us, and together with Sandy's 2 cats, Snowy and Biscuit, they had their own night to remember. Sandy had made some protein-heavy dishes for them, and they had all feasted, napped, and gone back for seconds. Now they were all back to napping again. Full bellies make for tired eyes. "Thank you very much for coming over tonight," Sandy said, after she got to her feet, her plate as empty as the rest of ours.
"You know we wouldn't miss it, love," John rumbled.
Then he let out a large belch. We all chimed in with how wonderful the evening had been and how marvelous it was to be here. "When I first became head of House Louisville, I never imagined it would be this exciting or that I'd meet such amazing people," Sandy said. "We've been through so much together, and now I can't imagine my life without everyone here." She paused and gave Annabeth, Tyler, and me heartfelt looks. "There is a saying that you are the company you keep. If that is true, then I am kind and courageous like Annabeth, curious and insightful like Jason,
and wise and caring like Tyler.
To the company we keep.
John called the toast, and we all cheered.
Most of all, I'm a happy woman because of my husband and best friend, John. You make my world lighter and brighter every moment I'm with you.
To happy women.
Tyler called the toast this time, and we all cheered and drank again. I didn't think this was going exactly how Sandy intended, but it sure was a lot of fun.
We've survived, Isabel, a full assault on our house, rotten mages, and Victor's house challenge. We didn't come away unscathed, but we came away stronger. Now we are gathered here tonight, alive and victorious.
To victory!
John toasted again. If Sandy kept talking and we kept toasting, we were all going to end up passed out on the floor.
And now we are finally in a good place. I must admit, I'm looking forward to getting back to normal. Not living under the threat of attack has been wonderful. I have so many things I want to get up to, and I'm sure you all do too.
To getting back to normal,
John toasted. Uh-oh. I shot a glance at Annabeth, and she shot a worried look back. Had Sandy just jinxed us? The doorbell rang. We all looked at each other, but nobody moved. Our bellies were full, and our brains were buzzed. This wasn't a good time for clear thinking or quick action. After a long pause, we all put down our glasses, and a resigned look flashed across Sandy's face. John got to his feet, and we all followed suit. Whatever this was, we'd face it together. The door to Sandy's apartment flew open, and a magnificently dressed fellow walked inside. My first thought was that he was D'Artagnan from the Three Musketeers come to life. He had a wide-brimmed hat that sported long white feathers. He had a rich blue cloak, poofy pants, and tall boots. What really brought it all together was the sword at his side, which glowed with power. He certainly had a flair for the dramatic, and I'd have thought his clothes were rented from a costume shop, except that he also glowed with power. His presence filled the room, pushing against my aura. Whoever this was, he had real power. He wasn't just a poser.
Aus Louisville, I presume,
he said loftily, and we all nodded.
I am René Perrin, exchequer for the bank, Jonah Division, and I am here to collect the obligation of 2 million pearls.
This has been Buried Mage, Fledgling God, Book 4. Written by Michael Taggart. Narrated by Ron Mackenzie Lafergie. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.